Check 1, 2, check. Check 1, 2, check.
Yes. Good morning, Brian.
This is the evidentiary hearing in case number EC 2025-0136, Cheri Meadows versus Grain Belt Express. I'm Ron Pridgeon. I'm the regulatory law judge assigned to preside over this hearing. It's being held August 20th, 2025 in the Governor Office Building in Jefferson City, Missouri. Time is 9:30 a.m. And I would like to get entries of appearance from the parties. And I don't, Ms. Meadows, I don't want you to give out any personal information such as your address. So if you could please just give us your name. That's all we need from you. Yeah, if you could turn your microphone on and just give us your name, please.
My name is Cheri Meadows.
Ms. Meadows, thank you. Entry of appearance from Grain Belt Express, please.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Ann Collenbach of the law firm Polsnelli PC, also Andrew Schulte of the same law firm, 900 West 48th Place, Kansas City, Missouri, 64112.
Ms. Collenbach, thank you. Any entry on behalf of the staff of the commission?
Good morning, Judge. Yes, we have me, Andrea Hansen, and Tracy Johnson representing commission staff.
Ms. Hanson, thank you. An entry on behalf of the Office of the Public Counsel.
Thank you. Good morning, Mark Poston for the Office of the Public Counsel.
Mr. Poston, thank you. Did I overlook anyone? All right. A little housekeeping. We will need to break about 10:45 so the commission can hold its 11 a.m. agenda meeting. It's being held right here. And so I will look for a natural break around 10:45, but if I can't find one, I may have to just almost stop somebody in the middle of a sentence or something so we can have agenda. My thought right now is we would get back on the record at roughly 11:30 and then maybe shoot for a lunch break around 12:30 if we need one. Anything from the bench or from the parties before we proceed to opening statements?
Yes, Judge, as a preliminary matter, we as staff, we filed our staff report and our supplemental staff report as public and confidential versions. It's our understanding that there is a commission rule that requires that these filings are only confidential. And so because of that, we were wondering if we wanted to talk about the staff report and the supplemental staff report, which we anticipate being questioned on, if we will need to go in camera to talk about those things.
I appreciate the heads up, Counsel. I guess before we get to that, and hopefully you can discuss this during the break, if there's anything in those reports that you think needs to be protected. I mean, the rule notwithstanding, if everyone agrees that the information you're going to discuss is going to be public anyway, and counsel can agree, then we probably wouldn't need to go in camera. But I'll leave that to the parties to try to figure out, hopefully during the break. I want to obviously minimize any time that we spend in camera and keep this as public as we can.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Anything further before opening statements?
Yes, Judge. Thank you. Grain Belt Express had asked, actually rather on our exhibit list, there are a number of items that we would like the commission to take administrative notice of from a previous file. Would you like me to read those items into the record, or shall I just submit this to the court reporter? What would be your preference?
Do the parties have a preference?
We have no preference.
I guess in the matter of trying to speed things up, if you just wanted to just submit that to the court reporter, and we can do it that way.
Thank you. And of those items, since, do I need to make a motion for administrative notice? We may be referring to several of these, so I want to make sure that they're available to refer to.
That would probably be cleaner, and you can do that now or later, whichever you prefer.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just do it now. Yeah. I probably should then read these in so we know what we're referring to. Okay, thank you, sir.
Sure.
Yes, Grain Belt Express would request administrative notice of certain items filed in file number EA 2023-0017. And the first being the October 12th, 2023 report and order. The December 7th, 2023 order denying application for rehearing. The February 8th, 2023 order setting local public hearings and directing notice. the direct testimony and schedules of Aaron White on behalf of Invenergy Grainbelt Express, the surrebuttal testimony and schedules of Aaron White, the direct testimony and schedules of Andrew Burke from WSP on behalf of Invenergy Grainbelt Express, the surrebuttal testimony and schedules of Andrew Burke, the direct testimony and schedules of Kevin Chandler on behalf of Invenergy Grainbelt Express, the surrebuttal testimony and schedules of Kevin Chandler, and the August 24th, 2022 Grainbelt Express's application to amend the CCN.
All right, Ms. Kalmbach, thank you. Any objection to the commission taking administrative notice of those items? Hearing none, the commission will take administrative notice of that. All right, thank you. Anything further from council before opening statements? All right, Ms. Meadows, if you would like, you may give an opening statement, and this would be your opportunity not to testify yet, but to tell the commission what you think the evidence will eventually show. You don't have to make an opening statement, but you can if you'd like, and if you want to, if you'll come to the podium and address the commission. Again, it's entirely up to you.
Yeah, I'd like to make a
Okay.
statement. Should I turn my mic off?
That doesn't matter, just come up to the podium. Thank you. Okay,
How close or far should I stand?
I think you're fine where you are.
Okay,
You just try to speak up a little bit, and whenever you're ready, ma'am.
okay. Good morning, Commissioners, Judge. My name is Cheri Meadows, and I'm here today because my property was targeted for the Tiger Connector. And when I say targeted, I mean there are risks of serious harm from this line going across my property. And for the past 3 years, I have brought this to the attention of Grainbelt Energy representatives, my concerns and recommendations for what we can do to alleviate that. I've been ignored. I've basically been brushed off or put off. And I guess the most frustrating part is I trusted the Grainbelt rep that I was talking to be forthright and honest with me about things, because I'm just a residential citizen. I'm not an attorney. I don't have any friends or family who are attorneys. I don't understand how any of this, I don't think anybody does. Maybe this room, but that's it. So I didn't understand the PSC process in full, and I kind of relied on them to be honest with me and explain to me what they could or couldn't do, and they took advantage of that, and here we are so long after you guys approved the route, with me having to come here and basically beg you to not let them harm me or my property with this line. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Meadows, thank you. Any bench questions by chance? All right. Opening statement from Grainbelt? Mr. Schulte, when you're ready.
Thank you. And I did have a PowerPoint that I think will go up on the screen. It's really just a summary of what will be in the transcript anyway. Good morning. My name is Andrew Schulte with the Pulcinelli Law Firm on behalf of Grainbelt Express. I would like to begin my opening statement with a discussion of the legal standards that are applicable to this case. The Commission's authority, including its authority to hear complaints, is derived from the General Assembly and defined by statute. The relevant statute for complaints is Section 386-390 RS-MO, and it provides that the Commission has authority to hear complaints, quote, setting forth any act or thing done or omitted to be done by a public utility in violation or claimed to be in violation of any provision of law to the Commission, any provision of law subject to the Commission's authority, of any rule promulgated by the Commission, or of any utility tariff or any decision of the Commission. Accordingly, it is required that Ms. Meadows identify the specific act or thing done or omitted to be done by Greenbelt Express in her initial formal complaint. Failure to do so violates the due process rights of Greenbelt Express by failing to provide notice and an opportunity to respond. What is not allowed and what cannot be entertained by this commission is a roving general investigation by a complainant on the basis of mere suspicion. Unfortunately, this proceeding has often veered into that territory. After the act or thing done or omitted to be done is identified, the burden is on the complainant, even a pro se complainant, to present evidence that shows by a preponderance of substantial competent evidence that a violation has occurred. In this case, Ms. Meadows has produced a long and amorphous list of theories and concerns and allegations, but despite months of discovery, she has failed to produce any substantial competent evidence to support her allegations. Therefore, she has failed to satisfy her burden of proof, and the complaint must be denied. The basis for the complaint has been identified by the commission in previous orders in this proceeding. First, in the initial complaint filed on October 15th, 2024, Ms. Meadows alleged that first, the project is not designed to have minimal impact on land, and two, the routing team did not try to avoid built-up areas and residences. Both of these allegations are incomplete and paraphrased portions of two findings of fact from the commission's order in case number EA 2023-0017, whereby the commission granted Greenbelt Express a request for an amended CCN. For convenience, we'll refer to that case as the CCN case. And my co-counsel recently requested the administrative notice of several documents from that case. 5 months after the initial complaint was filed by Ms. Meadows, and in response to a motion for reconsideration of the commission's denial of Greenbelt Express's motion to dismiss, Ms. Meadows raised a completely new allegation. Those allegations, raised in March of this year, are that Greenbelt Express prevented Ms. Meadows from contacting the commission regarding the route for the Tiger Connector, and or Greenbelt Express deliberately omitted and withheld information regarding the commission's route approval process. The commission allowed Ms. Meadows to amend her complaint to include those additional allegations. First, I'll address the original allegations from the formal complaint. These allegations do not implicate a provision of law, rule, or tariff. Rather, the complainant has identified two findings of fact in the commission's report and order in the CCN case. For ease of reference, I'll refer to this report and order as the CCN order. The CCN order, like most of the commission's report and orders, is divided into 5 sections. The first is the procedural history. Second is the findings of fact, and each finding of fact cites to substantial competent evidence in the record of that case. Third, the commission presents conclusions of law, which address the commission's legal authority and the applicable standards of law. Fourth, the commission presents its decision, where it applies the facts from the findings of fact to the legal standards and determines whether those legal standards have been met. Fifth, the commission provided a summary, which is a very brief recap of the commission's decision. And finally, after the summary, the commission sets forth its ordering paragraphs. The CCN order contains 16 ordering paragraphs. 12 of the 16 ordering paragraphs describe conditions that Greenbelt Express must abide by. These conditions include, among other things, financing requirements, landowner protocols, and reporting requirements. The ordering paragraphs that require Greenbelt Express to abide by conditions cite to additional documents such as the landowner protocols, code of conduct, agricultural impact mitigation protocols. There's also an attachment that summarizes or sets forth all of the conditions that were agreed to between staff and Greenbelt Express. The initial formal complaint in this case did not allege a violation of any of those conditions. Instead, the complainant alleged a violation of two findings of fact, which appear under Section 2 of the CCN order. Section 2 of the CCN order contains 156 numbered findings of fact. Each of those is supported by footnotes with references to the evidence in the record of the case. The findings of fact, plus the conclusions of law, form the basis for the Commission's decision in its ordering paragraphs. However, the findings of facts are not themselves directives to the company or conditions upon which the company must operate. Rather, the findings of fact are simply a restatement of the evidence that was already presented in the case. Accordingly, a finding of fact cannot be violated, and it does not form the basis for a complaint pursuant to Section 386, 390 RSMO. For these reasons, Grainbelt Express moved to dismiss the formal complaint as filed. The motion was denied, so we won't re-argue it here. However, what we are left with are two findings of fact that were true when the Commission issued the CCN order on October 12, 2023, and they remain true to this day. Grainbelt Express already supported the two findings of fact with extensive evidence in the CCN case, and the Commission found that evidence persuasive and convincing. Now, we are being asked to support those findings of fact once again. However, the evidence hasn't changed. Accordingly, much of what you will hear today from the Grainbelt Express witnesses is a recitation of their previous testimony in support of the findings of fact that are implicated by Ms. Meadows' complaint. It is important to note as well that Ms. Meadows' formal complaint presented an incomplete and misleading version of the findings of fact. The complete findings of fact are shown on the screen. The first is number 138, and it reads, "The project is designed to have minimal impact to land. Phase 1 for the HVDC main line, in Phase 1 for the HVDC main line, approximately 9 acres will be taken out of agricultural production. For Phase 1 Tiger Connector, approximately 0.2 acres will be taken out of agricultural production. And for the Phase 2 HVDC main line, approximately 7 acres will be taken out of agricultural production." The support for this finding of fact is found in Aaron White's surrebuttal testimony in the CCN case, as indicated by the footnotes in the CCN order. When reading this finding of fact number 138 in its entirety, it becomes clear that it is focused on the impact on agricultural property specifically. The Tiger Connector does not take any of Ms. Meadows' property out of agricultural production. In fact, there are no plans for a structure on Ms. Meadows' property. It is merely spanned. So this finding of fact is not even applicable. Finding of fact number 140 reads, "The routing team for the project also tried to avoid built-up areas, residences, wetlands, forested areas, center pivot irrigation, and, where practical, to follow existing developed corridors, such as roads and existing transmission and distribution lines." The support for this finding of fact can be found in Andrew Burke's direct testimony in the CCN case. When this finding of fact is read in its entirety, it becomes clear that Grainbelt Express appropriately balanced many competing interests when developing its route. Although residences were a very important factor in the routing process, they were not the only factor. In the Commission's order denying Grainbelt's motion to dismiss, it stated, "The Commission has generally heard small complaint cases where complainants have clearly articulated what might amount to a violation without being able to cite to the particular law, rule, tariff, or Commission order provision that was violated." The Commission went on to say that this complaint is not a small complaint case, and the Commission does not intend for this complaint to turn into an impermissible collateral attack on the Commission's order granting Grainbelt a certificate of convenience and necessity. It is not clear to us, however, how we can relitigate findings of fact in the CCN order without being subject to a collateral attack on the CCN order, which is why we filed a request for reconsideration of the Commission's denial of the motion to dismiss. That request for reconsideration is still pending. The Commission has not ruled on it, but we believe that motion for reconsideration should be granted. In any event, our witnesses today are nevertheless prepared to address how the routing process unfolded and why the Commission correctly and appropriately reached the conclusions that it did in the CCN order. While Ms. Meadows has articulated many concerns and fears regarding the transmission line, those concerns and fears are her own. She has not shown that those fears and concerns are based on substantial competent evidence. Rather, the Commission has previously found many times that Grainbelt Express and Invenergy have the qualifications to develop, construct, and operate the project, citing to Invenergy's extensive experience and impressive record in developing and constructing energy projects. Invenergy has developed and constructed over 4,000 miles of transmission and distribution voltage lines across the United States and internationally, traversing diverse geographical regions such as the Nevada desert, the mountainous terrain of Idaho, the wetlands of Texas, farmland in Illinois, and swamps in Georgia, and more. Grainbelt is required to design and engineer and construct the Tiger Connector in accordance with strict engineering and safety and reliability concerns as promulgated by the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, NERC, the National Electric Safety Code, NESC, and the Commission's own regulation, which is found at 20 CSR 4240-18-010, which is the safety standards for electric corporations, telecommunication companies, and rural electric cooperatives. It is Grainbelt Express's practice to establish design performance above the minimum requirements of NESC by incorporating design performance criteria and recommendations from other industry standards and good practice. The substantial competent evidence in this case and prior cases shows that Grainbelt Express has the experience required to build transmission lines that are safe and reliable. And Ms. Meadows, just like every other landowner along the Tiger Connector and the Grainbelt Express project as a whole, will benefit from Grainbelt Express's obligation to maintain and operate the line in a safe and reliable manner. Moving now to Ms. Meadows' additional allegations, which are that Grainbelt Express prevented Ms. Meadows from contacting the Commission regarding the route for the Tiger Connector, and that Grainbelt Express deliberately omitted and withheld information regarding the Commission's route approval process. Frankly, it is hard to fathom how Ms. Meadows believes those allegations to be true. The record in the CCN case contains extensive documentation of the public outreach conducted by the Grainbelt Express team. Kevin Chandler, who testified in the CCN case and sponsored the public outreach testimony on behalf of Grainbelt Express, is here to testify again regarding those public outreach efforts. Ms. Meadows has made many allegations about her perceived shortcomings of the Commission's communications, but those perceptions are her own. As a product of this case, we have developed a comprehensive timeline of communications between Ms. Meadows and the company, and annotated that timeline with copies of poster boards, handouts, notice letters, and Ms. Meadows' own notes, all of which demonstrate the company has always been transparent about the routing process and went above and beyond to communicate that process with Ms. Meadows and other landowners. Back. This is the exhibit with the timeline and the annotated timeline with every communication between Ms. Meadows and the company. And we will submit this timeline and its attachments into the record of this case. And if Ms. Meadows is to prove her allegations, she must point to something in this record that shows that the company prevented her from contacting the Commission or deliberately omitted and withheld information about the Commission's role in approving the Tiger Connector. But this she cannot do because it doesn't exist. Rather, the timeline demonstrates that the company directly informed Ms. Meadows of the Commission's process no less than 6 times. First, on July 12th, 2022, Grainbelt Express mailed notice letters for public meetings in Audrain and Callaway counties that referenced the application process at the Commission. At the public meetings, there were poster boards displayed that included a timeline of the anticipated timing of the application at the Commission and the Commission's decision. Attendees of the public meetings were also provided a handout that included the same timeline. On August 18th, 2022, Grainbelt Express mailed notice letters indicating that it would be filing its application at the Commission, providing the file number for the application, and providing contact information for the Commission and the Office of Public Counsel. On March 20th, 2023, while the application was still pending at the commission, Greenbelt Express sent voluntary easement offer letters, again referencing the commission process. On June 5th through 8th, 2023, the commission held an evidentiary hearing in the CCN case. Ms. Meadows watched the live stream of the commission's hearing in the CCN case in real time. It is inconceivable how Ms. Meadows can claim that she didn't know about the commission process when she watched the process happen in real time. Finally, on August 4th, 2023, before the commission issued its decision in the CCN case, there was a phone call between Jason Brown and Ms. Meadows in which they discussed the timing of the commission's decision, and Ms. Meadows took down a note that reads, "Jason Brown from GBE called. They are waiting on PSC decision before figuring out about moving the line off or less on me." So the reality is Ms. Meadows was informed of the commission's process, and she could have intervened and participated when the route was still subject to evaluation by the commission. In fact, numerous individual landowners did intervene and participate in the CCN case. Additionally, 2 landowner associations intervened and participated in the CCN case, as did the Farm Bureau. Ms. Meadows could have contacted any of these groups for more information or to represent her concerns during the CCN proceeding, even without herself intervening. The participation by these individual landowners and landowner groups demonstrate there was no effort by Greenbelt Express to prevent landowners from contacting the commission or participating in the route approval process. But rather than intervene and participate at the appropriate point in time, Ms. Meadows filed an untimely collateral attack on the CCN order, which has led us to where we are today. This complaint process began over a year ago when Ms. Meadows submitted an informal complaint. That was in July of 2024. 3 months later, she filed her formal complaint. Since that time, many hundreds, if not thousands, of hours have been spent addressing dozens of pleadings. There's 85 docket entries in this case, responding to dozens of data requests, and preparing for this hearing. We maintain that Ms. Meadows failed to meet the threshold requirements of the Commission's complaint statute, and despite the Commission's commitment that this proceeding would not turn into a collateral attack on the CCN order, a collateral attack is exactly what we have. It's an unfortunate use of resources that could have been spent on permitting, easement acquisition, final engineering, and indeed communication with other landowners. These are all important develop activities that have been delayed. Avoiding this inefficient use of resources going forward is important not only for Greenbelt Express, but for all infrastructure projects in the state. If the Commission's CCN orders cannot be relied upon as final, the time and cost to construct critical infrastructure in this state will materially increase, and the public interest will suffer as a result. In summary, Ms. Meadows has not satisfied her burden to present any evidence in support of her original or her additional allegations. The Commission staff has filed 2 reports in this case, both concluding that Greenbelt Express has not violated any tariff, rule, statute, or Commission order. Staff's position statement, filed at the end of last week, states, based on staff's review of information provided by Greenbelt and Cheri Meadows, staff did not identify any violations by Greenbelt of any applicable statutes, Commission rules, regulations, Commission orders, or Commission decisions arising from the allegations in this complaint. Staff's position statement also stated, because staff found no violations, staff is of the opinion that no relief is appropriate in this case. The Office of Public Counsel has also not alleged any violations or proposed any relief. Because Ms. Meadows, as the complainant, has the burden to present substantial competent evidence, and she has not done so, Greenbelt Express is under no legal obligation to present its own evidence. Nevertheless, we are prepared to present 3 witnesses in this case. I thought I had a slide with the witnesses, but I don't. So I will just read them out loud. Aaron White, Senior Director of Transmission Engineering, who will address transmission line design and safety, as I referenced in my opening statement. Jason Brown, Director of Local and Community Affairs, who will address his communications with Ms. Meadows. And Kevin Chandler, Senior Director of Transmission Public Affairs, who will address the routing process and public outreach. Grainbelt Express's participation in this case and presentation of witnesses is further demonstration of the company's transparency and good faith effort to provide information to landowners and the commission, consistent with its practice before, during, and after the CCN proceeding and throughout the easement acquisition process. That concludes my opening statement. Happy to stand for any questions.
All right, Mr. Schulte, thank you. Let me see if we have any bench questions. Anything from the bench? Hearing nothing, Mr. Schulte, could I trouble you to give the commission both hard copies of your opening statement and also if you can file that into EFIS, when it's reasonably practicable for you?
Of the presentation itself?
Correct.
Okay. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much.
Commissioners.
Any opening statement from staff? Ms. Hanson, when you're ready.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, and may it please the commission. My name is Andrea Hansen, and I'm representing commission staff. Staff's function in this case is not to relitigate the facts of previous CCN cases involving Grainbelt and the Tiger Connector, nor is staff's function to take sides with the other parties to this case. Staff's function in this case is to conduct an investigation based upon Ms. Meadows' complaint and determine whether or not Grainbelt violated any applicable statutes, tariffs, commission rules, regulations, commission orders, or commission decisions that arise from Ms. Meadows' allegations. In conducting its investigation, staff considered all of the information provided by Ms. Meadows, as well as Grainbelt, and analyzed this information in light of the conditions and protocols in the report and order that was issued in the Tiger Connector case, the Tiger Connector CCN case, which is EA 2023-0017, which Mr. Schulte referred to in his opening statement. This approach that we used was in line with staff's role at the PSC. In conducting its thorough investigation, staff not only reviewed information provided by both parties, it also submitted data requests, attended a deposition, and reviewed applicable rules and laws. Staff's investigation, its analysis, and its findings are memorialized in the staff report and the supplemental staff report. These were filed in EFIS on January 17th, 2025 and June 12th, 2025, respectively. In both the staff report and the supplemental staff report, staff concluded that Grainbelt has not committed any violations. Staff's position remains that there have not been any violations on the part of Grainbelt. Because staff has found no violation by Grainbelt, staff does not believe that relief is appropriate in this case. Staff is here today to provide explanations and clarity regarding its report and supplemental report. Both the staff report and the supplemental staff report will be offered into evidence by staff. Mr. Alan Bax, associate engineer with staff, contributed to the safety portion of the staff report, and he is here today to testify on that issue. He will testify that staff did not find a safety violation on the part of Grainbelt. Mr. Cody King, senior compliance analyst, conducted the majority of the investigation and wrote the majority of the above-mentioned reports. Mr. King is here to testify on the remaining issues covered in the staff report and the supplemental staff report. He will testify that he also found no violations. I am happy to answer any questions that you may have or to direct you to the individual that can answer those questions. Thank you.
Ms. Hanson, thank you. Any bench questions for staff? All right, hearing none. Thank you, Ms. Hanson. Any opening from public counsel? And Mr. Poston, when you're ready.
May it please the commission. Good morning. Mark Poston, Public Counsel, here on behalf of the public. You may ask, what interest does the public have in a complaint by one landowner trying to reroute a transmission line to avoid her property? We've not taken a position on the issue of whether Grainbelt violated a statute, rule, tariff, or order. We may take a position once the record is established following this hearing. But mostly I'm here for the process, to help the commission recognize it has the authority to find in favor of either Ms. Meadows or Grainbelt. And perhaps you already recognize that you have that authority, or we wouldn't be here today hearing this case. I don't believe the public generally will be impacted one way or another if this line is built over Ms. Meadows' property or moved slightly to the south as she's requested. But I believe the public will be impacted if you conclude you don't have the authority to order Grainbelt to do something different than what it currently plans to do. My intention is to make clear in my post-hearing brief the authority that you do have in this complaint case. If the facts brought out during this hearing support a conclusion that Grainbelt did not follow the CCN conditions involving avoiding residences or minimizing land impacts, you have the authority to order them to follow those conditions as you interpret them. Even if you conclude the CCN order was not violated, you still have the statutory authority to determine it would be unreasonable for Grainbelt to not do better to avoid Ms. Meadows' property. If you've read Ms. Meadows' filings in this case, you're probably as impressed as I am with her ability to write legal pleadings that read like they were written by a seasoned attorney. But don't be fooled, she's not an attorney, and all of this is new to her. The company has every advantage over her in terms of legal experience, the ability to hire a big team of attorneys, a knowledge of this process, knowledge of the CCN process, and they're the only entity that knows why they routed it the way they did and all the reasons why they didn't avoid her property. And if you followed Ms. Meadows' discovery battles in this case, you've seen her just trying to understand the company's rationale in routing over her property, as opposed to the open land to the south that is away from residences. To the south of her small strip of land is a large open cow pasture where she has argued it would make more sense to route the line to avoid residences and impacts to land. Last month I visited the property and Ms. Meadows showed me where the line is routed to cross her property. She's done an amazing job building her home. It looks like a well-groomed park. Clearly she appreciates and cherishes her land and has done so for a long time. So I only ask that you listen to what she has to say and put yourselves in her shoes as you consider what to do with this complaint. If you do agree with her that it would be better to avoid residences and land impacts to reroute the line to her south, I ask that before you order Grainbelt to do so, that you order them or your staff to contact the landowner to the south and give them an opportunity to address this. They may have equally good reasons to avoid their property, or they may welcome the payments that they would receive for having the line cross their property. The point is that landowner should be apprised of any changes that would impact their property, and they should be given an opportunity to either oppose or support that before an ultimate decision is made. Thank you.
Mr. Poston, thank you. Bench questions?
Yeah,
Chair Hahn.
procedural, on your recommendation. Clearly we'll go through the hearing today and figure out what's best, but, help me understand if the commission potentially at the end of the hearing did think that the line should be potentially rerouted that may impact another landowner. Procedurally, how would that work with the new impacted landowners due process in deciding this case? What's the procedure on that?
I don't think there is, an established procedure for that kind of thing, but I think you could, put a decision on hold until that landowner has been brought in and given an opportunity to weigh in on this. That's what I would propose be done.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Commissioner Coleman?
Thank you. Mr. Poston, Chair Hahn hit on part of my question. My second part would be, you don't deny that if there was the scenario that landowners further south were impacted by this, that we could have this scenario created over and over and over again with those landowners coming before us with requests for their land that's being possibly impacted to come before us and say, hey, hold up, we like to debate this question also. Couldn't this be a catch-22?
I mean, if they were to oppose it and the commission would then want to keep moving the line further and further, yeah, I could see that. But, I mean, it could be that landowner does not oppose it, that they would welcome the payments that they would get from it. So.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner, thank you. Any further bench questions for Mr. Poston? All right, Mr. Poston, thank you. All right, anything further before we proceed to evidence? Ms. Meadows?
I apologize, I didn't know I was supposed to ask if anyone had any questions of me up there,
Oh,
so. Does
no
anyone have
worries.
any questions?
No.
Do I have to go back up there and ask?
I think you're fine. Thank
Okay.
you. I appreciate it.
Okay.
All right. Commissioner, certainly.
Ms. Meadows, Mr. Schulte stated that you've had ample opportunity to be aware of the process and of the meetings. Were you in attendance at that first public meeting where he stated that poster boards and handouts were provided to those in attendance? Were you at that first meeting?
Is that the July 2022 meeting he's talking
I
about?
do believe it was in 2022.
If that was the first public, I wasn't aware of several of them, so that's the only one that I went to that I was aware of, because I know you guys went to Mexico, and I don't know if you had any more, but that was the only one I was aware of, so I went. Every time that I knew there was a meeting or a something, I was there, because my stance on this from the very first time I learned this thing was going across my land was no, 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 and I have not wavered. So if I've ever been given an opportunity to go and complain or ask why, I've taken it. So if you are referring to the July 22nd one, I did go. I just looked at the maps on the table because I didn't know where on my property it was actually going to be. So I was just interested in, I'm a 400 wide at the widest point piece of property on a half-a-mile stretch of road with no other houses, no other anything. So I was baffled as to how they couldn't avoid my land.
Okay, so whether it was the first meeting or not, you have seen this information. You did receive or have an
I
opportunity.
don't believe I saw that.
Okay.
If that's what you're.
And
are you
that
pointing to?
hasn't been introduced really yet, so I'm not sure what that is yet.
Okay.
So we'll get to that
I
if,
just saw
at some point.
maps of the county, the county.
Okay.
Of the line going through. I don't believe it was that, but. it's
Okay,
been a
thank you.
couple years.
Thank you, Judge.
Certainly. Any further questions before we proceed to evidence? All right, Ms. Meadows, you wish to testify today, is that correct?
Oh, I absolutely do.
Okay, if you'll ask you to raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you swear the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, very good. Thank you. Ms. Meadows, this is your opportunity to testify before the commission. And since you're representing yourself, I will leave it to you if you'd rather take the witness stand here or stay where you are. Either way is fine, as long as you're speaking into a microphone. And this is your opportunity to tell the commission what you want them to hear.
Okay. I think I'm just going to start with, a picture's worth 1,000 words. So I think I'm going to start with the exhibit. it's Exhibit 26. How do I distribute these? Do I just stand up and start handing them?
Yes, ma'am, if you have copies, if you'll please start giving those out. Thank you.
Judge, excuse me, may I ask a question?
Certainly.
When we received Ms. Meadows' exhibit list, there are 25 exhibits on this list. Could Ms. Meadows please explain what 26 is?
Okay, so who else gets marked? You get this? So I'll give the commissioner, I'll give the commissioners a chance just to look at that. What that basically is I have a drone, because I'm an animal rescuer. People think they can just drive out in the country and dump their animals out. And I take them in, and I currently have 9. And sometimes when I bring them in off the road where they've been dumped, they get confused because they were just dumped, and so they do make it back to the road. So I have a drone so that I'm a quarter of a mile back off the road, so I can't see the road from my house. So I have a drone that I can go and make sure they're not on the road or they're not anywhere around chasing cattle or whatever. So that's the picture that I shot of what it looks like around my property. Now, if Brian would be so kind to play the video that I shot of my house. What is it? The long one. Thank you, I'm sorry. That's on the, oh, I forgot. Should I address them first? Sorry,
That's quite all right. I mean, I believe
just a second.
Grainbelt asked what Exhibit 26 was, and I think that Ms. Meadows tried to explain what Exhibit 26 was. Does that?
Yeah, it was an afterthought. It's the southerly part of land, and I think I put it on I tried to do the best I could here. Can you rewind, Brian? We were missing that. Okay, so this is standing where my yard actually begins. That tall tree right there was struck by lightning. My home is an earth contact home. The previous house, you see the mangled tree there, that's still burnt from the house that was there years ago that was struck by lightning and burned. And here I am just walking down my drive showing you how I have to mow this drive. I have to go down and keep all the stuff trimmed off. I spend a lot of time out on my drive. It's a quarter of a mile long. And here's the stake, the first stake, that's the north deal, or easement end. Those are all the trees between me and the road that will be taken out. That's me showing it. All the trees that will have to be bulldozed that I've let intentionally grow up for the wildlife and for privacy. That's the center line mark. That's my existing electrical line overhead. There's the southern easement. That's a 200-foot wide swath that they want to take out. I measured it, it's 200 feet. All those trees are going to be destroyed. There's the opening through my property to the empty pasture where no one lives, and not a single tree would have to come down. back to the center line and all the trees that are in the way. That giant one right there that I just panned on is probably at least 55 foot tall, back at the center line. And back at the north edge of the row. All those trees will be gone on both sides. So, as you can see, this isn't some minor little problem I have with this line. If you can't tell by this video, that is my only entry and exit out of my property. There is no other way I'm coming or getting off my property except that drive. If their line should ever fall, and they do, I've found 14 cases of them, of lines falling. If that line should ever fall, I'll probably die. It'll take my other electric line down, and I called my county electric cooperative and I asked them, what would happen if their high-powered line fell on my line coming to my house? And he said, well, we don't really know. Nothing could happen, or your house could burn down.
Judge, we're going to object to that. That's all hearsay. That gentleman is not here to be cross-examined on that statement. That is simply Ms. Meadows' recollection of that statement, and we'd object as to hearsay.
Right, thank you. Objections overruled. Ms. Meadows, you can continue.
Okay, they have a copy of the note I wrote on my notepad, and I could share that with anyone, but in any case, and I was like, well, that doesn't really work out well for me because I live in an earth contact home. And what that means is, if you saw at the beginning, my house sits really low, it's basically built into the ground. So 3 sides are concrete, and the front has cedar siding on it, which it's actual cedar siding, wood, which burns very hot and quick. And everything I own is in that house. I don't have a shed. So I have my car, my lawnmower, my 4-wheeler, all my tools. Everything I own, plus my animals, are in that house. I'm a 100% electric on a well residence. So if I don't have electricity, I don't have water. If that line should fall, and God forbid start a fire, I would have no water to put it out, and nobody could come down my drive and help me put it out. And I would probably die trying to save my animals or my car or something. And I don't think that that is asking too much, that I not be put in a position where I could die because they don't want to move this line a few hundred feet south where there's no risk of fire to anybody or death or anything. And for some reason, they're convinced that it's too much trouble or something. I don't know. I've actually requested several ways of trying to get the information to figure out why they chose my land. They said they tried to avoid residences, which that was in my formal complaint. And I'm like, how could you try? How can you even say that when I'm the only house on a 1-mile stretch of road and you couldn't avoid me? My property's not 1,000 acres. It's 20 acres and it's 400 foot wide at the widest point. And then where my house sits, it's like 275. So it's a very long strip of land. And it's blocked by a crop field you saw at the beginning, soybean field on one side, and pasture and fence on the other side. So there's no driving out of there. You can't even walk through a crop field when it's wet. I don't know if you've ever tried. I don't recommend it, but you can't. And you definitely can't drive. And so, and the way the line is coming across, even if I could get out without hitting something, I would be concerned that I would get stuck out there and then my situation would only be worse if anyone did make it to my house. And I haven't been able to find out how long it would even take to get the line repaired. So at least my local cooperative, if anything should go wrong, my local cooperative they're local, they'll be here in an hour or two, and they'll have me back up and running. In this case, wouldn't be able to do anything until Greenbelt gets their stuff taken care of. And Greenbelt hasn't been able to tell me, the way I understand it from my read, they don't have to tell you how long it will take until right before they flip the switch to turn it on. If I'm incorrect, someone can correct me on that, but that's not very comforting when I'm sitting there wondering if my house could burn down for the next 40 to 50 years, because that is how long I plan on living at that place. This is my long-term home, and they're coming in and they're ruining it, and they don't need to. All they have to do is move this line south of me. And from the day one, I've tried to find out. I asked repeatedly, why did you guys target my land? I don't know. That was always the answer. I don't know. And so I've continued to work with them thinking, I'll bring him out to my house. And by the way, all of you commissioners are invited to my house. If you think that I am bending, weaving, wobbling any of this information to make myself look better or worse or sadder or whatever, you can come see for yourself. I tried to put in a video and pictures, but if you want to see yourself, the door is open. I have nothing to hide in any of this. I'm not playing any games or whatever. I genuinely believed that you guys approved the route, but they could move the line a little bit, because it seems odd to me that they're 100 miles or however many miles it is, 40 miles, and then the 800 miles, when they don't have any leeway when they run across circumstances like this. And another thing I'd like to point out is I asked, they claimed that they did windshield surveys and recon trips. They literally drove around and looked at this property. Well, I have trouble believing that they drove down my road and were like, empty pasture, crops, nothing, lots of woods with a house. That's it. That's what we need to do. Because nobody would drive down there and think that that was a better idea to put a high-powered transmission line through the only house on that whole stretch of road. But they did it. But they can't tell me why. I have my assumptions. I'm not going to get into those, but I did notice that during the opening testimony there, Andrew made the comment about ag land. So it seems to be like I'm a collateral damage because I don't farm or have livestock or something on my land. And that's not fair. And I feel like all this is eminent domain abuse, because they can literally take my land. I can sit here and say, your line could fall and it could kill me. It could prevent me from getting out, or rescue services from getting in, and we don't even know how long. And that should count, that should mean something to somebody. The people building the line, don't they have a breach of duty to make sure their line doesn't jeopardize someone's health and life and property? I mean, I could see nobody around me wants the line, but I don't know that anyone else is dealing with a situation like mine where it could literally kill them. This isn't me, oh, I don't want to look at it. I'm not even sure if I can see it from my house. I don't even care. And I even told them, if you must run it on me, run it north of my house. There's no drive, there's no power lines, there's nothing. So I won't have to spend the next 40 or 50 years worrying about this line ever falling, or an ice storm, or a tornado, or anything. And that actually leads me to some of my additional exhibits. On Easter of this year, this is 22. So what this is over Easter, there were 2 tornadoes within about 20 miles of my house, one to the north and one to the south. And the one was an E2, and when I was at the public house meeting, I brought up my concern about this line being across my property, and I was told, well, it'll take an E5 tornado to bring it down. Maybe, I don't know. Do I trust that? No, because when I looked up power lines falling, I found sometimes they fall for no reason other than just wear and tear, or they don't even know. So these lines do fall from just wear and tear. And one of the things that can cause lines to fall is ice, tornadoes, storms, lightning, wind. And if you look at that first picture that I gave you of the drone pic, you see it's wide open there. And the winds in Missouri the average wind speed in my area is around 18 miles an hour, and they're southerly winds. So what that means is the wind is blowing basically down my driveway because it's like a corridor. So the wind is blowing down my drive. It is blowing along my current electric line. They're proposing putting theirs, it's going to be a crosswind. And I'm going to have Brian play the short video, Brian.
Judge, while Brian's pulling that up, we're going to object to this also as to relevance and hearsay. And Ms. Meadows is not an expert in meteorology or wind speeds. So
I have the printout. I just didn't make enough copies for everyone, but I can email it.
a printout of what?
Of the wind speeds, I think it's Missouri Ag.
Right, and that we would object to that as hearsay as well. That's internet research.
It's
Right.
from the MU Extension Office.
All right, thank you. Objections overruled. Ms. Meadows, you can continue.
So I have a video that if Brian could play, it just shows, it's basically just a typical walk down my drive. And if you can pay attention, this was I believe this was May. That's the wind and the and see how it's whipping the top of the trees and also my line, and it's coming from, wind is coming from the south, and it's moving my lines around. I can't imagine what those lines would look like on grain belts, towers, or whatever it's gonna be with wind coming across them vertically. And I think the volume's off, but it's very loud. And that was another issue I had is it's already pretty rough walking down that drive. I walk my animals every single day down that drive. I have to mow my yard and drive about once a week. And then 3 or 4 times during the summer, I have to go in and I have to trim everything back. So I spend a considerable amount of time on that driveway. It has to be graded, weed eated, mowed. I have to bring in rock. This isn't just a part of my land that I never use. This is a vital part of my land that I use every single day. If I want to get to my mailbox, I'll have to walk under this line. And so I'm concerned with them opening up 200 feet. It's going to be southeast to northwest, and in the winter, that's the direction the wind normally comes out of, and I would be protected. But if I have 200 foot of my 400 foot wide land taken out of that, it's going to be so windy, I may not even be able to use my land anymore because it's cold, it's windy, it's horrible. It's bad enough the way it is, but they're going to make it worse. And then that constant wind across the line, that concerns me. That's wear and tear. And how long, Greenbelt is building this for a profit, so obviously they want to make money. So are they going to skimp on the maintenance? Are they going to really care? I don't know. I don't want to gamble. I don't want to gamble my life with that. I spend a lot of time on this drive. I'm not someone who's just sitting looking out the back window at the line in the distance mad and ready to fight. I literally am going to have to be underneath this line bare. Well, that didn't sound right. I'm just not going to be in like a car or a tractor or something. It's just going to be me getting all the magnetics and all the stuff while holding metal equipment or riding a lawnmower or whatever. And I understand, I've never been around one. I understand they're noisy. They have corona noise. So that means my peaceful, quiet little sanctuary out there is suddenly going to have a buzzing line over it, which will be difficult if I have a lost animal that I'm trying to locate and it's anywhere near that. And I don't even know if I'll be able to fly my drone around it. Well, my driveway alarms work. I know my cell phone coverage is already very low, which I have that. I was told by Greenbelt that basically you guys wouldn't care because it wasn't your jurisdiction, but I did want to show you how poor my cell reception is at my house and also exactly where this line is going to be. And I mean, it's just a rural area, and you can't tell in any of the videos, but how my land lays is you come in off the road, you go down, you come up, it levels out, and then when you get to my house part, it goes back in a valley. So basically, my house is back in a valley underground. So any cell coverage, I had to work to find the one that did. Any cell coverage doesn't even work that great there, and I was just curious what it works on where the line is. Normally I don't take my phone with me because I want my animals and myself to have a break from any electromagnetic stuff, so I generally don't take my phone. But on this particular day I did take my phone and I tested to see what the reception was. Now why this matters is because I was coming home one day and there was a truck coming down my drive, and I have my drive posted. No outlet, private property, no trespassing, no soliciting, no. And this truck SUV was coming out. And so I saw him and I pulled kind of off to the side because the drive is too narrow for more than one person to get through. So I kind of pulled over so he could stop and tell me why he was down my drive. And I pulled over and I rolled my window down and he like gunned it and left. And I was like, whoa, that's bad. I hope he didn't just steal something or hurt something at my house or whatever. So I raced down to my house and checked, and thank goodness nothing was harmed. It was scary. But anyway, so I've decided the next time I'm coming down my drive and someone else is coming from my house, I'm going to leave my car parked right in the middle of the drive, and I'm going to call the sheriff, and we'll sort it out that way. I'm not going to try to be nice like I was then, but I have to have cell reception for that. And this is exhibit number 2 of my cell phone in my house and also out on the lawn. For girls' nation.
Judge, we're going to renew our objection to this as to relevance hearsay. I'm talking about exhibit 22 before she passes out another exhibit. Object as to relevance hearsay, lack of foundation. Ms. Meadows is not an engineer, not a meteorologist, and we object to both the document and her opinion testimony regarding the document.
All right, thank you. Objection's overruled. I'm sorry.
Okay, so what this is, so you guys didn't think I was just. I'm sorry. You want that on the record? Oh, I will. It's so small. Can I just talk loud?
If you could use a microphone, please, it's easier for the court reporter and other people are listening online.
So you guys see what I'm talking about at the bottom of this, right? Okay, so these are my cell ratings on my phone from, and I've
Ms. Meadows,
labeled
can
it.
we get a copy of that, please?
Well, I'm gonna hand it out in just a second. I'm explaining it first. So anyway, it tells you what it is, and then there's two, am I too far? There's 2 charts, and I intentionally put 2 charts on here so you guys didn't think that I just picked the one that looked worse.
Judge, can we
use
please
that.
ask for a copy of this so we can follow along with Ms. Meadows' explanation?
That'd be fine, thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Meadows, can we just clarify, did you say this is exhibit number 2?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, as you can see, I've tried to label everything the best. I have poor cell phone signal. Maybe another carrier could help me out, but why do I have to go through all that trouble and hope there is another carrier out there that can give me cell coverage if their line causes me to not have cell coverage? I don't have a whole lot of options. Just another quick story. I was walking up the drive last week to get my mail, and there was a car parked in the end of the drive. And I walked by the guy and got it and came back by, and he apologized profusely, and he was like, "I'm sorry, I just was finally getting cell phone coverage." And I didn't ask him anything, but I was like, fine, because it makes sense. It's kind of a tough area. So that's another thing that I have brought up as a concern. I'm a single woman, and I'm not comfortable being out there with no other means of communication except a cell phone. And I assume maybe if the line went down, it would start working, but if it didn't, I wouldn't really want to chance it.
Judge, we're going to object to Exhibit 2 as to relevance and also as to her opinion testimony regarding her cell phone coverage.
Right. Thank you. That objection's overruled.
Okay, go on.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. You may continue. Thank you.
Another issue I have is during one of the data requests, which I'll get to that in a minute, staff asked about why they couldn't reroute the line, and one of their reasons or excuses or whatever was that it would put it too near a pond. Now, I assume the reason they don't want to be too near a pond is because pond and electricity don't mix, but yet they seem to have no problem putting it on my land where I have water sitting in the ditches regularly, and I also have a giant culvert at the end of my drive where this line is going to be crossing that holds water. So I don't quite understand how that's not a problem when a little, maybe 1 acre pond is, but I also have proof of that, and this is exhibit number 1.
And I think this is the closest I'm going to get to a natural break. The time is almost 10:45, and the commission needs to hold its weekly agenda meeting in this room at 11. So we're going to need to take a recess, and I will talk to the commissioners here briefly and give you an idea when we will resume. Is there anything else anybody needs to take up on the record before we go off the record? Ms. Meadows?
Can I just, while we're all still on this, can I just say in the top left-hand corner, it's kind of hard to see, but basically at 12 o'clock, that is the center line stake of this, where this line is going to be, that's above where the water is sitting in the ditch. So
Thank you.
it's hard to tell, but it is there.
Anything else we need to take up before we go off the record? All right, we will resume the hearing later today. I'll give you an idea when here in just a few moments, but we are off the record.
Judge? Excuse me, Judge.
Can you excuse me? I'm talking to my boss.
I apologize.
I'll be right
I
with you.
apologize.
Okay, I'm sorry, we'll try to go back on the record. Agenda should be very brief, so we'll try to go back on the record about 11:15. Ms. Kalmbach, I'm sorry for cutting you off. What did you have?
I apologize, and this
okay.
can be off the record. Can we leave items in here, or do we need to pack everything out?
I'll leave it to you. I mean, if you're,
We
If
won't
you're-
leave anything sensitive.
I was going to say, if you're comfortable with people, perhaps, I don't think anybody's going to mess with your
Right.
documents, but I mean, other people will be sitting at these tables briefly. And Miss Meadows, if it's all right with you, I'm going to have to come down there in a moment. If you want me to sit there and be a watchdog for your stuff so you don't have to move it, I'm happy to do that. I'm not going to be looking at it. And
This is your court, so you
So-
tell me what you want me to do.
It's up
and
to you. I mean, you're free, you can take it with you if you want, but if you want to leave it, I'm happy to sit there and
Testing. Test 1, 2. Audio check.
Yes, real good, Brian. Uh-huh.
It is 11 a.m. Good morning, Commissioner Kolkmeyer. We see you there online. All the commissioners are present, so we will begin the agenda meeting for today, Wednesday, August 20th. I would ask those who are participating on the call to please mute your phone unless you need to speak. We do have 2 new team members with us, so at this point I'd like Jim Bush to come forward and introduce John Stafford. Jaden. Pronunciations are rough around here.
Good morning, Commissioners and everybody. This is our new economist, Jaden Stafford. He is in our pipes department, not the PSC. He's an economist. He comes to us from Oregon, so he's moved a long way to come here and live and work in Missouri. As you can tell, he's already working on the economist haircut, so that was a very positive sign when we interviewed him. And not only he played football in high school, football and baseball in high school, he's also shockingly been electrocuted over 10 times. So we're going to keep him away from the electric
Yeah,
department.
stay away from me.
So, anyway, we are very happy to have Jaden here, and we're looking forward to his success. So,
Great, thank you. Welcome, Jaden.
Welcome.
yeah, it's good to meet you all.
Nice to meet you. And then we also have Stephanie Chisholm here, so if Mark Johnson would come forward and introduce Stephanie to us.
Morning, Chair, Commissioners. This morning I have the pleasure to introduce to you our newest team member, Stephanie Chisholm. Stephanie is a recent graduate of Mizzou Law School. She just took the bar last month. As she's awaiting those results, she'll be technically an intern with us, but I think in late September we'll get those results and she'll join us as a full-time legal counsel. So we're very excited to have her as part of our team, and she actually completes our team. We're now fully staffed for the first time that I can remember. It's been years.
Great news. Thanks, Mark. Welcome, Stephanie.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Welcome.
Okay, today we do have 1 new order and 2 other items, but before we do those, we do have minutes to approve from the August 13, 2025 agenda. Commissioners, are there any changes or modifications to those minutes? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving those minutes, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? By a vote of 4-0, those minutes are approved. First and only tariff in new order today is in file number SM-2025-0067 in the matter of the joint application of Confluence Rivers Utility Operating Company and Missouri American Water Company for authority for Confluence to acquire certain sewer assets of Missouri American Water in Callaway and Morgan counties. This report and order follows the Commission's case discussion last week. As noted in last week's discussion, all parties agree on the legal standard, and what remains for the Commission's determination is to decide if Missouri American's proposed sale of these water systems to Confluence is detrimental to the public interest. Detrimental to the public interest requires a showing that there is a net detriment. As the Commission discussed last week, there is agreement that there has not been sufficient evidence showing that there will be a net detriment for Confluence to own and operate these systems. With that, I feel like our case discussion was fairly thorough last week. So with that, I recommend we approve the order version number 2. Commissioner Coleman.
I support the order.
Thank you, Commissioner Coleman. Commissioner Kolkmeyer.
I support the order.
Thank you, Commissioner Kolkmeyer. Commissioner Mitchell.
I'm in support of the order.
Thank you, Commissioner Mitchell. All those in favor of approving this order, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? By a vote of 4-0, that order is approved. On to other discussion, we have 2 sunshine requests. The first sunshine request is for release of information regarding an informal complaint. Judge Pridgeon.
Chair Hahn, thank you. Good morning, Chair Hahn. Good morning, Commissioners. I put this memorandum on to see if the Commission would like to release information that a Julia Schlegel has requested in a sunshine request. She would like information regarding her informal complaint against Ameren, Missouri. 386-480 revised statute of Missouri prohibits the Commission from releasing the information that came from Ameren, Missouri unless the Commission votes to do so. I contacted Ameren, Missouri's counsel, and Ameren, Missouri does not object to the release of the information. And so for that reason, I would recommend the Commission vote to release that information and give Ms. Schlegel her informal complaint file at the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Pridgeon. Are there any questions from the Commission? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the release of information, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Information can be released. Vote carries. I guess I didn't do a motion in a second. The second item is for a sunshine request.
Excuse me, before we move on, do we need a motion to vote? Okay.
No,
just-
that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying. Is a sunshine request for release of information. Due to the subject matter of this particular request, I will abstain and ask that Commissioner Coleman chair this item and vote to release the documents.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Judge DePail.
Thank you. Similar to the request you just voted on for Judge Pridgeon, this was a records request. The difference is that this one was for some email or electronic communications of various staff members and Chair Hahn. And so I've gathered all those various documents that were responsive to the request, and I am recommending that you release that information. I contacted Ameren also, and they had no objection to the release of the information they provided the Commission, with the exception of one employee cell phone number that they asked remain confidential. So I have redacted that phone number, and otherwise I recommend you release the remaining documents.
Thank you, Judge. Are there any questions, Commissioners? Hearing none, all in favor for releasing information requested through the sunshine request, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Any abstentions?
Aye.
By a vote of 3-0 with one abstention, the information may be released. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner Coleman. Appreciate that. All we have left on agenda for today is scheduling. So continuing after this agenda at 11:15 is the evidentiary hearing in case EC-2025-0136, Miss Meadows versus Greenbelt. Tuesday, August 26th, we have a local public hearing in case EA-2025-0222 in the matter of Ameren Transmission for a CCN to own and otherwise control and manage a 138 kV transmission line and facilities in Perry County, Missouri at Trinity Lutheran Church Gym in Altenburg, Missouri at 6 p.m. with Judge Sire. Wednesday, August 27th, we have agenda at 11 a.m. Thursday, August 28th, we have an evidentiary hearing in case WC-2025-0204, Jim Moriarty versus Missouri American Water Company, hearing in this room, 310 at 9 a.m. with Judge Walker. Wednesday, September 3rd, we have agenda at 11 a.m. Also, Wednesday, September 10th, we have agenda at 11 a.m. Commissioners, are there any modifications to the schedule? Hearing none. Any further business coming before the commission? Also, hearing none, we're adjourned. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brian, can you hear me? Sounds good. You as well.
Record in case number EC 2025-0136. Just a little bit of housekeeping before Ms. Meadows continues her testimony. We will take a lunch break around noon for about an hour and then resume this afternoon. I believe this is only set for today, and so I will, as the afternoon progresses, we'll see how far we get along. If we need to stay late or go to another day or whatever, we will worry about that this afternoon, but just planting that thought in your head to plan one way or another to get this hearing done. Anything from anyone before Ms. Meadows resumes her testimony? All right. Ms. Meadows, I'll remind you, you're still under oath, and you may continue when you're ready.
Thank you. Can't even remember where I left off. Okay, so continuing on with this line and the concerns, I did want to handout, I'm sorry, exhibit number 7, the potential risks to my property. So I guess I needed to get closer. Okay, is that okay?
That's, if you can just try to speak up a little bit to the microphone, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so basically, if you read this, number 7, you can see I go over all the high voltage power lines that have fallen and where it's found. Honestly, I didn't want to print out any more than I had to in all this because it's ironic. I'm trying to save my trees and I've printed out approximately 1,000 pieces of paper here, and hopefully that's okay with the commissioners that you can look in the previous, because I think it's referenced in some of the other stuff on some of the stuff that I'm going over, not necessarily this, but in some of the other stuff that I didn't print. And I have other stuff that's going to go along with this as far as the falling. I have some stuff on the EMF that I'll hand out in a minute. The chemical thing, I don't put any chemicals on my animals of any kind. They're healthy, so they don't have fleas. They barely get ticks. I mow my drives so it's short. We don't have a problem, and I'm not subjecting my animals to toxic chemicals, so I use salt. Obviously, I don't use it down my drive because it's costly, but I mow it instead. I am concerned that they're going to have to spray, I don't know what they spray, something toxic, I'm sure, on that 200-foot wide portion of my land to keep it from growing up. Now, back and forth during the replies, and that's kind of what I'm referring to here, they were going back and forth that, well, they would only spray organic stuff. And then they said, well, if you sign an easement, we won't spray anything, or something to that effect. And it was basically like, if you sign an easement, then we won't poison you, or your pets. And so I don't know that I trust anybody, whether it's Grainbelt or if they were to ever sell it to Ameren or someone else, to not spray something on that. I know my own electric company does it, but they only have to do, it's hardly nothing. And this is gonna be a 200-foot wide portion. And when my animals walk down the drive, they tend to stay with me, but if they see a wide open area, they're liable to go out there. And I've already shown the exhibit with the water standing. They do drink out of the ditches with the water in it and all that. And that concerns me. I don't want to be exposed to it. I don't want them exposed to it. And that's such a large portion of my land. And that also takes it back, if you look at that original picture that I sent you of the southerly view, that's grass. They won't have to spray anything over there. They'll have free vegetation control. And that's another reason why I don't understand why they don't move. It may, and I can only assume it has something to do with cost, but I would think the money they're gonna save and not having to spray anything, not having to bulldoze anything, and even what they would have to pay that resident, which I assume we all get paid the same, but whatever they pay them, I don't see if they're gonna come back at it's a cost reason they're doing all this. I see plenty of advantages for them not being on me as far as saving money and having to treat vegetation, having to bulldoze, all that. And it seems to me like it would maybe be easier to access the line over there than it would be on me. And I don't even know if they would need to maintain the line since the tower's on each side of my property. So I don't even know how that works. If they have to do anything to just the line itself, maybe they can cover that. But also, on this that I've already covered was the cell phone, my wireless driveway alarm. It's always nice to know before someone pulls up in front of your house when you're at the end of the house in your towel and you have windows all across the front that someone's coming. And my current dog is polite and doesn't bark at people. So I don't want my driveway alarm to not be working from this, and it'll be a serious or a potentially serious issue if I don't have an alert that someone is coming to my house or is parked down there doing something. One of the reasons I wanted a wireless alarm is because on several occasions, people have used my drive as just a place to come park, eat their fast food or whatever, and then throw their trash out and leave. And then my dogs find the chicken bones or whatever on our walks, and they get to them before me, and they get into them and eat them. And I don't know if you guys know, but cooked chicken bones are very hazardous to dogs. So having the driveway alarm let me know if someone is messing around down there. I can go stop them or call the police and get them arrested for trespassing, or just give them a good what for. But in any case, that's why that is on this list and why it is important. It's not just some reason I'm making up. I have legitimate concerns about all this. The big one is it'll block my driveway. I don't want my driveway blocked. If I want to stay home and not leave for 2 weeks, fine, but I don't want some line that could kill me across my drive that prevents me from ever leaving. Especially because I'll tell you right now, if anything ever happened to someone in my household and we needed emergency care, I would drive over any line that's between me and a hospital to get them care. And that's the truth. And hopefully we don't ever have to test that, but I will. I'm not going to sit there and let someone in my family or friend or one of my animals die because of a stupid line on the ground. That shouldn't ever have been there to begin with. And if I do die, then I'll come back as a really mad ghost. And also, there probably would be a substantial lawsuit. Another thing on the topic of my pets is I don't want my pets subjected to this EMF. I know in one of their statements they said, well, we had a guy from 2016 say it's perfectly fine. Well, I have a story here that I'm gonna hand out in just a minute that's from 2023 that says otherwise, that it does damage your cells in your body. It's stuff that you can't even see to know that it's not like a sunburn that you can see that it's happening. And these are little tiny animals that are innocent, and they think we're just going for a walk, and I don't want to be subjecting them to cancer. And I don't want to be subjected to it because it's bad enough. I don't know if any of you folks have ever dealt with it or have a family member. I personally am doing everything in my power to be healthy, and that includes not have cancer or having dementia or any other sort of health issue. Because the matter of the fact is, if you don't have your health, you don't have anything. And I want to maintain mine, and there's no one that can tell me definitively, absolutely, it's been proven that this line will not harm you or your animals in any way. And again, it takes me back, am I just supposed to stop utilizing the part of my land that I have for the past 25 years? No. How about you just move the line across the road where nobody will be impacted? Maybe cows occasionally, but hopefully I'm precedent over cows. This is exhibit number 4.
Judge, before we move on to another exhibit, Greenbelt Express objects to exhibit number 7 on relevance, hearsay, lack of foundation grounds.
All right, thank you. That objection's overruled.
Thank you.
Ms. Meadows.
Judge, and also all of her opinion testimony regarding exhibit 7.
All right, thank you.
This was also one of those articles that was, I think it was like 30-some pages long. So if anyone wants to look up the full thing, I believe the information is on there, up under the heading or whatever. And then also, because I told you I'm completely transparent in all of this, exhibit number 11 is actually me walking down, pictures of me walking down the drive with my animals over the years.
Judge, we're going to object to exhibit 4, also on the basis of relevance, hearsay, lack of foundation.
All right, thank you. Objection's overruled.
Thank you.
Ms. Meadows.
Thank you. I touched on the fire hazard and the fact that I wouldn't have water, and also we only have volunteer fire departments out where I live. So basically when you call the fire department, you get people who have full-time jobs and they just come try to help. I mean, maybe some people would be okay with that, but if my house is on fire, I want someone who doesn't do this part-time. If I don't have water, and that's basically how it would be, because like I said before, I have attached garage, it's oversized, so everything I own is in that car, in that house. So if I didn't have electricity, I couldn't get the garage door open. I'd have to run around trying to figure out, do I want to save my animals? Do I want to save my personal items that I won't ever be able to replace, my car, so I'm not homeless and carless? What do I do? I mean, it would just be, I can't even describe how chaotic this scene would be if something were ever to happen with that line and it caused a fire at my house. Because you can't just go to the Motel 6 with 9 cats and dogs, and there's no way I would ever leave them in a burned out house. So I'd be camping out there in the yard, probably with nothing because everything would probably burn up, but I would not leave them. And maybe that would never happen, but there's a risk that it could. And a risk is a risk is a risk, guys. And I don't know why I even have to say that, but there is a risk. Nobody can tell you 100%, this line will be fine. It'll never fall. You'll never have a fire. It'll be great. Nobody can tell me that. But you know what you can tell me? If the line is across the road, I won't have to worry about a single thing on this list. My land is extremely weird shaped. It's long and narrow. Like I said, it's 400 foot wide with 275 foot above that. So it's not really good for much. There's no fences. I can't rent it out for grazing or anything. The only way I could possibly make money off of this land is if I subdivided it down near the road where whoever bought it would be far enough away from me. I would still have my privacy. And if you look at the overhead picture that I showed you, basically where that is just to the side of those trees, which would be north of those trees. And because that's like, it's hard to tell, but it's like the least grown area in the land, or on the land. So if I ever got into a situation, I don't have kids, I'm never gonna have kids, I'm never gonna be married, so it's just gonna be me. And if I ever have medical bills or need to hire a nurse or something, need the money, that may be my only option, is just to sell a couple acres of my land. And Greenbelt is gonna take that away in addition to everything else on this list. And I think if you look at this list compared to what everyone else has to give up on the Tiger Connector, I think I stand more to lose than anybody. And I know they keep saying it's a collateral attack and it's this and that, but my response is, why did you even put it on me to begin with? And I know you guys approved the line, and I doubt you guys were in the windshield survey cars driving around doing this, but I have a feeling that if you drove down my road and saw this, or if you even came to my house and saw this, you would think it was insane also. As a matter of fact, when Jason Brown came out with the guy from CLS and the girl from Invenergy, he told me when he got out of the car, the first thing I said was, how did you guys not avoid this place? He told me that to my face, and I said, exactly, that's what I want to know. And of course, no one's ever told me, but it's so obvious. Mark could probably tell you. Mark came and saw my house, and he can appreciate how much time I take to make it this perfect little place for us. I was not happy to recently learn that the easement I thought was 150 foot that they had marked off the survey stakes, and those were the ones you guys saw in the video. Actually, apparently Greenbelt wants 200 foot of my property instead of the 150 foot. So I don't know. I guess I'll find out during testimony if that is an accident or what that was, or just a sneaky way of them to get more of my land. But I also wanted to mention that as well. So that's on the record. I've mentioned the windbreak that it's going to take out and the privacy. Right now I have privacy from the gravel road, so if someone I don't want to know or want to know that I'm out walking my animals drives by, they only have a slight window when they go by my drive to see if I'm out there. If that line is open, it's going to open me up to people being able to see me or stalk me or whatever. So that's a safety issue on my part that I'm not happy to have to endure. In their articles or their notes about having routing this study, they talked about there's bald eagles in the area. Well, I have bald eagles on my property too. I've had two parked on my property. I possibly had more, but I've just seen two. And they said they moved the line because someone had brought up at that July 2022 meeting that there were eagles in the area. So I have eagles, I have owls, I have blue herons, I have hawks. I have a number of large birds that could hit these lines or be killed or something. So I don't understand why they moved the line because someone mentioned that back then, and I've mentioned it and nobody cared, and I have mentioned it. I think I've covered everything else there about all the risks. There were so many, I had to write them all down. It wasn't just one or two. And at this time, I would like to hand out exhibit number 20. And what this is this is the map that Greenbelt printed out of their line. And it also goes to what I've been pointing out, is that there's land south of me that's perfectly wide open. And where they're running their line is from here, from this map, you look at it, you're like, it's not that bad. It just looks like grass. But I showed you in the video, it's super grown up, and I've intentionally let it grow up that way for the animals. I don't allow hunting. I don't personally hunt. All this is open, and I want the animals to have coverage, to a place to have their young. I have a turkey that comes through my yard and goes up into those woods and nests every single year. I have literal pictures of her in my yard, and my chickens have chased her away. So I have so much of this wildlife on my land that I want to preserve. It's not open grass. It's not crops. It's not anything that could be replaced or whatever. It's living, breathing, it's plants. It's wildlife needed to survive. It's what gives us oxygen, guys. So when you see this map, this is from Greenbelt and how they think this line is best run. And again, that was number 20. Now, if I could point out, didn't have the number written on this one. I actually don't have this down. How do I proceed with that as an exhibit?
If I recall correctly, you had offered an exhibit 26, so if you want to offer another exhibit, it would be number 27.
Actually, this will have to be, so, I'm sorry, I don't understand the process, but if I didn't bring enough copies for everyone, but I have one copy, can I email that to everyone, or, because I have it, I just don't have copies of it. Is that permitted, or how does that work?
The court reporter will eventually get all the exhibits, and they will be submitted into our filing system, our electronic filing system, so that everybody, can see them from
Okay.
there.
Because like I have a letter here from my local county commissioner that I wanted to present, and I don't know why I didn't print out copies, but apparently I didn't. But that's important that I want to bring up. So we'll just make this one exhibit 30. And what this is Greenbelt's response to staff's question about the line, and I'll just hand it out and everyone can read what the question was and what Greenbelt's response was. So if everyone has a chance to see this, they wanted to know, basically why they couldn't route this, away from me. And if you look at that map that I gave you previously, that it just says MTC route. It was exhibit number 20. If you look at that map, and then I can read to you while you're looking at the map if you want, but it says, the routing team was constrained by the properties to the west and south of Miss Meadows. Immediately to the west of Miss Meadows are multiple residences and agricultural buildings on the east side of County Road 232. Now, when they say immediately, I think of 50 feet next door, but what they mean is a half a mile down the road. And these people's houses all face west to the gravel road. So the worst they would have by that line is if they looked out their back window over their cow pasture, the line would be a little bit closer to them. This is gonna go on the record, I would take looking out my window at a transmission line in my cow pasture, however many feet away, over being over my drive and potentially killing me any day of the week. And if you ask my neighbors how they felt about that, the line could maybe be moved a little bit closer to them so that it doesn't burn Cheri Meadows' house down and kill her. I'm pretty sure I've been a good enough neighbor over the years, putting their cows back in them, in for them when they get out or whatever. I'm pretty sure they would probably be okay with that line being just a little bit closer to them if it meant it wasn't gonna harm me. And then they also said, the last line, it would potentially put the line closer than is preferred to a pond on that landowner's property. And if you look at the pond they're talking about, and I showed it in that drone footage, it's a teeny tiny little pond. The pond right there by my house is half an acre, and theirs is maybe twice as big as mine. So theirs is about an acre or so. So it concerns me that Greenbelt is concerned about moving the line because of a little pond. That's scarier to them, or that's a bigger fear of moving this line than possibly destroying my property, burning my house down, poisoning me and my animals with EMF and chemicals, and destroying a huge chunk of my land. So I don't know if they don't have their priorities right or what, but I've also showed that I have water on my land too, and they've had no problem with it. So maybe that's a sign. If they can't go around a little pond, maybe their robust routing survey wasn't as robust as they claim. And that leads me to my last exhibit, number 3. And what this is this is the routing map that I've made the poster board of, because I really wanted everyone to see. Now, I'll need to stand up there and talk so you guys can see it, because obviously this map is tiny. How would you prefer I do that?
You can use that podium microphone. Thank you. You're gonna have to go back just a tad. Okay, thank you. Okay, so if everyone has a chance to look at their maps, I'm gonna point on this map right here where my property is in relation to that map and the line. Okay, you guys, or they chose Route B here.
So I'm the first house when they come up on that outer line to the right. You guys can't see, do you need? Oh, okay. When you come up that route and it makes that right, that's my property right there. And you can see the line is literally right beside it. And then you go on up and you look and you see all these little ins and outs and arounds and little hiccupy things and all kinds of things. So it seems to me if they really wanted to, if they really were responsible and conscientious and cared about my safety and all this, they could make a little loop-de-loo thing like they've done other places on this map and just get the line away from me. I'm not asking them to reroute it to the moon or reroute the whole thing. Just please don't destroy my land and possibly kill me. That's all I want. But like I said, when you guys approved this line, I'm sure you didn't ride around with them and see what they were doing and see how close they were coming to anyone's houses and the magnitude of impact they would have. And I would venture to say there are very, very, very few, if any other houses that are going to be so impacted like me. And I know you guys were concerned about this setting a precedent of everyone complaining. But if it's a safety thing where this line could kill someone or could block their only entrance and exits to their property, and this isn't a little jaunt that I could just walk around the line and get to the road and the ambulance could come and pick me up or they could run the hose. No, it's a quarter of a mile. And guys, someday I might get old and I'm not gonna be able to walk through weeds and trees or whatever else is out there if I ever need to get to another house or someone for help. And this line supposedly is gonna last 40 or 50 years, and that's gonna make it to quite a ways for me. So once again, I don't wanna live those next 40 to 50 years worrying about what's gonna happen with this line. It's gonna sag, and the guy who delivers the rock to me, I asked him, how tall is your dump truck when the bed's up? Because he has to, I don't have a skid steer, so he just tilts his bed up and dumps it down the drive for me. And he said, it's 18 feet. And I was like, wow, you're not supposed to be within like 20 feet or something of high-powered lines. 10 or 20 feet is like the standard. So I was like, well, my property is in between two poles where he could possibly hit it. Well, surely Grainbelt's done their research. Surely they've checked all these weather phenoms and different things. And, you know, we've got the New Madrid Fault, and I grew up in school, the teachers telling us how bad it was going to be if it ever went off. And of course, you can't prove any of that and what that would do, but that's in the back of my mind that what if we have an earthquake? Are these poles designed for that? And what if they're not? It takes us back to, it'll be blocking my drive. I won't be able to get out. I'll be sitting, I have no water, no anything. I'll be sitting in the dark, thirsty, basically, for weeks until they come. I won't be able to cook. I won't have a stove. I won't have a heat, nothing. So all of that to me seems like it should have been considerations that Grainbelt should have taken. This isn't just a cookie cutter situation that it's going across my cow pasture or it's going across my crops or whatever. It's literally going across my property and doing so in such a way that it is not bringing me a single benefit at all. And I stand here under oath and I tell you, they could put 2 or 3 zeros behind what they have offered me to do this to my property, and I would tell them no, because my safety and my health are more important than money. And it may not be to them, but it is to me. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Meadows, thank you. Does that conclude your testimony?
Yes.
All right. This looks to be a pretty good natural break for lunch since we're approaching noon. If we could get back on the record at 1 o'clock, and then we'll resume with any cross-examination of Ms. Meadows, anything from the bench or from the parties before we take a lunch recess. All right, hearing nothing, we would stand in recess until 1 o'clock. Thank you. We are back on the record in case number EC 2025-0136. I believe when we adjourned for lunch, we were about to begin cross-examination of Ms. Meadows. Anything further from the bench or from the parties before we proceed?
I do have one question, Judge.
Commissioner?
Just a question for Ms. Meadows. And I'm looking at Exhibit 20 and Exhibit 30. Exhibit 30 are being a data request and response. And in the response,
Is your mic on? Oh,
it is.
okay, I'm
Is that
having
better?
trouble hearing, sorry.
In the response, there is a reference to County Road 232. And on Exhibit 20, I don't see where County Road 232 is. I see a 231 and a 260, but can you tell me where 232 is?
It might be a typo.
Commissioner, I can confirm that the DR response is a typo. And we'll have Kevin Chandler testifying later, who sponsored that response to the DR. And he can verify that he intended to refer to Road 231 instead of 232.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, thank you. Anything further before cross? All right. Any cross-examination, public counsel?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Any cross from staff?
No, thank you, Judge.
Ms. Hanson, thank you. Greenbelt?
Yes, Judge, thank you. Judge, would it be easier, should I stand at the podium so I can see Ms. Meadows? Or,
You certainly may, however you're comfortable.
or Ms. Meadows, are you comfortable if I stay seated?
Whatever, whatever works for you.
Thanks. Good afternoon. Ms. Meadows, could you please summarize your educational background for us, please?
I have a college degree.
And what is that degree in?
It's a Bachelor of Arts with double majors in Business Administration and Computer Information Science.
Okay, so you don't have any specific education, knowledge, or experience or training in transmission engineering?
Not beyond what I've researched for this, no.
Okay. And you're not a meteorologist?
That's not what my degree is in, no.
Okay. And you've represented to the commission and to the parties that you are not represented by counsel, is that correct?
Just me.
Okay. Are you familiar with an attorney named Brent Hayden?
Mm-hmm.
And how do you know Mr. Hayden?
He was at the 2023-0017 hearing. I believe he's sat here, actually. And he's also an attorney, I believe he's in Columbia.
Okay. Did you ever seek any legal advice from Mr. Hayden relating to your complaint?
No.
Okay. Are you familiar with an attorney named Paul Agathon?
Yes, he was part of the 2023-0017
The
hearing
CCN
too.
proceeding?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever seek any legal advice from Mr. Agathon relating to your complaint?
No.
No. Did you ever seek legal advice from any attorney relating to your complaint,
I don't know any attorneys.
apart from the two you've mentioned?
Well, I don't know them, I just know their names, so,
Okay.
but no, I don't have any, I haven't contacted any attorneys to discuss my case.
Okay. Take these. Yep, thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Meadows, I've handed you what has been previously marked as Greenbelt Exhibit 101. Have you seen this document before?
My data request. Yeah, I think I objected to it because it didn't have anything to do with my case.
Right, but this is your response to Grainbelt Express data request CM8, is that correct? CM,
Yeah,
and is that your electronic signature on the back page under verification of response?
yes.
Okay. And one of your claims is that in this proceeding is that you did not contact the commission earlier about the route because you didn't know the commission was in charge of approving the route, is that correct?
I knew that they were, see, it's a slippery slope on route versus line. I knew that they approved the route being built, but I didn't know they also approved the specific line route. Does that make sense? Like, I knew they said, okay, Greenbelt, you guys can build this Tiger connector. I did not know that they said you can only build it to these specifications. You can't vary or whatever.
Yeah. Ms. Meadows, turning your attention to this Exhibit 101, on the second page, there is a heading titled Objection. And understanding that first sentence where you say you object, could you please read the next sentence, please?
I did watch the MPSC Grainbelt Express CCN amendment hearing June 5th through 8th, 2023 from home in real time while also caring for a very sick cat.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, we'd move to admit Exhibit 101 into the record, please.
101 has been offered. Any objections?
I object.
What grounds?
Relevance?
Overruled. Objection 101 is admitted.
Thank you. One other question about this. Given your representations that you weren't aware the commission had to approve the route, how did you know to tune in to the WebEx of the hearing on June 5 through 8, 2023?
I don't even recall.
Was it in a letter?
I honestly do not remember. I have no recollection of how I knew.
Okay.
And I would say I knew to put it on my calendar because it was obviously on my calendar, but I don't recall how I knew about it.
Okay, thank you.
That was a long time ago.
Of course. Thank you. Nothing further. Thank you.
Ms. Kalmbach, thank you. Any bench questions? Commissioner Mitchell, any further questions? I don't have any. Ms. Meadows, anything you would like to say in response to the questions, not just continuing to testify, but simply to address the questions that you just received? Any response to those questions?
Well, I just want it to be made clear and recognized, and I even provided the emergency room bill from my cat, who was actually so sick he had to go twice to the emergency vet, and he eventually died. So when I put in there that I was caring for my very sick cat, that means I was not sitting there watching word for word everything that went on with this hearing. I missed a lot of it. It seemed like every time I left and came back, there was a different witness up, and I didn't even know who they were talking about or what it was for. So if you gave me a quiz on that, I would probably fail it because I missed so much, but I just tried to be honest in answering. And that's all.
All right, thank you. That would conclude examination of Ms. Meadows. And Ms. Meadows, you have another witness on the order of witnesses. Did you want to call that witness?
I call Randy Kleindence. I'm probably saying it wrong. I call him as my witness.
If you'll come forward to be sworn, please, sir. And I'll ask you to raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you swear the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Thank you. You can have a seat when you're ready. And Ms. Meadows, you may ask questions.
Good afternoon, Randy. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to do this. I really appreciate it. I know you're no longer county commissioner, but you were during the time most of this back and forth with Greenbelt has taken place. Can you please state for the record what your title was?
Eastern District Commissioner, Callaway County.
And you were my county commissioner also for my particular area.
Yes, ma'am.
So I spoke to you numerous times about this Tiger Connector line going back to the spring of 2023, correct?
I would say we had several conversations, yes.
Have I ever been anything but perfectly clear that I did not want the risk of the Tiger Connector going across my drive?
I can have no recollection of anything but that. You did not want it.
Sorry. Didn't I also express my frustration that in addition to risking blocking my drive if their line ever fell, Greenbelt was also taking out a very large swath of my mature trees and underbrush I've specifically let grow up for wildlife and privacy, while the land immediately south of me was wide open with no residences?
I would say that conversation came up most of the time, a swath that apparently is about 3 times the size of this room in length. So I don't, that was the width of it. So 3 times this length of this room, roughly.
So I was always frustrated when I talked to you, basically,
Well,
and upset.
because you've allowed your place to grow up in vegetation, you didn't really want it cleaned out. That's the way I took it anyway.
It's true. Do you recall if anyone from Greenbelt Express spoke with you individually or the commissioners as a whole about the properties that would be affected by this line and ask if you had any input or feedback on any of this stuff?
And sir, could I trouble you to speak more into the mic? We're having a hard time
Sure,
hearing you.
I'm sorry about that.
Thank you very much.
Repeat that question.
Do you recall if anyone from Greenbelt Express spoke with you individually or the commissioners as a whole about any of the properties, and by that I mean landowners, that would be affected by this line, and if they asked you for any input or feedback about any of them?
Well, I believe that Mr. Brown and I talked a few times, and I think you came up a few times in those conversations. You have to understand, there's so much going on in the commissioner's office. I couldn't keep everything straight all the, from years ago
Sure.
now to what it was, but
And I appreciate
there was a
you
few
trying.
times that came up. Mr. Brown and I had conversations.
So based on your experience with Jason Brown, what do you think his role was in regards to the Tiger Connector?
I took that Mr. Brown was more of the, in a sense, I don't know if coordinator is the right word or public relations is the right word, and like a information person that we could talk to if we needed to.
Do you remember do you know what his official title is or was?
I really don't. I couldn't tell you right here what his official title was, no.
Did you know at one time, do you think?
Well, I could have.
Did he make you call him by that?
Oh, no, we didn't, there was no formal, Mr. Brown, sir, that type of thing, or Commissioner, sir, it was none of that. We were on a
First name
reasonably
basis?
friendly basis, in my opinion.
Do you recall how many times you and Jason discussed my property specifically?
No, I don't recall how many times.
Would you say more than once?
I would say it came up more than once.
Okay. Was it your belief that Jason Brown had any say or could move the line off of my property?
Honestly, I was under the impression that he may have influence with that. Not that he necessarily had the authority to move it, but he was there to talk to us if there was an issue that perhaps he could influence the final decision. That was my assumption, by the way.
And you just speak for yourself on that.
I'm speaking for myself. I'm not
Sure.
authorized to speak for the other commissioners on that.
Did Jason Brown ever tell you that the PSC had approved or would approve the line and Greenbelt Express couldn't change the location once that decision by the PSC was made in regards to moving the line off of my property?
I'm not I'm not sure that Mr. Brown ever told me that exactly.
So did you understand how the PSC worked in relation to once they approved the line, there was no variances really to speak of off of it if something did come up, or since I was coming to you and voicing all my concerns?
Well-
Did you understand that that was just too bad, it had already been approved?
I worked for the county for over 36 years, and it was a rare thing that something was nailed down total in stone at at some point it ended up being. I didn't necessarily think that the folks at the PSC would not be open to look at something if there was a problem there that they didn't realize. So if
Okay.
there was a problem there, I assumed, as they're all, servants of the communities and everything else, that they would be happy to look at that too. Not saying they would change it, but at least look at it, so.
Sure. Based on the feedback that I was giving you at the time about my interactions with Jason Brown, did you believe he could move the line off of me?
I don't believe I ever thought Jason could move the line. I felt like Mr. Brown could talk to someone who may want to look at that and may perhaps change it at that point.
So you felt like he at least had influence for going back to Greenbelt and,
Yeah, I think I said that. I thought he had some influence on that because I thought that was what he was doing with the public
okay.
and trying to establish those things.
Did I ever mention to you missing the deadline to intervene at the PSC?
I don't recall.
Do you ever recall me even mentioning intervening at the PSC?
What do you mean intervening at the PSC? I mean, what do you mean by that?
You can intervene, which I understand is speak up.
So your question is that you wanted to intervene with the PSC, or do you want someone else? I'm sorry. I'm not following.
My question is, Greenbelt has said I had the opportunity to intervene, and I didn't know what that was, and I definitely didn't know I had an opportunity to do it. So I'm asking
Oh,
you, in case
okay.
they think I'm lying, did I run to you and brag how I could intervene, but I wasn't gonna?
No,
or-
you did not do that. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I know what you're saying here.
Yeah, so I never mentioned to you that I wish I wouldn't have missed the intervention period, or I'm looking forward to intervening, or anything along those lines about intervening?
I don't believe intervening was really a large part of our conversation at any time. I mean, I thought you were trying to work something out, but I didn't know on the intervening. I don't know.
I don't know,
You know.
I can't tell you exactly what it is, so I'm not gonna go into it, but
Okay.
I just know they have accused me of having the opportunity to intervene and not doing it, and so I'm asking you to share with everyone if I went to you and mentioned it or talked about it, and then I lied to them that I didn't.
It's my opinion is you didn't lie to them. So,
Based on our conversations, does that seem like something that I would have mentioned as to keep you in the loop, and given how upset I was about how careless they were being with my safety and my property? About the intervention, I'm sorry, I should have prefaced that.
Okay.
Do you want me to repeat it?
I think you better repeat that.
Okay. Regarding the intervening part, based on all of our conversations we had during this whole,
Right.
I think you were my commissioner for the 2 years this was going on. Based on our conversations and me keeping you in the loop on everything, does it seem like something about the intervening that I would not have brought up with you?
If you knew anything about intervening, you would have probably brought it up to me.
Is it your opinion that I believed that the Tiger Connector line could be moved off of my property by Jason Brown? Or with his help, or,
I think with the conversation that we had, you were leaning on Jason to try to figure out how to get it moved off your land.
in your deposition in May, when asked by Mr. Schulte if we discussed potential alternative routes on my property specifically, you said yes. Can you clarify your answer?
Well, we're standing there looking at your property. And so I'm really thinking that your whole idea that you talked to me about was to try to move it off, or at least to the far extremity of your property, so it wouldn't take out the swath and all your vegetation. Now, you'd mentioned something earlier today about way north of your place, but I didn't know that was even in place, so.
I just brought that up as a Hail Mary. If they just were determined to go across me, at least don't do it somewhere that could kill me. I don't walk my animals under the north side. There's no power line.
Sure.
There's nothing. So all my conversations with you, I didn't think they would choose that option due to all the trees and whatever, but I wanted to bring it up. But in your deposition, you had said that we discussed that, so I wanted you to clarify about what we actually had discussed. And I think they were referring to micro-siding. But once again, did I ever bring up micro-siding
I never
to
heard
you?
of micro-siding, so I don't even know what that, does that mean pinpoint the spot or what? What's that mean?
I'm not positive.
Okay.
I believe it's just moving it around on your own property, but we'll have to
Okay.
it was never explained to me, so.
Okay.
Before you were a county commissioner, what was your job?
Oh, how far back? I was, like I said, I worked for the county for 36 years. I did every job we had there.
So you're a local in the community and you
That's
know a lot
correct.
of people?
I was born and raised in Callaway County, yes.
Okay. Since you worked, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe you were my road grader at one time. Because
did.
I've been at my house for 25
I'm very
years.
cautious about where I admit that sometimes, but yes, I was your grader operator.
Nothing ever was bad, so you're okay.
Oh, yes, it was.
Since you worked in the area, were you aware of the house that had been there before, my current house, being struck by lightning and burning down?
I'd heard about it, just, you know, I didn't witness it, but I heard about it, so.
You wouldn't have seen it from the road, it was too far back, but anyway. Do you recall several years ago, a nearby manufacturing company, about 1.5 miles west of my house, was struck by lightning and also burned, was completely destroyed?
I do recall that, yeah. Oh, I say I recall it. I don't know the exact date, but it was in the, I
It
do
happened,
remember hearing
it
about
happened, yeah, and it was, I mean,
Word gets around in
Yeah, it's-
communities like ours.
it's only within that area, it's pretty tight, and the neighbors do talk, so, anyway. Randy, you and I have been going round and round on this for 3 years, and I would just like to ask you to be 100% honest with everyone here, and please tell them, in your opinion, if I'm an honest person, if everything I've said today is true, and your belief on what my thinking was in all this, please.
Well, what I've known, the time that I've known you, which has been 3 or 4 years, frankly, we've had multiple conversations. I feel like that what you've told me has been upfront and honest and sincere. And her little piece of heaven and community, you might say, with the a 400-foot strip going back to her house, then all of a sudden a big power line coming in when there's 150 acres on either side of it that the line could cross, has to cross her place and clean out the vegetation, everything she has. I see the issue that she's having. I feel for it. I would like to think that there could be a way to work around that, you know. But that's emotion. Maybe there's law that won't allow it. I don't know. But if there is, it probably should be examined. But I feel like that Cheri has been very consistent when she's talked to me about her feelings on this. And I don't believe anything is made up or false, so.
And you've been out to my house at least twice now, correct?
That's right.
And you can vouch that I spend a lot of time on my drive, in my yard, keeping my place nice, and then I'm gonna end up spending a tremendous amount of time directly under that power line to just enjoy my property and keep it maintained.
To me, the fact is that, yes, you do maintain a nice place, and from my perspective, it looked very nice. the time you would spend under that power line, you keep the driveway fairly well mowed and things like that, and you walk your animals. I don't know how many hours a day that is, but it's your only ingress and egress. So whatever, I don't know from that.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Randy.
Sure.
Ms. Meadows, thank you. Let me see if we have any cross for this witness. Public counsel?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Staff?
No questions.
Grain Belt?
Yes, Judge, thank you. Hi, Mr. Kleindienst. My name is Andrew Schulte. I'm with the law firm Pulcinelli, and I represent Greenbelt Express LLC. Do you recall meeting me previously at your deposition on May 13th, 2025 at the Pulcinelli office in Jefferson City,
I do
Missouri?
recall meeting you there, yes, sir.
You had, Ms. Meadows asked you some questions about your conversations with Jason Brown, who works for Grainbelt Express. Do you recall those questions? Just now?
Just now?
Yeah.
Basically, yeah. I mean,
In your conversations with Mr. Brown, did he answer the questions that you had for him? Do you believe that he answered those to the best of his ability?
see, now you're asking me to put my opinion on what he's telling me.
Sure.
I was satisfied with the answers that I got. I mean, I suppose it was, yes.
Okay. You had,
I don't have an issue with Mr. Brown.
okay. That is all I wanted to confirm. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Let me see if we have any bench questions. Don't see anything. All right. No redirect then because of no bench questions. So thank you very much, sir. You may step down.
Can I say one thing?
No, sorry.
Thank you.
You aren't being asked a question. I apologize. Thank you. All right.
I sure certainly can. I need a microphone. No, it's okay. Kleindienst.
All right. I think we're ready for Greenbelt witnesses now. Greenbelt, when you're ready.
We may be able to shortcut some of our direct testimony if we could just have a 10-minute recess, if that would be okay. And then I think the 10 minutes will be well used in order to make sure that we do an efficient job on our direct.
Okay. Any responses, objections? So we want to go ahead and take that 10 minutes now, I assume, and come back here like at about 1:40?
Yes, and sorry to take the break so soon after the lunch break, but we just didn't, we weren't sure the close, just now that her portion of the case has been closed, I think we'll have an opportunity to make our direct more efficient.
Okay, very good. We will take a 10-minute recess, be back on the record at 1:40. We are off the record. record. Before I let Greenbelt start with witnesses, I do want to give Ms. Meadows a chance. You had brought a lot of exhibits up to the bench. Did you want those exhibits admitted into evidence? And I'll go through, not in numerical order, but in the order that I was handed those exhibits. It was exhibits 26, 22, 2, 1, 7, 4, 11, 20, 30, and 3. Did you want those exhibits admitted into evidence? Okay.
Sorry. Yes, please.
Any objections? And I think we've already had some objections, but any further objections?
Yes, Judge, we would renew our previous objections on the basis of relevance, hearsay, and lack of foundation. You went through those rather quickly. If I could have a second just to.
Absolutely.
There were several we did not object to. If I could have a minute.
Absolutely.
While she's looking, Judge, I was curious, what was 30? I think I missed that one.
30 is a DR response.
No objection to.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Judge, quick question. When you went through the list of exhibits, I heard you say 21. I don't have that. Perhaps I misheard.
I have, and let me go through these in numerical order now. I think this is the right numerical order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 11, 20, 22, 26, and 30.
Okay. Thank you.
Judge, there was also the 2 videos. I didn't know if those were being
Thank you,
separately
Mr.
marked.
Poston. Let me see.
I think I had those as at least 25 and 6.
So let's add, thank you, Mr. Poston, Exhibit 6 and 25 to that list as well.
Judge, can we clarify which order those videos were played in with Ms. Meadows? Like which one was shown first? Was it 6 or 26?
It was the first one was 6.
Okay.
The area that would be destroyed, the longer one.
Thank you.
Okay, to clarify, I have exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 11, 20, 22, 25, 26, and 30 that have been offered into evidence. Do we have any further objections? And if you need more time, please let me know.
Thank you. Just 1 minute, please.
Thank you.
Thank you for your indulgence, Judge. We renew our objections to exhibit number 2, 4, 7, and 22.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Those objections are overruled. So exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 11, 20, 22, 25, 26, and 30 are admitted into evidence. Mr. Schulte, was Greenbelt ready to go with their first witness?
Yes, Judge.
Ms. Kellogg, thank you.
Thank you. Greenbelt Express calls Aaron White to the stand, please.
Okay, Mr. White, if you'll come forward to be sworn, please, sir. You swear the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir. You may have a seat. Ms. Kallenbach, when you're ready.
Thank you. Mr. White, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name, title, and place of employment?
Aaron White, Senior Director of Transmission Engineering and Invenergy LLC.
And what is your business address?
Business address is 1 South Wacker Drive, Suite 1500, Chicago, Illinois, 60606.
Thank you. Would you please explain your educational background and your experience, please?
My education is a bachelor's in civil engineering. I am a licensed engineer in the state of Utah, and I have over 10 years of experience designing transmission lines.
Thank you. And is it correct that you previously testified in what we've been referring to here today as the CCN proceeding?
Yes,
Thank you. And you submitted both direct and rebuttal testimony in that proceeding and associated schedules?
correct.
Thank you. And those are the same documents that the commission took administrative notice of earlier today?
Yes,
Thank you. And Mr. White, you were present in the hearing room this morning when Ms. Meadows testified, is that correct?
that is correct.
And did you hear Ms. Meadows' fears that her home could burn down as a result of the transmission line?
I did.
Is that a very likely scenario?
It is not.
And would you please explain why that is not an unlikely scenario based on your engineering experience?
It's unlikely that the transmission line would cause her home to burn down for several reasons. First, I would tell you that there's the design standards for distribution for your home in the county. There's the design standards for your distribution, and then design standards for transmission, high voltage and extra high voltage. The design standards for extra high voltage are of the highest and more stringent. In Invenergy, we design our transmission lines above the minimum code requirements, and we add other considerations into our design for reliability.
Thank you. Mr. White, can you explain in a little more detail what some of those more stringent design standards are?
Sure. One of the code design standards is an extreme wind event. The extreme wind is considered the 100-year mean reoccurrence interval, or 1%. 100-year mean reoccurrence interval, or 1% chance of happening each year. For this Callaway County, the wind event is 94 miles per hour. We at Invenergy not only design for 94 miles per hour, but we also design for other wind events, ice events that are not within the code. For example, the line considers tornado loading on the structures, the wind from a tornado. Some other above code requirements, the structures have a V-string assembly
And I can refer to what was previously submitted as Exhibit AW3 for an illustration of that V-string assembly. What that V-string does for the line is it limits the conductor movement from wind and provides redundancy. If one insulator fails, the vertical, what that structure is doing, holding the wire up, that vertical load can be supported by a single insulator. So that redundancy is above and beyond what code requires. It is good industry practice and something that we do at Invenergy.
Thank you, Mr. White. In the CCN proceeding, there were certain conditions placed on Grainbelt CCN, is that correct?
Correct.
And one of those conditions, and I'll just, for the record, I'm referring to Staff Exhibit 206 to the Commission's October 12th, 2023 report and order, which the Commission took administrative notice of earlier. Oh, I apologize. It is attachment 1. It also says Exhibit 206. Okay. And one of those conditions is that the commission must have an emergency restoration plan in place prior to commercial operation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the commission what, I understand that has not been developed yet, but what would some features of that be?
Our first priority in an emergency response situation is the safety of our workers and the safety of the public. To accomplish that, there are, built on the details of the construction plans, may I read from the direct testimony?
Yes. Do you have a copy of that?
I do.
Okay.
Reading from the direct testimony from the CCN, page 22. Worker safety and safety of public is our #1 priority through design, construction, and operations. Evaluating and maintaining health and safety reports to OSHA-related injuries and illnesses. Established operational procedures, pre-work inspections of equipment and tools, and the presence of health and safety inspectors during operations are all critical components for successful long-term operations. Stop. Additionally, as the line construction plans further develop, we will engage with local officials, local emergency response, and including co-ops, to make sure that there is a plan in place to act quickly. And again, maintain safety of our workers and the safety of the public.
Mr. White, in the event of an abnormal or fault condition, would the line be de-energized quickly?
Yes.
And how quickly would that be?
The control and equipment is set up to target between 5 or 10 cycles, which is approximately 10 cycles, 150 milliseconds, or let's say 1/10 of a second, a blink of an eye.
Thank you.
And what that means is, in that 1/10 of a second, the fault or surge of current is cleared, switch is open, and the line is no longer energized.
Did you have something further?
No.
Nope, okay. Thank you. No further direct examination.
All right, Ms. Kallenbach, thank you. Any cross-examination of this witness from staff?
No, thank you.
Public counsel?
Just one follow-up. And it was just on that line you were talking about the ability of the line to kind of shut off power. And you're testifying here that this is what will be built on the entire course of this line that will have these capabilities?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Mr. Poston, thank you. Ms. Meadows, any questions?
Yes.
When you're ready.
Okay. Thank you. According to the route selection study, sorry, hello.
Hi, Ms. Meadows.
I'm new here.
How are you?
I've been better, actually. According to the route selection study, you were listed as a member of the routing team. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What was your role as a member?
My role is to provide technical guidance specific to the engineering.
Did you ever go out on any windshield surveys or the field recons?
No, I did not.
Were you invited to?
I don't recall.
Okay. What role did you have in running the Tiger connector through my property and over my drive and existing electrical line?
My role is to ensure that, again, the safety of the design is done properly. So it's to look at the right-of-way width, that the conductor is maintained within that right-of-way. Clearances are met over roadways and driveways, and that within the right-of-way, there's also a limited EMF and audible noise.
And what are those numbers? What are those numbers?
Which numbers?
The
Specific to?
EMF and the audible?
Sure. The electric field within the right-of-way is limited to, I'm sorry, just a clarifying question. Specific to your property or to the design of
To my
the
property.
design limits? The design limits are the same throughout the entire line, which design limits are generally between about 2 kV per meter at the edge of right-of-way for the electric field. On your driveway, the limits or the design currently at the edge of the right-of-way is approximately in less than 1 kV per meter. With regard to the magnetic field, within the right-of-way, the design is between, I can't recall the design criteria off the top of my head, but I can recall your property that I've looked at recently. And the limits are, or on your driveway, between $50 milligauss and 250 milligauss. 50. Yeah, approximately 50 to 250 milligauss. Milligauss? I'm an engineer, so I can't spell. Don't ask me to spell that.
Are you done answering?
For the audible noise, we use there's no standard or regulatory requirement for audible noise, but good practice is to keep the dBA or decibels within a range of 45 to 50, 45 to 55 decibels dBA.
And when would it be that loud?
For alternating current transmission lines, it's typically when there is moisture in the air, raining, or high humidity.
Fog?
Yes.
Isn't this 50 milligauss to 250 milligauss kind of high, or where's that at on safety?
To put it in perspective, the appliances in your home, some appliances in your home are within that same range. So, such as a microwave on the high end, vacuum, hair dryer, they would fall within that same range.
Okay, so can dust cause any danger? Because I'm off of a gravel road and I've read dust can cause, and there's also a soybean field next to me. I don't know if you've ever seen a farmer combine soybean. It's brutal. So would that be a concern?
Yes, and it's something that we've designed for.
Okay. And did I understand correctly in my research that that causes arcing? The dust can cause the arcing of the line?
If not properly designed for.
Okay. So you're saying it would never arc because it's designed? Or probably you can never say never?
It is difficult for an engineer to say never. What
It's
I'm
not
saying is
supposed to?
correct.
Okay. So you said you are familiar with my property?
I haven't been out to your property, but I have seen the maps of your property. And
Like
as you've
last
shown,
night or 3 years ago?
before last night.
Has it been back when they were doing the public meeting in the local town or whatever? Or was it prior to or after the CCN 2023-0017 hearing?
It's been some time. I don't know if it was before or after the hearing.
So they haven't familiarized yourself with the many, many times I've complained or voiced concerns or whatever? Is that what you're saying?
Only from what I've heard.
Okay. Did Jason Brown specifically ever talk to you?
Not that I recall, except for to discuss the matter of this hearing.
This hearing, okay. Did Kevin Chandler? Did he discuss with you my property?
We have discussed your property.
Okay. Prior to this hearing,
The CCN hearing or this hearing?
this hearing today?
Yes, prior to this hearing.
Okay. I believe it was your testimony at the CCN hearing 2023-0017 that you testified that this line was going to be built to the NERC, or North American Electric Reliability Company standards. Is that correct?
Correct. That's one of these standards.
Okay. Are all high voltage power lines built according to the NERC standards?
There are NERC requirements that apply to all high voltage power lines, depending on the ownership.
So it wouldn't necessarily have to be built to those standards, you're just choosing to?
I would say yes, they have to be built to those standards.
But not all, but you just said not all high voltage power lines are.
With regard to how lines operate, depending on the ownership of the line, they may operate differently, and those standards cover a variety of ownerships and how they should be operated.
So there's different standards depending on who owns them? Am I understanding that correctly?
For example, a transmission line that is part of a large system could have more stringent requirements versus a transmission line that is a radial feed or a point from generation to a switch yard or
Like the Tiger connector? Is a Tiger connector a radial, what did you call it, a radial?
radial.
So is a Tiger connector a radial?
You'll have to forgive me, I'm not an expert on the inner workings of NERC.
Okay.
I can speak to more detail to the NESC, the National Electric Safety Code, and some others.
Are those built, is a Tiger connector built to the what did you say that was, NEC?
The NESC, National Electric Safety Code, which is a minimum safety requirement for distribution and transmission, underground and overhead. It's not the only thing that we use. It's a minimum, and so we design above and beyond the National Electric Safety Code.
Okay. So what are these codes for?
The National Electric Safety Code addresses the safety of workers and the public.
And the same for the NERC?
I, again, can't speak to the complexities of NERC.
So will those standards guarantee that this line won't ever fall on my existing line and property?
No.
Do falls still occur even with those standards in place?
Yes.
So when you just said it wasn't likely, or it was unlikely to cause a fire, that doesn't mean that it's impossible, correct?
For,
Repeat the question.
you're referring to the transmission line falling to cause a fire?
At my house, yes. The first, I think it was the first question she asked you, maybe?
I know what we designed the transmission line to, the switching controls that we target, and the response time to clear a fault. I do not know what the local co-op, what their design and their requirements are. If I may speculate, a fire from a transmission line, if the transmission line were to fall, an unlikely scenario, and fault to the distribution line, the surge of that fault, similar to if the distribution line was struck by lightning, or if someone drove into a distribution pole and caused it to fall, there would be a fault causing a surge in the distribution line. That surge, if the equipment is not rated for it, could fail.
Okay, so is my transmission line on my property from my Callaway Electric Cooperative, is it designed to withstand your line falling on it?
Again, I can't speak to the Callaway Electric Co-op.
So you haven't done any research on that to confirm, or?
Unfortunately, we have, Kevin Chandler can speak more to this.
Okay.
My understanding is we've reached out to the co-op
Okay,
and they have not responded.
okay. So would you say it's possible that I could lose cell phone coverage?
Due to the transmission line?
I'm sorry, I should have clarified that, yeah.
I don't know.
So it is possible.
What I can say is that cell phones operate at a higher frequency than your low frequency transmission lines. They operate at the megahertz, whereas the transmission line operates at 60 hertz. Different frequencies means that there wouldn't be interference if operating correctly.
But isn't it also true that there's other factors involved like that, like the topography, or in my case, my land is high, low, and then it's in a valley, and then my house is underground in the valley? Isn't that kind of a special circumstance to, if you just lived around the corner here and you have transmission lines around you and losing?
Again, I can't speak to how the cell phone coverage works.
What's your experience or your expertise as being a power line person to that? Because I know you said it wouldn't affect, the HVDC wouldn't affect cells in your testimony.
Like I had shared with you, again, I have not experienced the issue. The likelihood from looking at the frequency of the transmission line, 60 hertz, and the frequency that cell phones operate at being in the megahertz, I can't imagine there being
But it could.
interference.
Anything's possible.
I don't know.
Okay. Can you tell me what exactly the towers are going to be that are going to be holding up this line across my property? Are they the structural lattice, or are they not?
They
That's
are
all
not.
I know.
They are not.
They're not the metal ones,
They are made of metal.
but they're not the ones that are like go up like
A lattice tower.
Yeah.
Correct. They are not lattice towers.
Okay.
And to clarify, there are no structures on your property.
correct, yes. I was just wondering if it was gonna be a metal, one of those metal ones, or wood, or
Currently
what it would be.
designed as steel poles.
Okay.
And if
Is that what
uh,
they're referred to?
Yes.
It's a steel pole?
And from the CCN Exhibit AW-3,
Okay, you
Has-
talked about the assembly. So that also has the pole and all that on it? For the AW3, okay, I don't have it in front of me, sorry. And I know you're way more familiar, yeah, you're more familiar. So how many lines are on that pole? Well, how many lines will be on that pole across my property?
how many circuits, wires, is what you're asking? Is that correct?
Lines?
It's,
Is it different? How many, okay, I do not know the lingo, but let me ask you this in plain, stupid language. How many lines are potentially gonna fall on top of my electric line, or me, or my drive, or anything? Because,
Excuse me, objection, that assumes facts, not in evidence.
I'm going to overrule, he can answer if he knows, and if he doesn't know, he can say that.
the transmission line, the Tiger connector, is a double circuit 345 kV transmission line.
I don't know what that means.
It's a double, has 2 circuits and 3 phases.
And you're calling the line a circuit? Am I following you? I don't think I'm following you. What are you I'm referring it to a line, but you're referring to it as something else. You're calling the line a circuit?
Excuse me, Judge, we have copies of what the structures look like. Would it be helpful if I pass those out so people can follow along?
That's fine with me.
Do I wait? Yeah, okay.
And once those are passed out, Mr. White is referring to Schedule AW3, which was attached to his direct testimony in the CCN case.
Ms. Kallenbach, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, wow. What page is that? Do you know what page that is?
Yeah. Yeah, it's near the end. Should be page 2 of Schedule AW3.
Okay, so there will be active electrical charged lines on these pointy things? I'm not an engineer, I'm doing my best.
You're doing great. Yes, with the exception, the top arm that you see on that exhibit, AW-3, page 1, that is then for OPGW, or optical ground wire, communication wire, and lightning protection.
Would I know the difference if any of these lines fell on the ground, if they were active, not active, safe, not safe? Could I drive over them? I mean, how would I know? Are they colored?
Judge, can we get her to break that into one question at a time, please?
Yeah, if the witness is having a hard time understanding, he can say he doesn't understand, and we can break up the question.
Can you repeat the question?
Well, I don't understand how these poles work. So let me give you a scenario example. I'm walking down my drive. There's a line on the ground. How will I know if it's active or not active? And by active, I mean could electrocute me or not, or if it's just one of those whatever you said, telecommunications. I mean, can you tell by looking?
No. The recommendation would be to call the contact for Grainbelt, the operations that would be provided to you, or the local authority, and we would have procedures in place to coordinate with them to address it safely. And
Is there a chance that it could just fall on one pole onto my property, or is it just all connected at each pole and it would all slack down, or not? It's not connected, and I'm messing that up.
you're okay. Let me explain. One of the structure load cases that we evaluate and that the line is designed for, we call it a broken wire scenario, or which causes an imbalance in loading. So if the wire breaks, generally the structures are there to support the wire, and if that breaks, it causes imbalance in the line loading, tension where it shouldn't be. And the structures are designed to account for that additional loading. And that's one of the examples of going above and beyond the minimum requirements, the good practice.
Do those ever fail? Those backup plans or whatever, do those ever fail? They're set not to, but it still happens, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Extreme events do occur. Like I'd mentioned before, we evaluate at, considering various weather cases and operation cases, but there are extreme events that in those cases, when it does fail, we rely on the reliability of the line, which involves not just the resiliency or how it's designed, but also how quickly we're set up to address the issue.
Okay, no one has ever told me what the time turnaround would be, so I don't know if a line fell, if you guys would be out in 20 minutes, 2 hours, 2 weeks. I have no idea. Do you have any idea at this point?
No,
No.
it's difficult because the extreme event that we're talking about is an extreme event. It could be, cascading across not the line, but it could be that the whole county is suffering. It could be a number of things, and that extreme event, without having that detail, wouldn't be able to answer that question.
But I'm probably one of the only homes that they wouldn't be able to get off their property because of the line falling, though.
Objection. I think that assumes facts, not in evidence.
Yeah, I don't know that could you ask that again, Ms. Meadows?
No. I forgot the question, too. I was already thinking of the next question, and I forgot that one. Mark, did you get it? You're not even listening. Okay, as far as you acting quickly, now I remember my question. As far as you acting quickly, would I have any precedence because of my particular situation that emergency services could not get to me versus the neighbor down the road that it's in his back 40 and his line is down?
Yes. Considering Grainbelt and the Tiger Connector, yes. Considering the local emergency response, again, I can't speculate on this type of event, how big it is, but you have to consider that, you know, in such an event, an extreme event, there could be multiple distribution lines down. Again, distribution lines not being designed to the same standard as transmission, and it's not recommended to drive over any of those either.
If I had to, would I be okay? Maybe, cross my fingers, say a little prayer? Well, we might find out. So tell me this, you keep referring to them as local. You mean you like subcontract people from Ameren or the local co-op or whatever, or you're actually gonna have an office with people?
Yes, Greenbelt will have operation centers.
And they'll be staffed with
They'll be staffed.
linemen,
Yeah.
I guess?
Depending on the situation, you know, we would reach out to contractors that are available. In an emergency situation, whoever can respond the quickest is what we're going to rely on.
Are these poles designed to withstand earthquakes?
No, that is not a design consideration for transmission.
They can't even do a small one from like the New Madrid fault, because we're in that area?
Let me
Probably you
rephrase.
can't say yes if they're not built that way. I understand if that's the case.
Let me rephrase. Transmission design does not consider earthquake and dynamic loading. The design approach is different, where we use static loads with large load factors for uncertainty, and because those static loads are so large, they're more often than not, they exceed any dynamic loading from an earthquake.
Okay. Are you familiar with the New Madrid fault?
I've heard of it.
You're not from Missouri though, are you?
No, my familiarity with the New Madrid fault, if I am thinking of the right one, is
It's
from
in
Mag
southeast
7,
Missouri.
an old smelter plant. That's where my familiarity comes from.
I've never heard of that, but I just remember in school, all of our teachers talking about it, and the rivers flowed backwards, and we're in the area of it, so it's in the back of my mind that I wonder if any of this construction stuff, like high voltage power lines, are built to withstand any of that. I mean, it may not be a big deal, we may not even feel it, but it may be a big deal, and obviously, if the whole county is down from an earthquake, that's fine, but I don't want just 5 poles in the whole county, and mine's one of them that's blocking my drive, and they'd be like, we'll get to you when we get to you. Because I'm literally blocked in. I cannot, there's no way out of my property, so.
Judge, we're going to object to that. Ms. Meadows is actually testifying, and I don't hear a pending question to Mr. White.
Yeah, I'm going to agree. If you can try to limit your statements to questions. Thank you.
I'm sorry. So just to reiterate, it's unlikely that this line would cause a fire if your active line fell on my house, but it's not impossible that it would not, correct?
It is extremely unlikely that the transmission line would cause a fire.
But it still could. Can you sit there and look me in the eye and tell me with 100% certainty I don't have to worry about this line ever falling and causing my house to catch on fire?
Judge, objection. I think the witness has answered this question multiple times now. I believe it's asked and answered.
Sustained. I think he's answered it too.
That's all I have, thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me see if we have any bench questions for this witness. Any questions for the commissioners? Commissioner Coleman.
Thank you. Mr. White, I've been looking at this information that was handed out a few minutes ago. Ms. Meadows has mentioned the lines quite often and the concern about it falling down. I was a little delayed getting back here, and I might have missed this part of it. I don't know if there's been any conversation about the towers. And she's talked a lot about lines, but is there, I would suspect that the route is drawn out. This exhibit, number 20, it's very self-explanatory. I appreciate it, but I don't see anywhere on here where it shows where the actual towers will be built. So my question is, will an actual tower be built on her property?
The answer is no. There will be no structures on Miss Meadows' property.
And those that, any structures that there are, how close would they be?
The adjacent structures, from my recollection, are greater than 150 feet from her road, her access, her driveway, excuse me.
So this rendering shows that the route goes, I believe, west, kind of like southeast to the west, diagonally. I don't know if you can see this or not, but I'm talking about this transmission line here. When you say 150 feet from her access, you mean the actual road, but not necessarily just re-explain that to me, please, to make sure I'm getting it.
Yeah, and I can, for route-specific questions, Kevin Chandler might be a better person to answer, but what I mean is the distance from her, Miss Meadows' access to the adjacent structures,
Yes.
with the adjacent structures not being on her property, is greater than 150 feet.
Either side.
Either side, correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Any further bench questions? Any bench questions? Anything further? All right, thank you.
Judge?
I'm sorry, yes.
I just wanted to point out, I guess this was probably my printer that did this, but it actually does show the towers. That's what this 34-3 and 34-2 are on each side of my deal.
Thank you. I did see those.
They're dark blue. They just kind of blend in, but those are the
Okay,
towers.
I saw those earlier and kind of thought that they might be, but then I had lunch and things have changed.
I should have pointed it out. I
Thank you.
apologize.
All right, thank you. I think I have just a few questions. Mr. White, has Greenbelt explored the options to move the line as Ms. Meadows is requesting?
I know that Greenbelt has explored some options in discussion, again, with Kevin. I recall discussions with Kevin Chandler. He could answer those
Okay.
in more detail.
Could the line be moved?
From an engineering perspective?
Yes.
Yes.
What would be the costs and the challenges and the benefits to moving that line?
Kevin Chandler will speak to more detail the constraints of the items that we consider when routing, what's impacted, from wetlands to endangered species to people's homes to agricultural land. And so it's difficult without knowing the change, what that change would be, to approximate a cost.
All right, thank you. I think those are all my questions. Any recross based on bench questions from staff?
No, thank you.
Public counsel?
Yes, thank you. So is there any of these witnesses that would be able to answer those questions about costs?
Yes.
And who would that be?
Mr. Kevin Chandler.
And so the structures that are shown on here, that Commissioner Coleman was asking about, the 34-2, 34-3, are these the same structures that are shown in your testimony? The pole structures?
From the CCN?
From the CCN case, right?
Correct. These are the same, these structures come from Exhibit AW-3.
Okay. And then if there were to be, say, a detour that went from 34.3, 34.2, say a new pole was put in just to the southwest of her property, would that also use one of these type of poles, or would a turn like that require something different?
If there is a turn in the alignment, page 3 of 3, exhibit AW-3, is a representation of the typical, the structure that would be used, the typical structure for turning.
Okay, so it's a different type of pole.
Correct.
Okay. And what is the approximate cost of one of those poles?
I can't answer that at this time.
And why is that?
I don't have the information.
Okay. What is the general range of the cost of poles?
Over the last 2 years, the price per pound of steel has changed, gone up and down dramatically. It's difficult to say.
Okay. You can't even ballpark it.
Not a ballparking person.
Okay. So you can't sit here and say that it would be expensive to do this?
Objection. I think the question has been asked and answered.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Poston, thank you. Ms. Meadows, do you have any questions based solely on my questions or on Commissioner Coleman's questions?
Judge, before she determines if she does, I thought of another question.
Certainly.
Looking at notes that I've made. Ms. Meadows talked about the New Madrid Fault, which I'm very familiar with, born and raised in Sykeston, Missouri. I felt, well, earthquakes. So real familiar with that situation, but discussing damage from natural disasters, not only earthquakes, but maybe a tornado. I was in Joplin quite often in another role I was in after the 2011 Joplin tornado. And I saw transmission poles that were ripped apart and bent over, damaged considerably. Did I hear you say it was unlikely that an earthquake or something of that sort could cause significant damage?
No. An extreme event like an earthquake can cause damage to transmission lines. And our objective in design is the reliability. And so to design it is, above and beyond the minimum standards, but not necessarily for a 500-year event. The objective is to restore it as quickly as possible. So to limit the amount of damage.
And so your belief is that the way these structures are designed and installed would limit the amount of damage that they could suffer?
Correct. And that what damage there was in an extreme event, we would be ready to quickly address.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. White. Thank you, Judge.
Commissioner, thank you. Let me go back and see if we have other recross based on the new bench questions. Any questions from staff?
No.
All right, thank you. Public counsel.
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Meadows, any questions based on these bench questions?
I do have one question. So given Judge Pridgeon asked about the cost challenges, and what was the third thing? I didn't get it written down.
Benefits, I think? I wasn't listening to myself, but I think that was it.
That sounds right. Of moving the line across the road from me. So just to follow up, his question on that is, and you didn't answer, would there be any benefits of the line being south of me if it was nothing but grass, no wetlands, no whatever else you?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm going to overrule, and if he doesn't know, he can say so.
I don't know.
It just being on plain land, I mean, it's not a wetland, it never gets wet, there's no cranes out there or anything. It's just dirt with grass on it. So I don't, unless someone has made that a wildlife refuge or whatever, and with Greenbelt, and no one has told me, as far as I'm concerned, there's no reason it can't be put over there. So my question is, if there's nothing like that out there, is there a benefit to it being over there? The line being put over there?
I would
As
ask,
in it would be over there and not on me?
there is no engineering difference. And with regard to the route and considerations, I would defer to Mr. Chandler.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. White, thank you very much. You may step down, and we'll be ready for Mr. Brown as the next witness. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, if Mr. Brown will come forward to be sworn, please. And if you'll raise your right hand to be sworn, please, sir. Do you swear the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat. Ms. Kallenbach or Mr. Yeah, whenever you're ready, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brown. Could you please state your full name and title and place of employment, please?
Jason Brown, Director of Local and Community Affairs. Is that loud enough? Invenergy, LLC.
And what is your business address?
1 South Wacker Drive, Suite 1800, Chicago, Illinois.
Are you local, though, to Missouri?
Yes,
Okay. But your business address is in Chicago?
correct.
Just clarifying, thank you. You mentioned your employer is Invenergy. How is Invenergy related to Grainbelt Express LLC?
Grainbelt Express is an Invenergy project, and I work on Grainbelt Express.
Thank you. Could you please briefly describe your educational and professional background?
My undergraduate degree was from Northwest Missouri State. It was in government and criminal justice. My master's in public administration was done at Drake University in Des Moines, Iowa. I've spent 27 years, deployed 3 times, veteran, the United States Army. I spent 8 years as state representative in the Missouri legislature from Platte County. I spent 4 more years as the presiding commissioner of Platte County. And then I have spent approximately the last 15 years working in the energy industry. And this coming November will mark 5 years I have been with Invenergy and on the Grainbelt Express project.
Thank you. How long have you held specifically the position of Director of Local and Community Affairs at Invenergy?
It'll be 5 years this November.
So you've held the same position all 5 years?
Correct, yes, sir.
I'm going to provide you a copy of the timeline and supporting documents. It's been marked as Exhibit 104, and it was also included with Grainbelt Express's response to additional allegations, which was filed in this proceeding on May 21st, 2025. think everyone has copies now. I'd like to turn to tab A, and the header on the first page of tab A says Exhibit A to response to additional allegations. Do you see that?
Yes.
And does this appear to be a timeline of correspondence between Greenbelt Express and Cheri Meadows? That's the title of the document. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you contribute to the creation of this timeline?
Yes, I did.
Were your contributions specific to the entries that involve your communications specifically?
Yes.
And to the extent of your knowledge, is this timeline a complete and accurate summary of your communications with Ms. Meadows?
I believe it to be, yes.
And just as an example, could you look at entry number, let me see here. As an example, could you look at entry number 11 on the timeline?
Okay.
And that reads, June 26th, 2023, first phone call from Ms. Meadows to Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown missed a call but returned it 9 minutes later and spoke to Ms. Meadows for 8 minutes, 22 seconds. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And there's a footnote, footnote 10, and it references Exhibit H and Exhibit I. Do you see that footnote?
Yes.
And if you turn to tab H and tab I, that shows a call history. Both of those are versions of a call history. Do you see that?
Yes.
And have you reviewed this and other supporting documents for this timeline to confirm that they are consistent with your recollections?
I believe they're accurate, yes.
Okay. I would move to admit Exhibit 104, which includes the full binder with the timeline and the supporting documents.
Exhibit 104 has been offered. Any objections?
No objection.
Hearing none, Exhibit 104 is admitted.
Okay. I have no further direct examination questions for Mr. Brown.
Thank you, counsel. Any cross-examination from staff?
No, thank you.
Public counsel?
No, thank you.
Ms. Meadows?
Yes. I guess I can go ahead? I can go ahead? Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you.
So you just said your title was Director of Local and Community Affairs?
Yes.
Was it ever Director of Land and Community Affairs?
No.
No? You're saying no, it was never Director of Land and Community Affairs?
No.
Okay. Do you have business cards?
Yes.
Do you carry them on you?
Sometimes.
Okay. How come I never got one?
You had my cell phone number already?
I didn't have your email. I didn't know what your title was. Excuse me. I didn't know what any of your information was.
If you had asked me, I would have given that to you.
But you don't just give them out as just an introductory, my name is Jason Brown, here's my card?
You and I already knew one another. I was operating off the fact you knew my name already. We had met previously.
And is it your belief I knew what your title was?
I don't know what you believe.
Did you ever tell me your title?
Objection to relevance. I'm not sure what, we know his title now, and we've established that Ms. Meadows
Yeah, Ms. Meadows, what's the relevance of your line of questioning?
Because I thought he was a person who could move this line. So I didn't know what his title was. I mean, he could have been janitor for all I know. I never knew what it was. So he never gave me a card. He never offered a card. So I just had to go by the fact that he was talking to my county commissioner, that he was someone who could move the line.
Right, I'll overrule the objection, and he can answer if he knows the answer.
I don't recall if when we first met at the open house in Callaway County, if I introduced myself as director or if I just introduced myself as Jason. I'm fairly confident I probably just said, my name's Jason Brown.
That's how I recall it also. According to the route selection study, Schedule AB2 from the file 202300017, you were listed as a member of the routing team. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was your role as a member?
I am one of about 30 folks that are on that list for, quote, the routing team. And what I work in is making myself available to elected officials to answer their questions. And when individuals like yourself have a question and you ask that of your commissioner and the commissioner asks me to call you, I do that.
But you recall in this case, Randy called you on a three-way call the first time we talked, and then I had to call you the next time. Is that your recollection?
No, my recollection is that the first time we spoke, you and I spoke at the open house in Callaway County. And that's when we first met. That was one of the required open houses for the hearing. There was a lot of information there. My role was to make myself available, answer questions, and if I couldn't, find somebody who could. That was the first time we met, and then I believe the instance you're referring to is when I was visiting then Associate Commissioner Randy Kleindienst at the Callaway County Courthouse, and he brought to my attention that he had a constituent that had called him and expressed some concerns, and he asked if I would help out with that, and I said yes. And then he turned around and called you directly from his office as I was standing there. And the next thing I knew, you and I and he were in a three-way conversation via the speakerphone. And I think it's at that point that you and I realized that we had previously met and knew one another already.
Correct, because you didn't tell me at the hearing or at the public meeting that you were a director of local and community affairs person for the area. I just thought you were just an employee, so thank you for clarifying. So as a member of the routing team, did you ever go out on any windshield surveys or field recons?
In respect to me being on the routing team, I just explained what my role was.
So your answer is no. Excuse me. Correct. Your answer was no.
Correct, that wasn't my...
Excuse me.
That wasn't part of my responsibility. My responsibility was to make myself available at the open house to help answer questions and show folks where their property was on the maps, on the different routes that were there, and make myself available if there were any elected officials that showed up.
Judge, I have a thing I would like for him to look at. I have enough copies for everyone. Do I hand that out, or?
Yes, please.
Okay. you had a chance to read it?
This entire thing right now?
No, the top section.
I've read it.
Okay. So it says, after the meeting, all the routing team members got together and discussed it. Did you get together with other members of the routing team and discuss the issue you and I had talked about this line going over my property and driveway?
Ask me your question again. You're asking me what about that meeting?
Okay, it says immediately following public meetings, the routing team met to review comments that were written on comment cards or maps, shared in conversations with project representatives, and submitted online via the virtual meeting. In addition to making the routing team aware of general landowner concerns about the project, these meetings provided an opportunity to revise the potential routes where feasible based on new information provided by landowners and technical guidance provided by the engineering team. Revisions to the potential network, including eliminated potential routes, are shown in the refined potential routes network on map 4. So it says immediately following public meetings, the routing team met to review comments that were written and shared in conversations. So I'm asking you, did you have a meeting after that public hearing on July 2022?
Yes, there were a whole bunch of folks there that were at the open house. Yes, after the open house ended, we were all still there, yes.
Okay, so did you share my concerns about this line being put over my drive, my only entry exit?
You did not give me your comment cards, so no, I did not hold up your comment card and speak to you.
But it says that in shared conversations. And so we discussed it because you told me it would take an E5 tornado to take down the line. Because my concern was I didn't like it running across my driveway and my lines, and you said, well, it would take an E5. So we had discussed my concerns with it being across my drive, and I had told you that's the only way in and out of my property. But you're saying because you didn't have my card in hand, you didn't discuss it, even though it says in this that you did?
No, it doesn't say that Jason Brown held up Cheri Meadows' card and discussed it at that meeting. If that's what you're asking me, that answer's no. But you didn't turn your cards in to me. You turned them in to one of our consultants that were there. There was a separate table for that, and you turned your card in. No, I did not bring up your card to the group at large.
What about the part where it states, it's a second line, starts in the middle, shared in conversation with project representatives and submitted online? Oh, wait a second, that's not what I wanted. In addition to making the routing team aware of general landowner concerns about the project, these meetings provide an opportunity. So my question is, we talked about this. It was on the card separately, but we also talked about it. So my question is it's basically just a yes or no. Did you discuss in that meeting what we talked about in person and the line being over my property?
We discussed a lot of things in a general nature. There were a lot of people that brought things up. And if I mentioned you at that meeting, I said you had turned in a comment card.
And who would that have been that you told specifically? Or was it just a group?
Specifically, a group of folks that were standing there.
Okay.
Folks that were attending the meeting from the company and from the consulting companies.
And what did they say?
I don't remember what was said.
What would the protocol been? Like, okay, we need to sit down and go through these cards and have another discussion, or we'll see if they complain anymore, or where did it go after that?
No, nobody said anything like that, if that is your question.
Well, so you had that meeting, but then where did you go from there?
So it's a process, and that was one of the things that I brought up at the meeting to you and several other people that I talked to that very day. We talked about the timeline, we talked about the project, the process, and we talked about the project. And so what I refer to as, it may not be what Invenergy refers to it as, but me with the military background I have, the after actions review, where we talk about folks that came through, how many folks came through, if we thought it was well attended, things that we might do better to help organize the room for the next meeting.
Did you talk to anyone else at that meeting who was in a similar position as mine, that this line was gonna block their only drive, their only entry exit to their property? Do you recall?
I recall spending a lot of time with you, and at that particular meeting, I didn't have too many other conversations that day. You and I spent a lot of time on that map. I listened to you. I tried to explain things. I know that we talked about the placards around the room. I know I explained the process to you, the project, and you had a lot of questions, and that's what we spent a lot of time talking about.
You recall I was upset, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall that it was your idea for me to put on that comment card for them to move the line between me and my neighbor to the east of me to split the difference on, do you have this map? Maybe you can see
What map
it.
you're referring to.
This is the routing line map. You recommended that I talked about we split the difference here, and that way it wouldn't take out too much of my trees, and also it wouldn't be over my drive. So that's what I put on the comment card per your recommendations.
Well, what I remember speaking to you about is that if whatever concerns you had, you should put on the comment card, and that now was the time to discuss what could and could not be done.
Did those comment cards, I don't recall, did those comment cards specify who we were talking to?
I'd have to go back and look at your comment card. I don't know off the top of my head. Anybody on those comment cards can write anything they want on them.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't ask that correctly. Did my card indicate that I had talked to you as my contact person or whatever there at that meeting?
I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at the card again.
So you don't
You
think there
did
was
not fill
probably
the
any
card out
indication?
in front of me.
Yeah. If the card indicated who I had spoken to there, like, for example, I spoke to Jason, but there was another girl there that she, I think, moved aside for him. So I was questioning, do the cards reflect who we talked to? Because he's the one who gave me the idea of how to recommend rerouting the line. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure.
Your answer was you didn't know. You'd have to
Next.
go back and look at the card.
What's the question?
Did the card indicate who we talked to while we were there?
I don't know what you wrote on the card without going back to look at it right now.
That was his answer. So did you specifically talk to Kevin Chandler or anyone else specifically about my concerns anytime after that July 2022 meeting and any other time?
I'm sure that I have.
But you don't recall?
The exact instance, no.
Just if you did.
I'm sure that I did.
When you came out with Greg Smith and Jordan Connolly, one of the first things Greg Smith said when he got out of the car was, and Greg Smith is from CLS, by the way, was he said he asked you how you guys weren't able to avoid my land. What did you tell him?
Objection, it's hearsay.
I'll overrule. He can answer if he knows the answer.
I heard you make that comment earlier today, and I have been thinking about it since you said it, and I honestly don't recall making a comment to that extent. Like you
To
portrayed
reply,
me saying.
you don't recall replying back to his comment to that?
No, I do not.
Okay.
I don't recall him saying that.
So do you remember our discussion at all at the open house about you recommending me to put on the card about moving the line east of me? Do you remember that conversation at all?
I do. We spoke for a long time. Do I remember everything you and I talked about? No.
Sure.
I remember you saying you wanted it moved off you, And I said, well, now is that time to put that in the comment card. And I understand what you're asking. And I said, now is that time. And you know, I told you that there were different ways to do that. You could go online and do it. You said you didn't like that or didn't always have that availability. And I said, well, then there's a table. And I remember the table was over by the door, if I remember correctly. And I
It
said,
was through the doors, but yeah.
I said, it's over there, and that's where you should go over there, and somebody sit at the table and give you a comment card to fill out.
So I did as you instructed. Did that do anything? Did anyone take note of that?
You filled the comment card out?
And I asked them to put it between, like you said, just between the two properties, so it wouldn't be
I'm
over
not-
my drive and
I
take
would not
way
agree
less.
that I told you to write down, put it between two properties. So if you're trying to get me to say yes to that, I'm not gonna do that. I
Well,
don't think that's accurate.
I hadn't thought of that, and
But
you
if you're-
recommended it.
But if you're,
Sure, sorry.
fair enough. So if your question is, what did somebody do with the card? Is that what you're asking me?
I want to know what became of it. Did it,
I'm sure
did
we
it go
still-
in a pile that you got to review since it was in your I assume I'm in your jurisdiction, or no?
What do you mean by jurisdiction?
Well, you were at the Fulton meeting and you talked to the commissioners in the Fulton, Mexico area or whatever. So is this the area where if, for example, I had a problem with the line, are you kind of the go-to person for this area?
When any commissioner across any one of the three states, Phase 1, Phase 2, or MTC, has a question, they call me and I try to answer the question for them. I'm not sure what you're referring to as jurisdiction.
Well,
If
who
you're
else-
asking-
who el-
If you're asking me if I have the authority to move the line, no, I do not. And I've never told you that. And in fact, numerous times when you and I were speaking on the phone, I've explained that to you. I've said that time and time again. And I remember us even discussing that day we were out there with Greg Smith, Jordan Connolly, and myself, and you.
And did you follow that conversation up with any emails or letters or anything stating that?
Follow what conversation up?
Any conversation that you told me you could not move the line?
With emails to who?
To me? Just following up, just a courtesy. I'm sending this email, after our conversation today where you were concerned about the line and I told you I couldn't move it or something to that line. Did you ever send me a follow-up email?
I don't
or-
know that I've actually emailed you, have I?
I don't have a record of one.
Yeah, I don't think I have emailed. I think you and I spoke a lot by phone. Many times.
And I had requested several data requests of any notes or communication or anything that you or anyone else had that mentioned my property, and none have been provided. So I guess you never took notes about my property or mentioned my property beyond that hearing there?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence. The witness has already testified that he did have conversations about her property.
Yeah, I'm going to overrule and let him answer. And when you get done answering the question, if you know, I'm going to ask Ms. Meadows about how much more cross-examination she has, because I'm looking for a time to take a break. So I'm sorry, if you know the answer, you can answer.
So when that request was made, it came to me via our attorney, and I went through everything I had, and what I had I turned over to him.
So no notes then from any of our conversations?
Ms. Meadows, do you know about how many more questions you have for this witness?
Well, it depends. I have probably half a page, but it depends on what his answers are, so.
Half a page is quite a bit, so let's take a break. We've been going for quite a while. I show the time to be 3:05. Let's resume at 3:20. So we will be off the record until 3:20. Thank you. We're off the Right. Good afternoon. We are back on the record. Mr. Brown is still on the stand, and Ms. Meadows was questioning him when we took a break. So, Ms. Meadows, when you're ready to resume questioning, you may begin.
Thank you, Judge. So you just, before the break, you said that you had told me a few times that you weren't able to move the line off of me. Is that how you worded it?
Yes, I know you have asked that of me or of Intiv Energy of Greenbelt Project. I think just about every time we've spoken, you've always told me that's what you want. And I told you every time that I don't think that's possible, but we may be able to move it a little further away from your house. That might be a possibility.
Okay, so would you have had any notes of those conversations to anybody that I was continuing to ask that question? Because we spoke a total of 9 times, 7 times by phone and 2 in person, once at the public meeting and 1 when you were at my house. So I'm just curious if there are any notes of you saying that or anything else you would have made note of because of my persistence in wanting this line moved.
I answered that before and I said no. The
So
answer's still the same.
That's still, okay. On August 4th, 2023, you told me that you were going to bring a transmission guy out once the PSC has made their position. Who was your transmission guy you were referring to?
Is this something in the timeline I can look at?
Mm-hmm. It's I. The last column. Is there an I? It's just one I.
Okay, so I'm looking at Exhibit I, and this is the phone log
Yes,
that you
it's the
submitted?
one on the end.
Okay,
You see, I made a note on my calendar at my home after our conversation that you told me that you were waiting on the PSC's decision before you were bringing your PSC guy out.
Objection, that's not what's reflected in this exhibit.
That's right, it's not. Okay, sorry, strike that. I thought that was the one that said you were gonna bring your transmission guy out. Okay, so do you recall?
so is there a question, or I don't understand?
No, I was thinking it was a different time that you had told me you were gonna bring your transmission guy out. It wasn't from the August 3rd, apparently, or according to those records that I have before me. But can you tell me from that August 4th, 2023 phone conversation, I'm sorry, I'm looking at my notes because I can't believe that I remembered that correctly because it's kind of incorrectly because it's burned in my mind. Yeah, my notes that I have say, you told me you were going to bring a transmission guy out, but they were waiting until after the PSC's decision before moving the line off of me. Is the, I haven't looked through all this. Is my calendar in this booklet, Greenbelt? It was an exhibit.
Exhibit J.
Okay, I guess I just said they're waiting, meaning you and Greenbelt or whatever, so, okay, so we can skip over that part. Can you just tell me if you remember that conversation from August 4th, 2023 about you were waiting till after the PSC's decision? to come out to my house. Or, I'm sorry. Why am I having so much trouble? You were waiting on the PSC's decision before figuring out about moving the line on me or less on me. Do you recall that conversation?
According to the timeline that was back here under Appendix A, I believe that it's accurate that you and I had a conversation in August. And I know that during that time frame, I think we had talked about, we didn't know what route was going to be final set. And we had a conversation to that extent. I don't remember promising anything except we should talk after the PSC makes their decision.
So prior to that, had I mentioned that we needed to get this figured out or something to that effect before Greenbelt sealed where this line had to go?
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
So my contention in all this process has been I didn't understand how the PSC worked. I don't know if you heard earlier when I was saying to Ann, I didn't know the route was a specific non-movable path or whatever. I thought their decision was just that they're going to let the line be built, and then Greenbelt was kind of at their discretion to
Objection.
follow the route.
This is testimony. I don't hear a pending question.
Sustained, yeah, I don't hear a question either. Do you have a question for the witness?
Well, I was trying to explain so he would understand my question better. Because then when we went to August and we talked, you said that you, in the thing, you were waiting on the PSC decision before moving the line. And I went along with that, thinking the line could still be moved. My question to you is that how you interpreted my understanding by going along with that this wasn't going to make it that the line couldn't be moved?
Hearing you talk about it now versus when you and I spoke all those different times, from when we first met at the open house and I explained what the project was, the timeline, and the process, from the contact that I know the company had with you, from the contact that you and I had with each other, the contact that I had with you, again, at the behest of Commissioner Kleindest, and when we were out there on your property with Jordan Conley, Greg Smith, myself, and you, I don't know how you did not understand the process, because I have explained the process to a lot of people over the course of this project, from Dodge City all the way through Missouri, when I've been asked about it. And I don't know, I can only explain what I know. You and I've had this conversation, I just can't even count how many times. So I'm not sure what exactly you're asking me, other than, did we speak on or about that date? I'm sure we did, and I don't take exception with that. I would also tell you that I would agree, and I said it before when I was asked about this, that, yeah, I think you and I did talk about waiting to see what the PSC made their decision, and I didn't know when that would come. I said it should be here in the next month or so, and I'd have to go back and look and see exactly when it came up. The date escapes me right this second, but I said we should talk after that again, and you agreed to it. I'm not sure if that answers your question, Ms. Meadows, but from what you're explaining to me.
You're contending that you told me numerous times and I understood the process, or you thought I did. So if you feel like that was the case, then how do you explain, or what do you think my goal would have been in continuing to broach the subject with you, that I don't want this line going across my property?
I think you just said exactly why you kept telling me. what you told me. You did not want the line on your property. I said I've always understood that, and I've always told you that I can't move it.
But you didn't tell me that prior to that August.
Objection, that's not a question's testimony.
Sustain, that's not a question.
So on August 3rd, are you saying that you told me before that date that once the PSC made the decision, we could not move the line off of me?
Yes.
And yet I still talked to you six more times, or however many times past that date, about moving the line?
If that's the number that we've agreed to, then I would say yes, because I've always told you. We have had a lot of conversations, and unfortunately, a lot of them were circular in nature, because I understand your position, but I explained what I could and could not do, and I explained the project and the process and the timeline, and we've gone over that many times.
So if you explained that to me numerous times, why did I keep calling you? What was my question? Or
Asked and answered.
Because you
Objection.
wanted it off of your property.
Yeah, I'm going to overrule and let him answer.
Because you kept telling me you didn't want it on your property. I mean, I've said that before. I just said that a few minutes ago.
so you told me every single time that we talked that you could not move this line, but yet I continued to call you repeatedly and have you out to my house regarding the topic, once you'd already told me repeatedly you couldn't move the line?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'll overrule, he can answer if he knows.
We have had the same conversation. I honestly cannot count how many times. And I mean that with all due respect, and I'm not trying to split any hairs on anything here. But we've covered the same ground, you and I, for a long time. And I know it's not the answer that you want, and I get that. But I've always been upfront with you. I've always explained the project, the process, the timeline, and I don't know. Sometimes folks just disagree.
Okay. Is a copy of the email in your thing, or do I need to pass this around?
It is, so it'll already be in the record. What's the date of that email?
June 17th, 2024?
It's Exhibit L in the, so the record is clear. We're referring to hearing Exhibit 104. That exhibit contains several tabs, and those are labeled as exhibits with letters. And so within hearing Exhibit 104, there is a tab L, and the email is contained there.
Right. Mr. Schulte, thank you.
Can I go?
Yes, please.
Okay. Can you read that email, please, Jason?
So this is under L, so that I'm on the right one. That is dated Monday, June 17th, 2024. Is that the one that we're on?
Yeah.
Okay. Jason, per our phone conversation last Wednesday and your request, here are some pictures I took of the proposed path through my property. I originally tried to send this email through my main email. That's been redacted.
That's redacted.
Yep. But it was returned twice. The second time I only had a note that I wasn't able to send you pictures. I'm trying to send this temp Gmail, I am trying this temp Gmail account. I have to see if that option works. If it does, please add I assume that was your email address, to your safe senders list and tell the transmission line planners /IT department to stop blocking important emails. Your company is the only one I've ever had a problem with delivering from that account. In addition to the pictures, the attached pictures, here's also a picture of where you are putting your line in proportion to 8 houses all around me. Notice the center of the picture is wide open with little or no vegetation and would clearly put the line in a good distance away from every house in the area, including mine. That seems like the most reasonable thing to do. This picture speaks volumes about Greenbelt / Invenergy's concern.
He misread before that. He might want to go back and correct.
So the second paragraph begins, in addition to the attached pictures, here also a picture of where you are putting your line in proportion to 8 houses all around me. Notice the center of the picture is wide open with little to no vegetation and would clearly put the line in a good distance from every house in the area, including mine. That seems like the most responsible thing to do. This picture speaks volumes about Greenbelt / Invenergy's concern for the community and doing what's right.
And did you respond to my email?
I don't believe so. I don't remember that I did.
So you had the opportunity to reply to this email and say something to the effect, we've already discussed this, I can't move it. Please refer to our prior conversations, and made a note somewhere, me showing pictures of the devastation and stuff. Do you have copies of any of that, Jason?
Copies of any of what?
Your notes you made about me continuing
I
to
already
send
said-
pictures?
I already said I didn't make any notes.
So did you talk to anyone about this email, receiving this email?
I believe I forwarded this email. I may have forwarded this to Kevin Chandler, if I remember correctly.
And what was that about? The email you forwarded? I mean, what was the conversation, or
There was no conversation.
you just forwarded it with no context to it?
Probably.
Is it customary that, excuse me, Greenbelt doesn't make notes on any of its conversations, so situations like he said, she said that we're in now?
I suggest that you ask Jason that question, because I can't speak to every employee that Greenbelt has.
Jason who?
So just ask me that question that you want to ask me. It's okay. Ask me. If you're asking me if I regularly make notes, that answer's no.
No, I want to know if it's company policy to make notes when
There's no
communities.
company policy.
You don't have a policy that whenever a potential landowner gets in contact with you regarding a possible issue or safety issue with their land, you don't take notes and put it in their file or anything? There's no company policy for that?
No, there's no policy that you and I were dealing with one another directly. So you and I were dealing with one another directly. There was, you had filled out your comment cards. Folks were aware. I mean, Greg Smith was aware with Contract Land Services that you did not want anything on your property.
So
I did not take notes every time we spoke, because if there was an action item, like when prior to the meeting, and you and I had talked about bringing folks out there, and then one of the things that came out from the meeting was that we were going to get things staked. You and I went back and forth on that to coordinate the staking of that. Yes, I had conversations with other people. I made phone calls, said we need to figure out how to get this staked. Let me know what's available, but I need to give Cheri notice ahead of time, because we just don't want people showing up on our property. Yes, I had that conversation with people.
But how are you expected by is Kevin Chandler your boss, by the way?
He is now somebody that's in my reporting chain, if you will, folks that, but at that time, no, he was not.
Okay, who was your reporting boss then?
At that time, I believe it would have been, I don't even know, I'd have to go back and look. I don't honestly recall. But Kevin Chandler is technically my boss now.
So he doesn't, as your I guess, can I call him your supervisor?
Call him Kevin, that's fine.
So Kevin doesn't ask you or anyone else below him or that deals with the community or deals with the commissioners or whatever to take notes so you guys can remember a year, 2, 3 years down the road any of these discussions you're having with people?
So I don't know what Kevin does with other folks who report to him, but no, he doesn't call me and tell me to take notes on every conversation I have. I haven't done that for years, quite frankly, because when I have a conversation with somebody, if there is an action item that comes out of that conversation, I deal with that, and then I move on. And so the action items that arose from conversations we continued to have were that you wanted the line moved off you. I always told you that line cannot just, quote, be moved off of you. And I gave you those reasons, and we talked through that. There was no, quote, action item there. But I was gonna try to help, try to have CLS meet with you, which they did, and you and I ended up talking and meeting and having a great number of conversations at different times.
Can you tell me what a variance is?
In the context of what?
Moving the line?
Well, then I would tell you variances is the line gets moved. I'm not,
I don't know what it is. I'm asking you. You basically don't know either?
well, no, I know what the word variance means.
Well, I know what variance means, but I mean in pertaining to this situation and moving the line, there's
So in what context? I don't understand what you're asking.
there's
me.
apparently a variance you can do with this line?
Who is who?
Objection,
Grain belt.
Lack of-
Sorry.
foundation. If the witness has testified that he doesn't understand the context of variance, and so if we could get clarification on the question, then maybe the witness could answer.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain. I mean, you two are just bickering over the meaning of the word variance. So,
I would like to know what it means so I know if it applies to my situation, because that's a little outside my knowledge realm of the possibility that the PSC has to, or whoever has, to get the line moved. Because staff even asked if they'd requested a variance at one time. And I read it and I still didn't quite understand it.
so do you have a question for this witness?
I guess not if neither one of us knows what a variance is. So did you ever ask if there were any alternative ways that the line could get, you guys could talk to the PSC to get the line moved, or you didn't even try?
You're asking me if I asked the PSC if we can move the line?
No, anyone in your organization, Greenbelt?
No, I
Kevin
did
or your
not.
previous
No, I
boss?
did not
or-
ask anybody in Greenbelt if we can go to the PSC and try to get the line moved.
Okay.
No.
It was just basically an open and shut case to you. They'd already ruled and it was done.
Objection to the form of the question is argumentative.
I mean, I didn't really hear a question. Do you want to try again, Ms. Meadows?
Well, was that basically the end of the discussion once the PSC approved the line? There was no, you weren't going to do anything further to, and again, because I don't know how all this works, could you go back to them and be like, sorry, we made a mistake. There's a safety issue involved here. We would like permission to move this line or something. I mean, or was it just, and maybe you don't know either, I don't know. Or was it just, well, the PSC has ruled this is the route we have to stick to. Too bad if she's concerned about it burning her house down or whatever. It is what it is.
Well, first of all, I never honestly have ever taken that attitude. that you just portrayed or tried to, I've never treated you that way.
True.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. When the route was determined by the PSC, I informed you of that, and I have always held and said that we may be able to move the line a little further from your house, but at the same time, I've always said that we can't just summarily move it off of your property. That's not something we can do. And I mean, I'm not trying to be argumentative, Judge. I'm not trying to be argumentative, Commissioners, and Cheri, you know I'm not trying to argue with you. This is the same conversation that you and I have had for a long time now.
Yeah, and we have different versions of it, so, and because you have no notes, and I trusted that you could move the line because I did not understand the process, and I disagree that you told me that you did, but that's neither here or there. I have just a couple more questions for you. So on a couple of occasions, I asked you why Greenbelt Express targeted my land, and you told me, and I'm quoting, "I don't know." Do you remember telling me that?
I remember telling you that we didn't target it.
But you don't remember telling me that you didn't know why they targeted me?
Well, I don't know why you feel that way. I mean, I can hear what you think and what you're talking about, but we, quote, didn't target your land. We haven't targeted, quote, anybody's land. We strive very hard to treat all landowners the same. And there is a lot of work that goes into routes in this entire process. So, I mean, honestly, I take some exception with you, the phrase of the question, why did you target me? Well, you're making the assumption that we did, and I would tell you that we did not.
So you've seen this map?
Can I step up and grab it, sir?
Sorry, could you identify that if it's an exhibit? Is it previously in evidence? Exhibit 20, okay.
Staff DR 0003, attachment A.
Which has been, just for the clarity of the record, that's been entered as exhibit 20?
All right, thank you.
I believe so. I don't have my thing in front of
Excuse
me.
me. So your question was, have I seen this?
Between this and the map that I sent you that wasn't even attached to there, I'm not sure where it is, but you see I'm the only house. There's these houses over here, they've cut off the ones down there. You see I'm the only house on this 1 mile stretch of road. So the fact that my one little tiny piece of property couldn't be avoided would make one think that you guys specifically try to go across me to avoid the cow pasture or whatever.
Objection. I don't hear a question. I just hear testimony from Ms. Meadows.
Yep, sustained. Do you have a question?
So when I asked you why my land was targeted, you're saying it was not targeted, and basically that's just how it worked out with the line? Is that the summary of it?
What I would say is that not only did we not, quote, target your property, we, quote, targeting isn't one of the things that are thought about when routes are put together. I mean, I just, you weren't targeted. I don't know how else to say that.
Okay. So do you have several other landowners, property owners, residential people that have basically my situation, just really, excuse me, really long driveways, and you just had no choice but to go across it? With they only had one entry exit, and you just had to do it?
I don't know how many roads or driveways we cross with the entirety of phase one.
But no one in a situation similar to mine has reached out to you that they weren't comfortable with?
There have been folks that have not wanted the line on their property in different places across counties in both states, but
I'm asking specifically in a situation like mine where I have a narrow piece of property with a super long driveway, no other way to get out. How many people have you worked with like that? Because to me, that's kind of a special circumstance than, say, example, my neighbors down on the end here on 231, they live right on the road, so, you know, they have no safety issues or whatever with their driveway, whereas I have no other way off my property or emergency services in or out either. So I'm just curious, was that just me complaining, or you just didn't have anyone else that had that particular situation that was contacting you?
I don't know how many driveways we cross on the project. Or roads. I don't have
Okay,
I don't
so
have a total for that.
I reached out to you, but did you have anyone else reach out to you that doesn't want their driveway crossed, specifically their driveway?
To me personally? No.
Just me, okay. Okay, at one point I also asked you how thick the wires were and if my car with the 8-inch ground clearance could drive over them. Do you remember that conversation? That was one of our longer ones.
Yes, I remember you asking that question.
Did you ever find out how big those wires are? Or did you already know and you just didn't want me to do it so you wouldn't tell me?
The latter question you just asked me, the answer is no. I didn't already know. I didn't withhold anything, and I didn't lie to you. Okay?
But you wouldn't want me to drive over a
I would
transmission
not
line,
want
probably.
anybody to drive over a down wire, period, regardless of if they were in a monster truck or they were in a Honda Accord that was 2 inches off the ground. No matter who it is, where it's at, I think it's a very, very bad idea to drive over any line that's laying on the ground, period, much less how high your car is. And I think I explained that to you when you asked me that and made that.
No, you didn't, but, I mean, again, if my drive is blocked and someone in my household needs emergency services, I would like to know how big those lines are, because I know for a fact my car has 8 inches of ground clearance, and if I need to drive over that line, as long as it's not over 8 inches, I would probably try it, and that's the truth.
Objection.
I
There's
just want to
not a
know
question.
what's what's the wire diameter?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. I'm done, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Do we have any bench questions? Chair Hahn, when you're ready.
Good afternoon. Mr. Brown, in Ms. Meadows' opening testimony, I think she mentioned that maybe the first time you visited her property, her summation was that, how did you all not avoid this place, were your remarks. How do you recall your remarks, and is that accurate?
I don't recall the remarks, and I don't believe that's accurate.
Okay. Have you been the primary person to work with Ms. Meadows on her citing concerns?
Yes, I would say that I've probably spoken with Ms. Meadows more than as much, or definitely probably more than anybody else in the company. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Meadows had provided, I don't know what number it is, 8.5, a proposed alternative line that basically does go on to, as she's described, her alternative route, which would go on to an alternative landowner's property. If you were to reroute the line on that alternative landowner's property, if that landowner were even interested, apparently there's a pond below. Can you describe that pond?
Unfortunately, I don't think I can. I think, Commissioner,
Yeah.
Chairwoman, sorry. I think perhaps Kevin Chandler is probably a better person to ask that question of when it
Okay.
comes to those types of constraints.
Thank you. Do you know anything about if additional towers would have to be constructed as a result of that line moving somewhere else? Or is that also a Mr. Chandler question?
I think that's probably a better question for Mr. Chandler. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Also, maybe a question for you or Mr. Chandler. Ms. Meadows has described this driveway as her only ingress and egress to her home. Are there any other homes similarly affected along Greenbelt where the only ingress and egress is below the GBX?
I don't know the answer to that question. And I don't want to put Mr. Chandler in a spot where he has to try to figure that out right now in the back of the room. I don't know. We have a line that covers hundreds of miles between Dodge City, Kansas, and all the way here into Missouri and down into Callaway County at the McCready substation. So I'm sure we cross a number of driveways. I don't know that I just don't know. I don't know what that answer is.
Okay. As the line currently stands, it goes in front of Miss Meadows' house, but behind either behind or beside other homes in that area. If you were to move the line as she's proposed, what is the foot differential between the house that would now see the back of the line and the front of the line from Miss Meadows' house? So you move it basically to further in the backyard of one house. I'm looking at Mr. Chandler. Maybe he's the right person to ask.
I wish I could answer some of these. I feel badly that I can't, but this is honestly outside my what I know, and I don't know what that footage is, plus or minus.
Okay,
Mr. Chandler probably knows.
sounds good. I'm going to keep asking you, and you can keep telling me to ask Mr. Chandler, but I'm not going to miss my opportunity to ask. So, how many landowners have you microsited or addressed their landowner concerns by moving the line somewhere else on their property?
I don't know the numeric number of how many instances we've done that, but I know that we have tried to work with many landowners to help alleviate or lessen their concerns inside their property where the line is.
Have you, in any of those instances you can think of, moved it, let's say, 600 feet?
I don't think so. I think that's a pretty big number and would probably get us outside the route.
Okay. If you were to, I think from the past CCN order, Greenbelt is allowed to microsite, is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes, ma'am.
If you had to traverse a new landowner's property, that may not be micrositing, is that correct?
That's my understanding, that we're not allowed to actually introduce new landowners, is my understanding.
Under the current order, unless you notify the commission, is that right?
We're probably way into some, I'm not an attorney, and I'm by no means an expert, and we're for where you're asking me, and I wish I did know the technical answer there, but there's several people in the room that are a lot smarter than I that can answer that, ma'am.
That happens to me all the time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Chair Hahn, thank you. Any further bench questions?
Just one, Judge. You mentioned that in a conversation with Ms. Meadows, you explained to her that you were unable, and I imagine that when you say you were unable, that Greenbelt was unable to move the line, and you explained the reasons why they were unable to move the line. Can you enumerate what those reasons were now?
Yeah, I mean, we are, once you all give us the route that we can't introduce, how do I want to say it? we can't put the line onto somebody else that that isn't previously part of it. And I'm probably not being real clear here, but where she's always wanted that line moved to, what she's explained to me is just move it, quote, over here, just get it off of me, and we simply can't do that. And that's what I've explained to her, that we can probably make some adjustments inside and get it further away from her house, but we couldn't just put it on somebody else altogether that was outside of the route. Yeah, sorry, sir.
All right, Commissioner, thank you. Any recross based off of bench questions from staff?
No, thank you.
Public counsel?
Yes, thank you. And this was just the last line of questioning you got. You said you can't move it off of her property. And is that based on what you think your limitations are based on the CCN order?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Poston, thank you. Ms. Meadows?
Thank you. Sorry for the delay. Jason, can you tell me when Kevin Chandler became your boss on this, or your contact person regarding when you started notifying him about my concerns with my property?
It's been very recently that he just became technically my boss, who I would report to. And I mean,
Can you give any sort of a time frame?
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking somewhere in the last 30 to 60 days. It hasn't been.
A month or two, okay.
It's been within the quarter. I could go back and figure it out at some point, but it's been very recently.
And so prior to Kevin Chandler, have you thought of who the other person was you were talking to?
I'm going to object. This is not based on commissioner questions.
Sustained.
So, going off of Commissioner Hahn's questions that you weren't able to answer as far as this line, moving it across the neighbors, if they were okay with it, is it your understanding that you can just do it? Move the line?
You're asking me a hypothetical, so hypothetically, I don't think so.
You,
quote, that we can just, quote, move it.
if the property owner across from me is okay with it and there's no wetlands or whatever?
Again, it's a lot of hypotheticals here. I don't think it's as simple as you alluding to.
Well, I don't understand how any of this works at all, so I don't know if it is as simple as that landowner, even though because I know originally they were contacted, but then they weren't contacted for some reason or whatever. So I was just wondering if if they were to agree to it just without having to go through a new permitting process or whatever, if that's something that you guys could do. Especially given, I guess you have to maybe possibly add a pole or do something different. So your answer basically is you don't quite understand the process either, it sounds like, exactly.
I don't think it's as simple as you make it out to be.
Okay.
That would be my answer to your question.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Ms. Meadows, thank you. Mr. Brown, thank you. Step down. Mr. Chandler, I believe, is the final grain belt witness. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
All right, if you come forward to be sworn, please. All right, Mr. Chandler, if you'll raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you swear the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Grain belt when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Chandler. Could you please state your full name, title, and employer for the record?
Yep. Kevin Chandler, Senior Director of Transmission Public Affairs for Invenergy.
And what is your business address?
1 South Wacker Drive, Suite 1500, Chicago, Illinois, 60606.
Could you please describe your educational and professional background?
Yes, I have bachelor's and master's degrees from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. I have been employed with Invenergy, supporting transmission development for the past 3 years. Prior to that, I worked for Apex Clean Energy, supporting electric project development for 6 or close to 7 years, and prior to that, I worked for various nonprofit organizations.
Thank you. How long have you held the position of Senior Director of Transmission Public Affairs at Invenergy?
I believe since April of this year.
And what was your position immediately prior to that?
Director of Transmission Business Development.
And what were your responsibilities as Director of Transmission Business Development?
I generally helped manage transmission project development associated with the Grain Belt Express, including serving as development lead for the Tiger Connector.
Okay, and you held that position during the routing process and CCN amendment process?
That's correct.
And did you testify as a witness during the CCN proceeding, which, as a reminder, is case number EA 20230017?
I did.
Could you please remind us what Grain Belt Express requested at a high level in its application to amend the CCN in that case?
Yes, the CCN amendment sought to relocate the Missouri converter station from Rawls County to Monroe County, and to relocate the AC connector line from that county to Monroe, Audrain, and Rawls County. Yeah, and to relocate the Tiger connector line to Monroe, Audrain, and Callaway counties. And it also sought to construct the project in 2 phases.
Thank you. Did the application include a proposed route for the Tiger connector?
Yes.
Were you involved in the development of that route?
Yes.
Could you please elaborate on your involvement in the development of the route for the Tiger connector?
Yes, as the project development lead, I oversaw the routing process and helped manage the public outreach and execution of the public open houses, and as well as being involved in the regulatory filing and serving as a witness in the proceeding.
Thank you. Could you tell us who CLS, which stands for Contract Land Staff, could you explain their role in the routing process?
Yes, CLS is the land agent group that oversees right-of-way acquisition for Grain Belt Express.
Did you have responsibility for overseeing the work of CLS as it relates to Greenbelt Express?
Predominantly as it relates to the Tiger Connector, yes.
Okay. Thank you. And you, actually, do you have a copy of Hearing Exhibit 104 with you on the stand?
No.
Okay, I will get you one. Could you turn to tab A of that exhibit?
I'm there.
And the title of this document is Timeline of Correspondence between Greenbelt Express and Cheri Meadows. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you contribute to the creation of this timeline?
Yes.
And I discussed certain portions of this timeline with Mr. Brown. Were you in the hearing room for that discussion?
Yes.
And he testified that he was responsible for the portions of the timeline that involved his communication with Ms. Meadows. Do you recall hearing that?
Yes.
There are other entries on this timeline, for example, entry 1, that discuss notice letters mailed to all landowners, public meetings where all landowners were invited. That's timeline entry number 3. Letters, contact from contract land staff, CLS. That's timeline entry number 7. Timeline entry number 8 refers to a standard easement offer to Ms. Meadows that was sent by CLS. Are you familiar with all of these timeline entries?
Yes.
And are they accurate in your opinion?
Yes.
And those timeline entries also include supportive documents, which are in the tabs B through P. Are you familiar with those supportive documents, and are those accurate copies of the letters that are discussed in the timeline?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, regarding the subject of routing, are you familiar with WSP and Andrew Burke?
Yes.
And what was WSP and Andrew Burke's role in the routing process?
WSP is a firm that we contracted with to oversee the routing process for the Tiger Connector from a technical and data collection perspective. They do transmission line routing, and they were the contract support for that.
And Mr. Burke filed testimony as part of the application to amend the CCN in the CCN proceeding. Is that accurate?
That's accurate, yes. And Mr. Burke was the project director for WSP for the Tiger Connector routing process.
And you're familiar with the fact that his direct testimony included a route selection study that was referred to as Schedule AB2 in that proceeding?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to hand you a copy of that Schedule AB2. Are you familiar with the contents of this study?
Yes.
Is the study publicly available on the commission's website?
Yes.
Is it also accessible through the Greenbelt Express website?
Yes.
And just for the record and for the judge, this was one of the items that was administratively noticed at the beginning of the hearing. It is a schedule attached to the direct testimony of Andrew Burke in the CCN proceeding.
Thank you, counsel.
So in order to provide some context for how Greenbelt Express arrived at the route that crosses Miss Meadows' property, could you please turn to the executive summary, which begins on page 8 of 87.
Yeah, I'm there.
Could you read the opening paragraph of that executive summary? I'm sorry, let's not do that. Okay, actually, could you go to the third paragraph of the executive summary and read starting with the goal in selecting?
Yes. Do you want me to read the entire paragraph?
Yes, please.
The goal in selecting a suitable route for the project is to minimize impacts on the natural, cultural, and human environment while avoiding circuitous routes, extreme costs, and non-standard design requirements. The routing team evaluated the advantages and disadvantages of the potential routes based on the established routing criteria, an inventory of land use, environmental, and cultural factors along each of the routes, and additional local knowledge and past experience. Less favorable potential routes were eliminated, and 3 alternative routes, A, B, and C, were retained for further consideration. Alternative Route A is approximately 34.4 miles long and would be constructed to parallel an existing 69 kV transmission line for 28% of its route. Alternative Route B is approximately 35.8 miles long and would be constructed 35.8 miles long and would be constructed as a combined greenfield and parallel route option. Alternative Route C is approximately 34.8 miles long and would be constructed to parallel an existing 345 kV transmission line for 22% of its route. Each alternative route presents certain advantages and challenges when compared to the other routes. Likewise, all routes carry with them certain risks related to land use and property issues, e.g. proximity to residences within 300 feet of their respective center line.
Thank you. And is it accurate that alternative Route B was selected as the proposed route for the application?
Yes.
And sorry to make you keep reading, but could you turn to the next page and read the reasons for the selection of that alternative?
This iterative assessment of the advantages and disadvantages of the 3 alternative routes resulted in the routing team's selection of alternative Route B as the proposed route. The selection was based on the following alternative Route B advantages: crosses the fewest total parcels and has the fewest number of residences within 250, 300, and 500 feet of its center line, utilizes the greatest length of parcel boundary parallel, thereby minimizing impacts to agricultural activities, e.g. cropland cultivation, pivot irrigation, requires the least impact to water resources by spanning the fewest number of streams and crossing less wetlands and Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, floodplain. Substantially minimizes the overall tree clearing acreage of all routes. The routing team believes that the cumulative social, environmental, and financial impacts associated with constructing alternative Route B will be less than any other alternative route.
Thank you. Give me one moment. Could you please next turn to page 16 of 87 of the routing study?
Yes, I'm there.
And this section is titled Routing Guidelines. Do you see that?
Yes.
What were or are the routing guidelines for the Tiger Connector?
The general guidelines are listed in 2.31. Would you like me to read the guidelines or just?
No, just an
general?
overview of generally what they're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, so for the general guidelines, the overall goal is to minimize impacts to the built environment, to cropland cultivation, to sensitive cultural and environmental sites, among other things, minimize wetland and water body impacts, minimize tree clearing. And then from a technical perspective, we are trying to develop a route that is safe and efficient and technically feasible from an engineering and construction perspective.
Thank you. Could you please now turn to page 18 of 87?
Yes.
Were you in the hearing room when Ms. Meadows was testifying and asking questions about the windshield survey?
Yes.
Do you see at section 2.4.2 on page 18 a section titled Field Reconnaissance?
Yes.
Could you read that paragraph, that first paragraph under that section?
Sure. Prior to field reconnaissance, some key features such as residences, outbuildings, recognized places of worship, cemeteries, and commercial buildings were mapped based on publicly available building footprint data augmented by aerial imagery interpretation. In April, June, and July 2022, routing team members conducted windshield surveys of the conceptual routes and potential routes from public roadways and compared observed features to data contained in the GIS database. Where extant features differed from the GIS data, this occurred most frequently where buildings had been constructed or demolished since the 2020 imagery was collected. The GIS data was corrected either via a tablet running Esri's Field Maps application or via a laptop running ArcGIS Pro and supported by real-time global positioning system GPS location tracking.
Thank you. So is it a fair summation to say that the purpose of the windshield surveys were to confirm what you were seeing on the GIS data?
That's accurate.
Prior to the windshield surveys, was the routing team able to see the nature of Miss Meadows' property from GIS data?
Yes.
Are you aware of any reason the windshield survey would have modified the team's evaluation of Miss Meadows' property other than confirming what you already knew?
No.
Were you in the hearing room when Ms. Meadows was asking Mr. Brown about the comment cards that were received at the public hearing or the public meetings that occurred in July 2022?
Yes.
How many comment cards, if you know, were collected during that public meeting process?
I don't know a specific number. I believe it may be captured in one of the filings somewhere in the docket, but I think it was in the dozens.
Okay. And do you know what was done with those comment cards, how they were evaluated and incorporated into the routing study?
Yes. So after the public meetings and comments were collected, both at the public meetings and through our virtual open house, the routing team met as a group at WSP's office in St. Louis, and we reviewed the comments against maps of the route segments, and we evaluated comments on individually and
looked at the suggestions that were contained there and evaluated whether adjustments to the route segments were appropriate or feasible based on those comments. And ultimately, the adjustments, many of the adjustments are captured in the routing study that was filed by WSP and noted, and ultimately they informed the routes that were evaluated and ultimately submitted to the Public Service Commission.
You mentioned that you thought the comment cards were in the record in the CCN case. Is that right?
I thought they might be.
I'm gonna hand you a copy of your testimony and schedules from the CCN case, and this is one of the documents that was administratively noticed at the beginning of the proceeding. Thank you. At the front page of what I've handed you, it describes your testimony and it lists several schedules. And there's a schedule KC2. Do you see that?
Yes.
Could you turn to schedule KC2 part, part 5 of 5. Schedule KC2 part 5 of 5.
Yes,
Are you
there.
there? Okay. And is that where the those public comment cards reside?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure the record was clear in case anybody was looking for those. Ms. Meadows introduced an exhibit, it's exhibit number 30, earlier today. And it was Greenbelt's response to staff DR3. I assume you don't have a copy of that with you on the stand?
No.
Okay, we'll get you one. This was a prior admitted exhibit, exhibit 30. If anybody needs an extra copy, we have them, but if you already have them, we won't pass it out again. Have you seen this DR response previously?
Yes.
And are you the sponsor of this response as indicated in the verification section?
Yes.
Exhibit 30 actually does not include the attachment. Do you see at the bottom of the response, it refers to an aerial map attached here too as Exhibit A?
Yes, I have an aerial map here.
Oh, great. Your copy does?
Yeah.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Exhibit 20 in this case. ignoring the difference in the print quality, do those appear to be the same maps?
Yes.
So Exhibit 20 in this case is the attachment A to your response to staff DR 3. And the response itself is Exhibit 30. Just want to make that clear.
That appears so.
Could you read the first couple of sentences of your response?
When developing the Tiger Connector route through the area, the routing team was constrained by the properties to the west and south of Miss Meadows. Immediately to the west of Miss Meadows are multiple residences and agricultural buildings on the east side of County Road 232. These structures
You
limit.
sorry, stop there.
Yeah.
Because I just want to make sure that everyone remembers County Road 232 was a typo. Was that intended to say County Road 231?
Yes.
Thank you. You can continue now.
These structures limit Grainbelt Express's ability to enter the parcel south of Miss Meadows across County Road 260 in a manner that would avoid Miss Meadows' property without placing the line closer to another home than the line currently is to Miss Meadows' house. Avoiding both the structures on County Road 231 and Miss Meadows' property would involve placing a turning structure on the property immediately to the west. However, this property appears to be in agricultural use, and general routing practice is to avoid, when possible, placing turning structures in the middle of agricultural fields. Placing a structure there may also lead to increased tree clearing, and though this would move the line from Miss Meadows' property, it would also require impacting a new landowner and potentially take the line closer than is preferable to a pond on that landowner's property.
Thank you. Since we've come this far, go ahead and finish your response.
Farther south from Miss Meadows' property, Grainbelt Express is constrained by the need to enter the points of interconnect, AECI and MISO substations from the north. In this area, the general alignment of the route attempts to support this goal while minimizing agricultural impacts and tree clearing and maximizing residential distance.
Thank you. I would like to display a large map, which is just a bigger version of Exhibit 20. Judge Pridgeon, does the witness have permission to leave the witness stand and point to items on the map?
Yes.
Thank you.
But that's perfectly fine, but he will, and he can use the microphone at the podium if he needs to speak.
Perfect.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chandler. And I can see, looks like the camera is pointing at the map, so I can see where you're pointing as well. And the commissioners and the judge can see directly. Could you please, just using this map, I guess before I open it up to a general explanation, could you confirm, there was discussion about the blue dots that are labeled 33/4, 34/1, et cetera. Are those indeed potential tower structure locations?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you now, using this map as a visual aid, explain some of the routing constraints in the area?
Sure. So for this section of the line, coming in from the north, we had been following a number of, I believe, property boundaries and section lines, and there was a need to come in this direction because ultimately in this general area below the map, we are turning south to enter, to align the transmission line to enter the AECI and MISO substations. The Tiger Connector ends at one point, and then it branches off, and there is a substation is owned by ACI, generally a little bit to the west of the end of the line, and then there is a MISO substation that I believe is in construction a little bit to the east. And so I think it's also important to note that the original route that was approved by the Public Service Commission was actually about 190, the center line was about 94 feet farther north, as is noted, I think, elsewhere in the record of this complaint. In response to Ms. Meadows' concerns, we did shift the line farther south to be away from her property. So sent that center line is 94 feet farther south from her residence than the original.
And real quickly, I just want to confirm that 94-foot shift south, that is within the authority that was given to Greenbelt Express in the CCN order?
Yes, that's right. Our, in the order, without quoting directly, I believe our authority to microsite is within 500 feet of the approved center line, provided that we do not leave the parcel or impact a new landowner. And so within the context of micrositing, we were able to make this shift. And so in this area here, from the closest point of the line to Ms. Meadows' property, or to Ms. Meadows' residence, is not actually on her property. It is over here. It is, I believe, approximately 840 to 850 feet away from her residence on the neighboring property. It is, at this point here, it is approximately 1,000 feet away. I say approximately because I'm not sure of the exact footage off the top of my head. So at this point, the line is relatively equidistant between the residential structure here and her residence. It is slightly closer to her residence. I think it's just over 1,000 feet here. So our options, if we were to try to come farther south to be off of her property, our options would be either to shift the alignment of the line farther south earlier in order to maintain the straight line approach to avoid more turning structures and to avoid placing those in agricultural fields. Doing so would actually, we would have to come south of this existing barn structure. And so that would place the line significantly closer to this residence here. It would increase tree clearing requirements on this property in all likelihood. And it would also, if we continue that straight line approach, it would increase tree clearing requirements to the south of Ms. Meadows' property. It would also take us closer to this pond. I know the pond has come up a couple times in discussion. It is a factor that we think about when we're routing transmission lines in general. It's preferable to not be close or adjacent to larger standing bodies of water. It is not a primary routing consideration, but it's one of the routing considerations that we take into account when we are deciding how to shift or microsite a line. The other option could conceivably be to add a turning structure in this general direction to orient south. Again, that would involve placing the sort of two-pole turning structure in the middle of this agriculture area. It would still take the line closer to this residence. I don't know exactly how much closer it would take it. And the tree clearing and potential environmental sensitivities associated with going here and then farther south would still be a factor as well. And in both of those scenarios, we would have to shift the line onto a landowner who does not currently host the line on their property, which we don't believe is would be in violation of the requirements of the CCN.
Is there within the tree line on the property to the west of Miss Meadows, is there water there? Is there a stream?
Yes.
Okay. Does that factor into the routing constraints as well?
I mean, to some extent, we have to cross it in any scenario, so I don't know how major of a factor it is, but it's something we would look at, whether an angle, a changed angle of approach, or whether we would have to. Like the change of angle, like would it would change anything about that crossing or whether structure placements would make a difference, but I don't know that it would be a major factor.
Are there other houses along the Tiger Connector that are, you mentioned that, like you said, where it crosses her property is about 1,000 feet? And at its closest point, did you say how close it is to Ms. Meadows' property?
I believe about 840 feet.
Okay. Are there other houses along the Tiger Connector that are closer to the center line than 840 feet?
Yes.
Do you know approximately how many?
There are more than one. I believe there are two within 500 feet of center line. I don't know how many are closer or between 500 and 840.
Fair enough. Okay, do you have anything else to add with regard to the routing constraints?
Not at this time.
Okay. I have no further direct questions then for this witness.
All right, thank you. We may have, and you may need to get back up and answer questions later,
Sure.
by the map, but let me see if we have any cross-examination from staff. Ms. Hanson?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Poston, Public Counsel?
I do, thank you. And you may see this one coming because there was a question I had asked one of the prior witnesses, and again, this is an attorney trying to design a transmission route line. But so when I look at this map that you were just talking about, there's the two structures of 34/2 and 34/3. I mean, could it not be where you just drop the line straight south from 34/2, straight west from 34/3, and then connect them there? What would be the problem with that type of a change in the route?
I believe that would involve placing additional dead-end structures, potentially at 34/2, 34/3, and there would be a new structure to connect them. So that's a lot of heavy angles in one place, which we, I think from an engineering and design perspective, try to avoid. Those structures would be in the agricultural fields, which, again, we try to avoid when possible. And it would still impact an additional landowner who does not currently have transmission line on their property.
And what is a dead end? Can you explain what that is?
Well, I just think it really just referring to those heavy angle structures. So the diagrams that Mr. White showed earlier today, the Tiger Connector tangent pole, the standard structure is a single monopole. And for those heavier angles, there would be the two monopoles approximately 30 feet apart, side by side. So really, those are twice as impactful, from a land use perspective as the standard single monopole.
And what is the price difference between those? Cost difference?
I think I can generally, ballpark, as Mr. White mentioned, the price of commodities going into it goes up and down. I think in general, you should assume that the average structure could be around $200,000. And I think for, those heavy angles, probably 3 times that. And that's a factor of, you have 2 poles and there's more steel involved and more foundation.
And when you say a heavy angle, what does the angle have to be to make it a heavy angle?
I am not an engineer. I believe generally over 20 degrees, but I don't quote me on that.
Okay. Are you aware of any attempts to reach out to the landowner to the south to inquire about whether they would have any problems with the line on their property or a structure?
have not spoken with that landowner about that parcel, no.
Do you know if they were initially notified of this whole project? Like, would they have been, originally received notice of this?
I can't recall if they received notice for that particular parcel.
Okay. And then what you pay to a landowner for agricultural land, is that higher than what you would pay to someone like Ms. Meadows that does not have an operating farm?
No, our payment structure is uniform across the project. So, in the CCN, it's detailed that landowners receive 150% of fair market value for the right-of-way area for the transmission easement. They have the option to also potentially choose 110% fair market value plus a $6,000 per structure additional payment. And when receiving the easement, the landowners are presented with both options, and obviously they'll choose which is the most financially lucrative.
Okay, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Poston, thank you. Ms. Meadows, before I give you the chance to question Mr. Chandler, I'm going to go out of order just a little bit and let Chair Hahn ask some questions, and then you can ask Mr. Chandler questions afterwards if you'd like. Chair Hahn, when you're ready.
Appreciate that.
Certainly.
Thanks, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Chandler.
Thank you.
You kind of heard my series of questions before, so I'm going to try to go through them as much as I can recall. Are you aware of any other properties that are impacted by GBX where the line goes across the only point of entry and exit of the property?
I can't speak to the entirety of Phase 1. I do know that there are 2 other properties on the Tiger Connector where the line does go over the driveway, and in those cases, I do believe that's the only dedicated entry and exit point.
Okay. Ms. Meadows provided an alternative route, which is slightly different than what you had kind of roughly illustrated at the map you all have displayed. Her map has the same starting point with a different ending point, and you don't have the ending point of this line where she has located a tower on someone else's property at the end point. I'm referring to map alternative line 8.5, proposed alternative route of Tiger Connector line that she has. And so I'm curious, and that it's closer to, it would be south of 34-3 on your map, like a further continuance. There's a tower there on, well, it's not shown on your map, but I assume it's there. And then a direct line south where you say it would connect to AECI and MISO substations. It has a different point of interconnect for that particular line. Is there a reason why you can't move where it's interconnected on that property?
I apologize, Chair Hahn. I think without seeing her proposal, I'm having a hard time picturing it.
It's hard for me to figure out where it's at in the record because it's labeled under mine as 8.5 proposed alternative line. Thank you. Yep, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, is this already in evidence by chance?
It's not in evidence yet. It's the supplemental documentation that's in the docket. It came in with Ms. Meadows' supplemental report, I believe.
With staff's supplemental report?
No, it,
I would ask some other questions right now, but they may be legal in nature, so might wait.
And if perhaps a party wanted to offer that into evidence at some point, or if not, we could always make it a commission exhibit.
sorry, Judge, let us make sure we understand exactly which document it is and they have a chance to look at it, and then we'll offer.
Thank you.
I don't think we have additional copies for everybody to be looking at it right now, but we can certainly get them.
It's okay, let me ask different questions.
Okay.
Okay, under the original, or under the Tiger Connector CCN, is it your understanding that Grainbelt can do microsighting?
Yes.
And what are the requirements for microsighting?
I believe the requirements are, we are permitted to microsite on the property up to 500 feet from the original center line, so long as it remains on the same property and does not impact a new landowner.
If it did impact a new landowner, under the CCN, my understanding was that the commission would need to be notified. Is that your understanding or no?
It's my understanding that we are not permitted to impact a new landowner not on the original route.
Okay, thank you. So if, as Ms. Meadows has proposed, moving the line completely off her property, how many feet would you have to move the line? I think I recall perhaps 600 feet, is that right?
Yes, it's greater, I believe it's greater than 500.
Okay, so in order to do what Ms. Meadows is proposing, it's your understanding that Grainbelt doesn't have the authority from the commission to actually move the line off of her property completely?
That we do, that is correct. It's my understanding that we do not have the authority to move the line off her property completely if it impacts a landowner who is not previously a part of the project.
Okay. Last time you were here for the CCN case, you were asked, I think it was by Commissioner Holzman, have you accommodated other landowner concerns moving the line to different places on their property? Do you recall that? I mean, that wasn't the exact question, but it's the gist of it.
I think I recall the gist, yes.
At the time, you couldn't recall of any specific examples of where you had made such accommodations. But that was 2 years ago. Can you give other examples of where you have moved the line on other people's property to accommodate their requests?
On the Tiger Connector specifically?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you give examples?
So there are places where we have moved the line to minimize impact to agricultural operations. So I can think of at least one scenario where we have shifted the line closer to the property boundary to get it farther out from a field. We have made minor shifts to, I believe, accommodate planned new agricultural infrastructure on properties. And again, we have made a shift on the Meadows property in particular to maximize the distance from her residence to the extent that we feel we can with the CCN.
Okay. I think Ms. Meadows may have even asked previously if the line could be moved north of her house. Have you all evaluated that alternative? And would that impact any landowners that have not been given previous notice?
It would not impact landowners who have not been given previous notice, but it would substantially increase the impact to landowners on either side of Ms. Meadows, and I can talk through that if you would like.
That'd be great.
So in order to go on the north side of the house, we would have to turn, let's call it here from this 33/4 structure. You are substantially increasing the amount of trees that would need to be cleared to get over on the north side of the house. And to get through this area, you're introducing additional tree clearing. And I believe we counted 4 additional turning structures would be needed that are not already there. This one here, and additional turning structures to turn south here. And this would also require us to run this line directly through this agricultural field. So really substantially increasing the impact on the agricultural operations on this property as well. And because this is well outside of the 500 feet granted by the CCN, I believe there may be procedural issues in addressing that with both of these landowners as well.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Chair Hahn, sorry for the interruption. We have located it in the docket, and Grainbelt's had a chance to look at the map that you were indicating that the witness now has, if you want to ask your questions.
Thank you.
Sure.
Appreciate that. So Ms. Meadows has an alternative route. Do you have a copy of that?
Is it?
That one,
Yes.
right.
Got it.
So it may be moot because it would go on a landowner's property that is greater than 500 feet, and I understand that. And the fact that you may not have the legal authority to, under your current CCN, to construct this line. If you did have the legal authority, how many additional structures would this take? Talk to me sort of about the impact of this proposal.
Yeah, I think this is somewhat similar to one of the scenarios I walked through earlier. So I do think this, putting aside the fact that it does impact an additional landowner, and so that takes the CCN, process concerns. This, I cannot say how many additional structures it would require. Potentially one additional turning structure where it forks off. I don't know that there would be a substantial difference in the total number of structures required. You would potentially be looking at somewhat additional tree clearing in the area. But not being able to measure that, I can't say that for sure.
Okay, so the primary reason why Greenbelt has not chosen Miss Meadows' alternative is primarily CCN legal authority?
I think that is a major factor. This, and generally the idea of, not increasing impacts to neighboring landowners in the process. I mean, this line still would bring the line, this reroute still would bring the line somewhat closer to the residence that is on the east side of Highway 231. I can't say specifically how much closer just looking at the map, but I think there's still, that principle in play of, we try to, when considering reroute requests, we try to not use those as an opportunity to increase impact on other landowners to satisfy requests for certain landowners, unless there's, yeah.
Understood, thank you. I think that's all my questions. Thank you, Judge.
Right, Chair Hunt, thank you. This looks to be an opportune time to take another break. I know we've been going for a couple of hours, and we'll let Ms. Meadows cross-examine Mr. Chandler when we get back from break. I'd like to take about 10 minutes. So if we can go back on the record at 5:15. Thank you very much. We're in recess until 5:15. we are back on the record. When we took a recess, I believe we were at the point where Ms. Meadows is going to cross-examine Mr. Chandler. Ms. Meadows, any questions?
Yes. Yes.
When you're ready.
Mr. Chandler, are you familiar with the Missouri Constitution Bill of Rights, Section 2?
No.
It states that all constitutional government is intended to promote the general welfare of the people, that all persons have a natural right to life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, and the enjoyment of the gains of their own industry, that all persons are created equal and are entitled to equal rights and opportunity under the law. That to give security to these things is a principal office of government, and that when government does not confer this security, it fails in its chief design. That's what the Missouri Constitution Bill of Rights, Section 2 says.
Objection. There's no question, and the witness answered he's not familiar with that.
Sustained. Do you have a question, Ms. Meadows?
Yes, are you from Missouri?
No.
Okay. Are you concerned, or would this have been an impact on your decision to go across my property if you had known about?
Objection calls for a hypothetical.
Could you ask the question again, Ms. Meadows?
If you had known about this Constitution, Bill of Rights in the Missouri Constitution, Section 2, and the rights that it was granted me, would you still have chose this route for consideration of the PSC across my property?
Yeah, I'll overrule. He can answer if he knows, and if not, he can say so.
I don't think I understand the question.
Given that our Constitution in Missouri states that it's the PSC's duty to protect citizens and all that from, would you like a copy of this? Do you need it? Or should I have offered this?
No?
It states that, their job is to take care of the people, and the PSC is a government body. So my question is, if you had known that was in our Constitution, and you came to the PSC asking to endanger my life and property and limit the enjoyment of it now from this line, would you have moved the line?
I object. It's an argumentative question. It calls for speculation, and to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion, that would be another basis for my objection.
Yep, sustained.
Do you recall the email that I sent you on July 12th, 2024?
Yes.
It's on.
It is in the record as hearing Exhibit 104.
It's in this folder here. Do you have this blue one?
Which folder?
It's this one.
Oh, yes, I have that one.
It's in.
It's tab H. Oh, no, it's not tab H. Sorry, what was the date?
I'm lost. In my book, it's in. You're saying H?
No, I was mistaken. What's the date?
I have it here on, it is tab N, July 12th, 2024.
Yes.
Yes, I have it.
Okay. Does that look familiar, or do you recall it?
I recall receiving it.
Do you recall reading it?
Yes.
Do you mind reading it now?
I don't, it's in the record, so if there's something in particular that we want to highlight, it's a very long email.
Do you have any questions?
Okay, so I went over my numerous concerns with this. Was there anything in there that gave you any pause?
Sorry, I'm just reading the email again.
That's fine.
No,
I'm sorry, you said no?
no,
Okay. Did you look at any of these links that I provided of transmission lines falling?
no,
You didn't click on a single one of them?
no,
Did you look at the pictures of my property?
yes,
And had you seen pictures of my property or been to my property prior to this July email?
I believe I had seen pictures of your property prior to this email. I have not visited your property.
So you didn't do a windshield survey or any of the recon trips? You weren't involved in any of those?
No,
Okay. So in this email and in these links, I pointed out how even though Aaron White, I think that was his name, I apologize, even though he testified that you guys go above and beyond on your polls and all that, does it not give you any pause for concern that I've provided numerous links of these lines still falling?
no, as Mr. White testified, transmission lines falling is an exceedingly rare event, and there are transmission lines, throughout the built environment, and I think they are typically operated and designed safely.
And you understand that typically don't fall or unlikely to fall does not equate to impossible?
Yes,
Okay. Did I understand when you were testifying that you evaluated my land after the comment card at a public meeting? Did I understand when you answered that correctly?
I would say we evaluated your comment as we evaluated all comments together, and evaluated the routing, the final routing process on the basis of comments and general routing principles.
So what was your conclusion after you evaluated my comment card?
I don't recall making a specific conclusion about the comment, about your specific comment. I generally think that in the area and with the chosen route, when we are evaluating a transmission line route, we are evaluating that against the entirety of the line, the entirety of the landowners impacted, and we are making decisions based on those general routing principles holistically.
So the good of everyone else is okay for me to be sacrificed is basically what you're saying?
Objections, argumentative.
Yeah, I'll sustain.
So it's your opinion that even if you do believe there is a risk, you don't feel like it's great enough to warrant moving this line?
I don't believe there is I don't believe there is a risk, or there is not a risk that is inherently greater than anywhere else. I think, as demonstrated in Mr. White's testimony here and in the earlier docket, given the engineering standards to which we are designing and building the line, the risks are incredibly small for a failure of the type that you're discussing.
But you understand it's still a risk. No matter how small, a risk is still a risk.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustain, yeah, we've been over, it's a small risk, but still possible. We've been over that several times.
Are you aware that this line's proximity to my home was never an issue with me? Unlike just having it over my drive was. I never brought up I didn't want it near my home. I only brought up I didn't want it over my drive and my existing electrical line. Were you aware of that?
I am not aware of the totality of your comments off the top of my head.
Okay, so Jason Brown
And
testified that he talked.
I'm looking at your comment form, which says you don't want it on, over, near my property, from the open house. So I think we took that to mean that you did not want it on the property.
Would you agree that my land is unique? Or my property is unique?
In what, I don't know that I understand
The
the context.
size, the layout, the long drive, the electrical line, no entry exit, no close neighbors. Would you call it a unique situation, unique piece of property as opposed to the neighbors that live half a mile away?
I would say it is certainly shaped different than the neighboring properties. I don't know to what extent it's unique in the context of land use in the area.
So you've seen a lot of properties that only have one entry exit, no other possible way out?
I am not typically evaluating properties for the number of entry and exits and ways out of the property.
So what exactly is your role as because I understand you're a member of the survey routing team or whatever. So could you tell me what your exact role is in that?
Yes, as I was the project director for Tiger Connector project, and as part of that, oversaw the routing process and ultimately the early stage development of the project until I switched roles earlier this year.
And that's when you said you became the business?
Senior Director of Transmission Public Affairs.
And you said April on that, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. So back when this was kind of ongoing with me and back and forth with Jason, your title was Project Director of the Tiger Connector.
My title was Director of Transmission Business Development. And as part of that, one of my roles was overseeing development of the Tiger Connector.
Okay, and how close did you work with Jason? I know you weren't his supervisor, he said, until just recently, but how close were you working with him back at 2022, 23?
Relatively closely.
Did you guys speak daily, weekly, monthly about anything to do with people's landowners' concerns with their property?
I would say we generally spoke every week or every other week. It was not always or even often about landowner concerns. I believe your property was the only one that he was intimately involved in.
And if anyone else had had a problem, who would they have needed to contact?
So other folks present at the meeting at your house were Greg Smith with CLS and Jordan Connolly on the development team. And for the most part, most landowners are interfacing with CLS on a more regular basis. But they have the ability to also speak with members of the development team as needed. And it's not necessarily unusual for Jason to speak with a landowner as somebody who's in and around Missouri, but the primary interface for the most part is with contract land staff.
So the CLS person is technically who I should have been working with on possibly getting the line moved? Am I understanding you correctly?
No.
I thought they just did easements, like if I just wanted to get money for my land. That's how I understood their role was, but are you saying that's not the case? Can you clarify that?
Yep, CLS's role is to oversee the easement acquisition process and act as an interface with landowners. And, they are able to bring micrositing requests, or any member of the project team, such as Jason, is able to bring a micrositing request, which is then evaluated by the project team and approved based on general development principles, whether it is, again, whether it is feasible from an environmental or technical perspective, and to the extent that it doesn't impact additional landowners or adversely impact neighboring landowners. We, as a rule, we don't want to rob Peter to pay Paul, in the sense that we don't want to, if every landowner who did not want the line on their property or wanted it moved, if that is going to negatively impact a neighboring landowner, you run the risk of like these cascading impacts down the line, which is why we are, typically evaluating micrositing requests within, we want to be incredibly mindful of landowners, and we want to work with landowners to the extent possible. And we recognize that they have unique views on their property, but at the same time, we are evaluating it against those more technical criteria, as well as to what does that do to the entirety of the line, which is how, ultimately we were able to make a 94-foot shift farther south from your residence as a result of those conversations.
Okay, did you know that I wasn't even aware that you microsited from one spot? I assume that's what it's called, that you microsited from one spot to another?
Yes, I believe we were in the process of working through that micro-siting request, and there was dialogue throughout the summer of the summer of 2024, at which point you filed complaints with the Missouri Public Service Commission and the Attorney General of Missouri, at which point we were advised to cease communication while those investigations or cases played out.
Is that why you didn't respond to my email? Or you just don't normally respond to emails from landowners?
I think at that point, when we received the email, we were discussing it as a team, and I cannot remember off the top of my head when the complaint, so the complaint was, it's open here, was received on July 16th, so shortly after receiving the email.
And instead of replying back and saying, we're sorry, since you filed a complaint, we've had to turn it over to whoever you turn it over to, the PSC or your attorneys or whatever, that's not customary for you guys to, because Jason never replied to my email either, and you didn't send an email either, so is there no, I guess I just understand why no one told me what was going on, or why they weren't responding, or where we were at anywhere on this. I was confused, because I had trouble even getting the email to go through. I wasn't even sure that you got it. So in a case like that, especially when I mentioned, like in Jason's case, I've had to try this twice now. I know you weren't his supervisor at the time maybe, but do you not have something in place where you, at least as a courtesy, reply to emails to the people who have legitimate, like me, I'm a person being affected by this against my will, and I have legitimate concerns, and you guys couldn't even bother to send me an email and let me know, we got it, we hear you, we can't do anything about it, or we've turned it over to whoever, or anything. I mean, you guys just didn't even care to respond. So I'm wondering, is there no protocol or something for staying in contact with landowners when they reach out like that?
When we receive communication from landowners, it's our practice to evaluate the communication, and it typically takes, because we are working with our development teams, our engineering teams, our environmental permitting teams, and other folks. I mean, transmission line routing for better or worse, is incredibly complex. And so it does often take us time to evaluate what we're hearing and what we're reading. And it's not possible for us to, respond directly immediately. And then, again, 4 days later, when we receive notice of the complaints from the AG's office, and I can't remember, well, it might be here, but the MPSC as well, again, we were advised to hold off on further communication while those processes played out.
Okay, Jason's email was sent before yours, and he didn't respond either. And according to the code of conduct, all communications with landowners and occupants should be factually correct and made in good faith. And I'd almost argue that the code of conduct includes how you treat customers who are reaching out to you with concerns or whatever. I mean, if you read your email and his email, they're both basically saying the same thing.
Objections, argumentative.
Yeah, you're certainly testifying. Do you have a question?
Well, my point is, both of them were basically the same issue about my concerns, and to me, they warranted a response, and neither one of you responded. And I'm wondering, to me, that should fall under the code of conduct, how you treat people whose land you're taking, and in my case, life you're potentially destroying with this line, and you can't even be bothered to send an email back, and your company is okay with that. There's no protocols for that, especially when you've told the PSC that you're going to follow all these things.
I renew my objection.
I'm going to overrule, and he can answer if he knows, and then I think we've plowed this ground quite a bit.
I'm sorry you feel this way. I would just look at the timeline of communication between Ms. Meadows and Greenbelt and note that she emailed Jason on June 17th, 2024. And then Jason attempted to call her on July 10th, but she declined the call, and she emailed myself on July 12th. And then she called and left a voicemail to the project line, and the next day we received the letter from the AG's office regarding the complaint. And that was the last, so July 10th is the last record of attempt, but he did attempt to reach out to Ms. Meadows after receiving that email.
Do you recognize the timeline and how it's kind of cascading with, I sent Jason an email and he didn't respond and you didn't respond, and so I don't know that anyone's going to respond, so then I had to take the next steps, which were the PSC. I emailed the commissioners. I didn't even know that wasn't allowed. I emailed the Attorney General because I wanted someone to help me. So if you look at the timelines there and stuff, you'll see you guys, to me, had a duty to respond to me in a timely manner regarding these issues. We were on the clock.
I apologize that I keep objecting, but, we do need to get to the questions, and I think these are argumentative, and so I will object again as an argumentative statement as opposed to a question.
And I will sustain again. If you have questions, you may ask, but you're simply testifying and arguing.
Okay, are you aware of the letter that Andrew Schulte sent to Polsinelli Law Firm on July 30th?
I
don't know if it's in their thing or not.
No, I mean, Andrew works for Polsinelli, so I'm not sure there is a letter from him to the office.
Do you guys know if that letter to the Attorney General is in your book here anywhere?
So it is referenced in the timeline as timeline entry number 32,
And the footnote refers to Grainbelt Express's response to formal complaint Exhibit B. So it was filed in this docket. It's not an exhibit, but it was filed in the docket.
Can I just read this section of the letter and ask him if he agrees with this or is aware that it was said?
Ask me that again, please.
Can I read him just a section of that letter? I'm sorry, can I ask Kevin if he agrees or was authorized this section that Andrew wrote to the Attorney General?
Pending an objection, I mean, I don't have a problem with it, but if I get an objection, I'll rule on it.
I don't have an objection.
Okay? Yeah.
Staff doesn't have an objection.
Okay, so on page 2 of this letter that Andrew Schulte sent the Attorney General, he says, Grainbelt Express is committed to considering reasonable reroute proposals from landowners, will respond in writing to reroute requests, and will track and follow through with its obligations to landowners. And then it goes on to say, while the route selection study sought to minimize impacts on landowners, some impacts are unavoidable. And so my question to you is, was this what you conveyed to him, or were you aware of it, or did he do this on his own? Andrew, write this letter to the Attorney General.
Actually, I will object to the extent that this requires the divulgence of attorney-client privilege material.
Yeah, sustained, I don't want to get anything privileged.
But according to this, you guys follow through in writing to reroute requests, which I never received, and also you guys track and follow through with its obligations to landowners. And I feel like responding to emails should fall under that. So I don't know, is that still something you're objecting to, him answering, if they're allowed to, or if this was his?
If the question is simply whether it's the policy
Is this the company policy, or was this
if that's the question, I don't have an objection.
Okay. Is it the company's policy then that while the route selection study sought to minimize impacts on landowners, some impacts are unavoidable? Or I'm sorry, that's not the one. The Grainbelt is committed to considering reasonable reroute proposals from landowners, will respond in writing, and will track and follow through with its obligations to landowners. So is that, I guess my question is, that wasn't done, so I guess where did the ball get dropped here, or who should have been following up with me or writing me a reroute request? Is it you, Jason, my land guy? Who?
Could we get one question at a time? I think you intended to ask whether that was the company's policy to respond in writing to reroute requests?
I felt like it was, the question was maybe a little too broad and confusing, so I wanted to narrow it down to, was it Jason because I was working with him? Was it his responsibility? Was it the CLS person because they were the one in charge of the easement stuff, rerouting stuff also, or who should I have been expecting follow-up through or whatever? I sent emails to 2 people, so who should I expected, and I guess I met Greg too, who should I expected to get back with me?
So, at the end of the day, it is the project development team's job to review and approve micro-siting requests. And ultimately, that is communicated with whoever is managing the relationship with the landowner. I think had we not begun the complaint process, it is likely that you would have received communication on a micrositing shift from Jason or a member of the CLS team.
Okay, now, are you aware, I guess you have it in front of you, that I met with them in March
Yes.
And by July, I hadn't heard back from anybody about anything from our meeting and the microsighting of, what'd you say, 94 feet or whatever?
I object that it misstates the record. Were several communications between March and July of 2024.
All right, I'll sustain.
Okay, so when do rerouting requests normally get sent? After it's discussed on someone's property?
It's difficult to place a timeline for the microsighting process. It, again, as mentioned, can sometimes be fairly complicated in that, you know, we have to have a certain level of design on the transmission line in order to make informed decisions. And that often requires conversations within the engineering group, occasionally with our outside engineering firms. And we sometimes have to have more clarity on what the routing will look like on either side of the property. I'm not saying any of that was the case necessarily here, but it is not an overnight process to be able to microsite on the property. And it can be iterative as well.
So you don't have, like, say my neighbor next door wanted a microsighting request, you don't have a typical, like, 90 days, 60-day, whatever amount of time that you get back with on those?
No, our approach is, you know, we are typically in close and regular communication with landowners throughout the development process, and there's no typical time frame for when a microsighting request can be, you know, approved or denied. Again, it is quite often dependent on engineering constraints and other items, and so we try to stay in regular communication with landowners, and yeah.
I didn't know that you guys did rerouting requests, wrote rerouting requests, so that was news to me. But is that something that you would have, someone would have let me know that it's on the way, or we're working on it and we should have it to you in the next 6 months or whatever? Because let's use the example of, I was wanting to build a barn on my property and I wanted to reroute the line a little bit, and I kind of had a deadline for it. Would that be a case where you would make sure you had it done in the whatever time frame for me, or is it just, you guys just, when you get it done, you get it done? There's no ever time?
I don't think I understand the question.
Well, had I wanted to build a barn where you're wanting to put this line, and I told Jason, or whoever told Jason, that I needed to know because I had to put a deposit down by a certain date, would you guys have worked with me to get that reroute request to me in time, or
Objection.
it is what it is?
As to, it's a hypothetical that is not relevant, and so I'll object on the grounds of relevance.
I'll sustain.
And I would like to just ask the witness, if I may, well, I'm not sure how long this questioning will go on, and I'm not sure what Mr. Chandler's travel arrangements are, but it's possible that we may need to take a recess to address travel arrangements, given that we are well past 5 p.m. and I know that people had flights and things that they may need to address.
I'm okay.
Okay, thank you.
So were you aware that at the end of this letter, Mr. Schulte said, Ms. Meadows has filed a complaint at the MPSC raising the same concerns included in her complaint filed with your office as the agency with exclusive jurisdiction regarding the certification and siting of electric transmission lines. The MPSC is the proper venue to address Ms. Meadows' concerns. We request that your office direct Ms. Meadows to address her current and any future concerns directly with Grainbelt Express or to the extent with the MPSC. So are you familiar with Andrew directing my complaint instead of to the AG to the MPSC?
Yes.
Because then when I directed it to the MPSC, they tried to get it dismissed a number of times. So there's a little bit of contradiction in what you guys want people to do and then allow them to do, I guess. I wanted to be heard. I wanted people to, whoever it was, the AG, the MPSC or whatever, to just know that this was out there and existing. And that seems like
The motion, I object to the extent
I'm done.
there is.
I'm done.
Okay.
Any further questions, Ms. Meadows?
Yes, I have a couple more. Can you tell me what was it about the property south of my land that made my land a better location? Did you already cover that earlier, that it was just being a straighter route?
I am not positive, I'm not positive I understand what specifically you're asking for.
Well, for example, the land south of me, and I'm not talking about the land that's sort of to the right of my property. I'm talking about the land with the pond on it. Can you see like the light green and dark green difference or whatever? So my question is, as far as that goes, because it would have even barely have been on him if you had gotten not on my property. So I'm just wondering, was there something else about that property other than the pond or whatever? I mean, because it seems like looking at it, there would be no bulldozing, there would be no anything else. So was there just something on there that you didn't want to try to navigate or whatever?
Yeah, I think as I've mentioned earlier, the primary constraints in that area had to do with the residential and agricultural structures on the east side of Highway 231. And so to maintain a straight route through that area and avoid your property would require us either getting significantly closer to the residents on sort of at that intersection on 231, or to place a turning structure in the middle of the agricultural field and turn south. And in either scenario, we would wind up taking the line significantly closer to those structures, increasing tree clearing, and introducing a new landowner, a new previously unimpacted landowner to the process.
So it really wasn't that there was anything wrong with that land, it was basically everything else. Now, and also, you keep calling that ag land. What do you mean by that exactly? The turning structure on the ag land, because it's a cow pasture. I don't know if you know that, or it's still ag land if it's a cow pasture or a soybean field. I don't know if you guys classify those differently or not, but, so that's a cow pasture there. So I'm wondering what's with the turning structure and not being able to do that there?
I object as asked and answered. The witnesses explained numerous times the routing constraints and
I don't know what a turning structure is. Why is it so different? It looks like it's smaller to me, if anything.
I'm going to overrule and let him answer if he knows, and if not, he can say so. I think the question was what he considered ag land.
I think typically we view ag land as land that is in some form of agricultural production.
Crops or cows, you meaning?
Yes, I mean, I think the routing constraints are typically tighter in areas that have cultivated production. but there are still considerations in pasture land as well.
Okay, and as far as the turning structure goes, what's so specific about them and ag land or cow pasture?
I think as Mr. White detailed earlier, for those heavier turning structures, you rather than a single monopole, you wind up with two monopole structures, and they're spaced about 30 feet apart. And so, whereas the single monopole is a relatively smaller diameter structure, it's single. You have they're side by side, so it is.
The footprint basically is what you're saying is?
Yeah, there are two poles versus one, and so there are two poles, and you also have the 30-foot section in between them. So the overall footprint of the disturbance is larger.
Okay, thank you. I mentioned earlier that I've had 2 bald eagles on my property, and I have a number of owls and herons and all that come through. Is that a concern with the line?
I'm not an environmental permitting expert, so I can't speak to the
What
level of
happens when
concern.
what happens when one of those birds hits a line?
I can't speak to that.
Okay, so you can't tell me it wouldn't start a fire or arc or fall, or you have no idea what would happen?
I don't think a bird hitting the line would cause a fire or cause it to fall.
But you don't really know for sure? Would that have been an Aaron White question?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do a study of lightning strikes, ice storms, tornadoes, and stuff in this area to confirm that the risk of any of that stuff happening or over the course of however many years didn't pose a large enough risk to warrant moving this line?
No, I don't believe we did. There are transmission lines throughout this region of the country, and they are built and generally engineered and operating safely. So I don't think there's anything unique about this area in terms of those risks.
So your line, the way your line is built, the pole system, whatever, is that how, say, my electric company, it's a co-op, is that how their transmission lines, poles are built also?
I don't know how other co-ops or other organizations engineer their transmission lines. I believe Mr. White testified to the fact that we over-engineer our lines for safety.
And you don't think they probably do?
I don't know.
Okay. So did you guys ever have the option of contacting the PSC and asking to be allowed to move this line off of me?
I don't know. I don't know. I think, again, reading the conditions of the CCN, we are allowed to microsite within 500 feet of the center line, so long as it maintains, it remains on that parcel and does not impact an additional landowner.
And didn't you say earlier you weren't for sure if there were any, you told Han, I think, that you weren't for sure there were any exceptions to?
I'm not an attorney, so I cannot speak to what, I cannot speak to that. I can tell you what the conditions say, and I can also reiterate that our policy is to consider micrositing requests where reasonable, and to the extent they don't impact additional landowners. And if we had to, if the answer to every micrositing request was to move the line onto somebody else's property, we would be doing this forever.
Okay. Can we agree that how the PSC works and what you're allowed and not allowed to do is really confusing.
Objection, calls for a legal conclusion and is argumentative.
Yeah, I'll sustain.
So basically, what you've testified then is you understand how the PSC works, but you don't want to set a precedence by moving it off my land?
Same objection. I think it calls for a legal conclusion and is argumentative.
Sustained.
You mentioned the pond. Is it anything to do with the fact that it's a body of water, no matter how small, and you try to avoid those?
Yeah, as mentioned, I mean, as a general practice, we try to avoid them when possible. I also mentioned that it's not necessarily like a primary constraint in this area. Some of the concerns that you wind up with bodies of water like that is, you know, potential flood risk, potential access issues, things like that. But again, I think the other constraints that we've identified on the west side of your property are more of a consideration than the pond itself. It is one of the factors, but it's not the primary factor.
Okay. Did you see when I presented the, I don't know what it is, well, here it is. The first exhibit of all the standing water on my property after a decent rain?
Yes.
Okay. Would that be a concern at all to you with the line? Because, and here's the reason why I asked, because, for example, I have a culvert that runs under my drive, and I wonder if something did happen and the line fell and it got that water, would the culvert be electrified?
I am not an engineer, so I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay, so even if the line wasn't on me and it fell and landed in the water, my driveway still might not be safe, correct?
Objection asked and answered and lacks foundation since this witness is not an engineer.
Sustained.
So I could get electrocuted regardless of your line being on
Objection.
me or not?
Same objection.
Okay.
Same answer, sustained.
Okay. So can you guarantee me that this line will never fall or never be a hazard to
Objection
me and my
asked,
property?
asked and answered.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with the Missouri Overhead Power Line Safety Act?
No.
Section 319.080 makes it illegal for any unauthorized person to work or bring equipment within 10 feet of high-voltage overhead power lines that have not been covered or de-energized. OSHA's minimum clearance distance for a 345 kilovolt line is 20 foot due to potential arcing distance. Can you tell me what the low point in that line would be across my drive?
I'm not, if the question is only about the low point, I guess I don't have an objection, but I'm not sure what the preamble was, and I would object to that as argumentative and not related to the question.
Yep, I'll overrule, and he can answer if he knows, and if not, he can say so.
I might add that I understood from, I don't think it was your testimony, I thought I heard someone say it, but like I said earlier, I was in and out with my cat during the hearing, but I believe someone told me that 30 foot was the lowest those lines would be. Does that sound correct, or is that correct?
I think that would have been a better question for Mr. White.
Okay, so that's not really common knowledge or whatever, just among a transmission line.
I can't speak to that clearance on your property, no.
Okay. So, just to kind of clarify that a little bit, if I had now that Mr. White's gone, if I had a dump truck coming in and dumping line and he's 20 foot up in the air and the line is, say, 30 feet, because that's approximately where it is, and you can't tell when you're looking up at a line how far it is, would I have to call you guys, or is there someone I would have to call to make sure everything would be good before I could have rock put on my drive?
So I can't speak to the clearance specifically with the dump truck. I would just reiterate that transmission lines are common throughout the United States. They are common throughout roadways and highways at the local, state, and county level, and vehicles routinely operate under them.
With their bed completely up?
Without,
With the bed a dump truck's bed completely up? That makes it a lot taller and puts it closer to that line. So my concern is, if I need rock, do I have to contact you guys first to make sure? Because you probably don't know at this point how low that line's gonna be.
I think I object to the relevance of this question to Ms. Meadows.
It's just another thing I would have to deal with, having this line over me, is not being able to just get gravel put on my drive without worrying my poor delivery driver could get an arc and shocked and killed.
Yeah, I'll overrule and he can answer if he knows, and if not, he can say so.
Again, I would reiterate that activity takes place in and around, under and around transmission lines frequently. If you had a specific question about clearance related to activities on your property and the line was in operation, you would have a contact for the Grain Belt Express operations team, and you would have the ability to call them and ask questions and to confirm that clearance. So as part of our operations, you would know who to call, and you would be able to have those conversations. And so I think that's, that is a very, that is a very real thing that you could ask about and receive confirmation from.
So they would know from just a phone call, they wouldn't have to send someone out to measure it or anything crazy?
I don't know how, I don't know how, I think it depends on the nature of the question and the nature of the activity, but they would be able to get you an answer, whether it's on the phone or whether it would come after a visit to the house.
Now, is that the kind of thing that you would tell someone after you built the line? We have this paperwork here for you, here's your clearance for that line, so you need to make sure you don't take an auger or a piece of farm equipment, for example, or something under that line, because like I said, when you look up, you can't tell how far stuff is. So would I get a precaution? Would you guys know when you built it what your height is of that line? I know they sag over time.
Objection, asked and answered.
Yeah, I'll sustain.
Will there need to be maintenance between the poles on my line? I'm not talking landscape or vegetation, I'm talking actual line maintenance.
Recognizing that I'm not an engineer, I would say that there would not likely to be maintenance required on the wires themselves. The primary interface would be with that ongoing vegetation management. Yes.
So really, once they built the line, they'd almost never need to be on me except for the vegetation clearing?
That's right.
Okay. So is it fair to say that maybe Grain Belt doesn't want to entertain moving the line off of me just for fear of other landowners wanting the line moved off them as well?
I would again go back to general general routing development principle that the micrositing, a key principle in that process is to not increase impact to neighboring landowners or introduce impact to new landowners for the benefit of one landowner.
So have you ever had an instance, because you guys have built other transmission lines, correct? Have you guys ever had an instance where you've needed to move the line due to a safety risk or something like that that just was not something you could allow?
I can't think of a specific case where we have had to do that, but if there was a safety risk to the route, we would alter to work around that safety risk.
Okay. So I mentioned earlier I have a drone. Would I still be allowed to fly my drone around the line as long as I didn't hit it or hurt it in any way, or at least not intentionally?
I'm not familiar with operating like requirements for drones or anything like that, so I don't want to speculate.
Okay. Would it still work? Because, you know, they're wireless or whatever.
I would think so. And the reason I can speculate on that is I also have a drone and live about 500 or so feet from a transmission line, and it seems to work fine.
Even around flying over the top of it and stuff?
I don't fly over the top of it, but.
Well, I have to get to the road. Fly under it, I guess. Well, the point of me having a drone is to fly down to the end of my drive to the road to make sure one of my animals isn't there or next door to the cows. So I'll have to go around the line, either over it or near it or whatever. And if you have one, you know they're not cheap, so you don't want to destroy it or whatever. And is there a chance that it would fry it, do you think? I mean, is there any danger with that?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Well, I worry because of the EMF, ELF, all that kind of stuff. I don't know how drones work or whatever. I don't really want to be the guinea pig. Have you heard of instances of?
I have not heard, no.
Okay, so maybe it's safe. So can you tell me how long the section of line will be between the two poles on each side of my property? Is it 1,000 foot?
You know, I don't know the span length. I don't know the span length exactly, but I think that 1,000 foot is an average, so.
Is that a quarter mile?
I think a quarter mile is a little over 1,000 feet.
Okay, because Jason had told me the towers were every quarter of a mile.
Yeah.
So does that sound like, I wasn't even sure what kind of tower it was. So the 1,000 feet is from, I assume, the pole or whatever. There's nothing sticking out forward or whatever. So it's approximately 1,000 feet section of line from the poles on each side of me.
Yeah, between 1,000, give or take, and
Sure.
the span length really depends on engineering requirements in the area. Sometimes longer spans are possible. Sometimes it depends on the line design itself.
Would it ever need to be shorter?
Yes, there are instances where the span length could be shorter than 1,000 feet. I don't think that in the case of your line, the line as it goes through your property, I wouldn't foresee that span length shortening. But there are engineering requirements that may require a shorter span length in other scenarios that I'm just not familiar with.
I know you moved the line or moved the tower because it was up across the road there. Is it set now, or is it still subject to change?
I would say the exact tower location is, as line design is ongoing, is subject to change.
Okay, so the towers, where they're at now, they could be different in a month or two?
Here or there, I think it's unlikely, as we stated before, I don't, we would not intend to place a tower structure on your property, and I would think it's unlikely that the tower would come back north of the road there.
So you feel confident I would never have a tower on me?
I feel reasonably confident that would be the case, yes.
Okay. If I had a pivot irrigation system running on my drive, would that constitute rerouting the line?
One of the benefits of the route that was chosen among the routes A, B, and C was that there is no, the line does not span any operating pivot systems. So for properties that have center pivot irrigation, we are following the property boundaries, and it's generally a practice to avoid existing center pivot systems.
So that pretty much would have been the only thing that would have made my land avoidable to you guys. As I understand from your chart or your map, that's really the only thing you guys diverted your lines around?
Objection misstates the evidence, given that we went through numerous routing criteria earlier and is argumentative.
Sustained.
So, according to this map, well, it's not over there anymore. According to this map, you guys have jig-jagged out in several places, and there's not necessarily, according to the legend, there's not the pivot irrigation. So, what other reasons would you be, and there's no houses either, what other reasons would you be making these odd? Like, there's this one here. You actually, it looks like you went closer to another line. It was a
I don't,
69 volt. Do you try to stay closer to those? Is that why you would have went around there?
Could you identify the document you're looking at by exhibit number?
Map 7, or I'm sorry, Schedule AB2, page 30. I'm sorry, 56 of 87.
I think it was submitted as an exhibit.
It was mine, but it was originally in the AB from the 2023 case.
Map 7?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's that. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. I'm sorry, I don't know if there was a pending question. I just wanted to.
Well, I see obviously where you went around all the green pivot irrigations, but then I also see places where it looks like you just randomly went around. So I'm just wondering what other things are out there that would have made you go around that constitute something more worthy of extra turning structures or whatever they are, because some of these are 90 degree than my property and all the risks that I've shared.
I mean, I don't think that I can like go through and walk through each of these turns at this point. I do believe they are outlined quite extensively in the routing study itself, and each of the routes are described in depth and describing features of the landscape that each runs through. So without spending some time refreshing myself on each of those, I don't know that I can specifically state, why certain decisions were made. I think referring back to the general routing guidelines is a good place to start.
But you don't have any set, like a bald eagle nest, or I don't know, any specific thing that is a definite no-go on running the line through it?
I mean, yes, there are things that we would not run the line through or adjacent to.
And what would be an example?
Well, sorry, I'm going to refer back to the routing principles. So again, going back to the general routing guidelines, you know, we would typically, you know, route around and avoid routing, you know, directly over a home or an existing occupied structure. We are avoiding, you know, sensitive cultural areas that could cause permitting issues. We are, you know, avoiding the center pivot systems again, and one of the reasons that we highlighted those is those are active agricultural operation areas that were, I think generally in Missouri, it's seen as good routing practice to avoid direct impacts to those center pivot systems. You know, really, you know, any other item that could present a permitting barrier to the project. You know, we're again, this is detailed, I think, quite extensively in the routing study itself.
Of all the scenarios, yeah, I've read about the tribal lands and all that different things, but just looking at the route, when you're looking at, I mean, you guys make some really hard 90 turns and all that, so I'm just wondering if there's a specific reason, like on Route A, there was,
Objection, asked and answered.
And testifying and arguing, sustained.
okay, can you, I'm not even exactly sure, what is an irrigation pivot and why is it so bad for a power line?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
I didn't ask what a power line, what a pivot irrigation was.
Mr. Chandler described the agricultural purposes of pivot irrigation systems.
Yep, sustained.
Okay. Do you know who Jordan Connolly is?
Yes.
She's on the routing team?
Yes.
What's her title?
I believe currently it's senior analyst of, or no, associate of transmission development. Yeah, it's CONNELLY.
Is it customary for her to make visits to property?
It is not frequent.
Would she have been able to, if she had deemed, and I don't know if she, you said she's the, would you say she was associate of transmission
Development.
development? Okay. Does that mean she has authority to move the line, or what exactly is her role?
Her role as related to the Tiger Connector is to help manage the development process, and typically, you know, her primary focus is on easement acquisition. So she is a primary interface with CLS and vis-a-vis, you know, landowners to the extent, you know, it's related to acquiring right-of-way easements. She has other work associated with the project as well, but on the Tiger Connector, you know, it primarily has been working with landowners and other entities that have easement interest on properties.
Okay, but just to make sure I'm clear here, it wasn't, she didn't have the ability or the title, I guess, to actually move the line off of me.
Typically, micrositing is a consensus-based process within the team. So, you know, she would have the ability to make observations and potentially make recommendations that are then evaluated against engineering, environmental, other landowner constraints and things like that. And then ultimately, based on the input of not just her, but other subject matter experts within the group, then we can ultimately come to a decision on whether and how a micrositing request is feasible.
So is she an engineer?
No.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. Jason just said she was coming out, and I wasn't even sure what her role was or anything about her. I did ask her if she lived in the country, and I think that's about the only conversation we had. Have you guys ever had any incidents of vandalism or terrorism to any of your existing transmission line towers or transmission lines?
Objection, relevance.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain.
So these towers are going to be running across my road, or near the road, on a road with no other traffic, no lights, no anything. So it would be susceptible to vandalism or.
Same objection.
So you're not concerned with that?
Still sustained.
Okay. Can you just explain to me real quick what the purpose is of avoiding residences?
I think that's typically, self-explanatory.
Is it more of a safety issue, or is there? Because it's a finding of fact, so I'm just curious what that actually means. Avoiding residences, is it because of safety, property value, what?
I'm not aware of any particular safety concerns associated with it. I mean, I think just in general, landowners prefer that we keep as far away from the residents as is possible.
And these towers will have grounding mechanisms on them, correct?
I believe so, but again, I'm not an engineer.
I think that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Any bench questions, Commissioner Mitchell? All right, thank you. All right. Thank
Could I
you
just
very
ask
much.
one brief redirect?
Certainly.
Mr. Chandler, sorry to keep you up there for a little bit longer. Do you recall a discussion with Chair Hahn about whether a reroute, whether the only constraint on a certain reroute that you were discussing was a legal constraint? Do you remember that discussion?
Yes.
In addition to legal constraints, are there any practical constraints with doing reroutes, especially the type of reroutes that Ms. Meadows has requested?
I mean, I think the practical constraint is, what I outlined earlier in response to one of Ms. Meadows' questions, which is just in general, if you make a shift to take the line off of a landowner's property and put it onto a new landowner's property, I think you really do run the risk of that occurring throughout the line. And generally goes against the routing principles that we, and the development principles of not wanting to, not wanting to trade one set of landowner impacts for a new landowner, and that can happen indefinitely.
How many landowners are on the Tiger Connector?
So there are 120 unique parcels along the Tiger Connector, and I believe there are 86 unique landowners. So again, you run the risk of having to go through this process 86 times.
And how many landowners approximately are on the entirety of Phase 1 of the Grain Belt Express project as a whole?
I don't know how many unique landowners there are. I believe it's more than 1,600 parcels.
Is that Dodge City to the
That's from-
interconnection point?
That's from that is from the origination point in Dodge City, Kansas, to the Monroe County converter station.
So would the practical concerns you described, would it apply to not just the Tiger Connector, but the entirety of Phase 1?
I mean, I think it would ultimately apply to, yes, the Phase 1 Tiger Connector, and ultimately, would apply to other transmission developments elsewhere.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Chandler, thank you very much. You may step down. I believe we are now ready for staff's witnesses. And we may, depending on the length of the questioning, we may take another break, if only for the court reporter, but we'll see how long this goes. So I'm sorry, staff witnesses. Ms. Hanson, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. We would like to call Mr. Cody King to the stand.
Okay, Mr. King, if you'll come forward to be sworn, please, sir. Do you swear the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You may have a seat. Ms. Hanson, when you're ready.
All right, Mr. King, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Cody King, COTYKING.
By who are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the Missouri Public Service Commission as a senior compliance analyst.
Did you prepare the staff report and the supplemental staff report in this case, which have been previously marked as Exhibits 200 and 201?
Yes.
All right. Mr. King, at this time, do you have any corrections or clarifications that you'd like to make in the report or the supplemental report?
I have 2 clarifications in the supplemental report.
All right, can you tell me what those are?
There is no cover sheet for data request or for the public comment.
Is it public comment? It looks like there's 2 public comments, is that right?
Yes, that don't have cover sheets.
Okay, and is that going to be P2023, 02114, and then P2025, 00004, respectively?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. And for clarity of the record, we just want to identify the page numbers. So that's going to be on staff supplemental report. So that's going to be attachment 1 and then page 4. And then also still on attachment 1. Page 12. And then, Your Honor, staff requests the ability to follow up and provide the full comment, cover sheet, and attachments for the record to be clear and complete regarding staff supplemental report.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Mr. King, if I asked you the same question today within Exhibits 200 and 201, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
Yes.
Are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to offer Exhibit 200, and then 201. And then we will also have those, we'll provide those comments and attachments at a later date.
All right, Ms. Hanson, thank you. Exhibits 200 and 201 have been offered. Any objections? Hearing none, exhibits 200 and 201 are admitted into evidence.
All right, thank you. All right, at this time, I tender witness for cross-examination.
Ms. Hanson, thank you. Any cross from Grainbelt?
No cross, Judge. Thank you.
Public counsel?
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Meadows?
No questions, thank you.
All right, thank you. Bench questions? Going once? All right, thank you. Mr. King, thank you very much. Let me step down. And then I believe Mr. Bax is the final witness on the witness list.
That is correct. We would like to call Mr. Allen Bax up to the stand.
All right, if you'll come forward to be sworn, please, sir. Do you swear the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. You may have a seat, and Ms. Hanson, when you're ready.
Mr. Bax, could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Alan Bax, ALANBAX.
By who are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed in the Engineering Analysis Department of the Missouri Public Service Commission.
Did you contribute to the staff report in this case, which has been previously marked as Exhibit 200?
Yes,
At this time, do you have any corrections to make to Exhibit 200?
I do not.
If I asked you the same or substantially if I asked you today with an Exhibit 200, I'm going to start over, I apologize. If I asked you the same question today with an Exhibit 200, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
Yes,
All right, and then are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
yes.
All right, thank you very much. So Exhibit 200 has already been entered into evidence. I tender witness for cross-examination.
Ms. Hanson, thank you. Any cross from Grainbelt?
No, thank you.
Public counsel?
No, thank you.
Ms. Meadows?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bax, thank you very much. I'm sorry, any bench questions? All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Bax, thank you very much. Excuse me, you may step down. And that appears to be the end of witnesses. Is there anything else from the parties or from the bench before we go off the record?
Yes, Judge. I have a question about the map that we had a little trouble finding that Chair Hahn asked some questions about. Is it the intention of the commission or staff to make that an exhibit?
I would think so, yes.
Staff can make that an exhibit, yes.
That'd be great, Ms.
We
Hanson.
do,
thank you.
and the reason I ask is actually because we do have an objection. The map appears to be created on Ms. Meadows' personal computer and does not, as far as we can tell, accurately reflect the location of the transmission line as it appears on the official proposed route maps. It's slightly different. She did a pretty good job of getting close, but slight differences can make big impacts. And so we would object to that exhibit on those grounds because it lacks accuracy.
I think what I would like is since this was just kind of brought up today, is for staff to file that as a late filed exhibit, and then either I or Judge Clark would allow time for responses and objections, and then we would rule from there.
Okay, and that would be helpful to confirm exactly what the discrepancies are, and we can put that on the record.
Very good, thank you. Anything else from the parties before we conclude, or from the bench.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am?
I think it's a question. Is this where I can just make like a closing type statement or just object to something or?
Well, I mean,
I'm a little bit confused as to what this is, sorry.
Sure, that's quite all right. I'm not going to allow closing arguments, but the parties can file briefs. In fact, and I'm glad you brought that up, and just to kind of simply sum up what they think the evidence showed and what the commission can do or should do. And I certainly will expect briefs from the other parties. You can file a brief if you want. You don't have to, but you're certainly welcome to, and that's just your kind of your written argument on what you think the commission should do.
Okay. Do we know how long it will take for you to have the transcript?
Not off the top of my head. It will certainly be a few days, and that's built into the briefing schedule that
Okay,
that
that
Judge
was my
Clark.
next question,
Yes,
so,
that's
okay.
and obviously, if you or anybody else feels like you need more time to work on your briefs, you can always file a motion with the commission to ask for more time.
Okay.
Okay,
That's all I had, thank you.
you're very welcome. Anything else? All right. That concludes the hearing in case number EC 2025-0136. Thank you very much. We're off the record.
Thank you, Judge.